Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Trump issues a warning to Russia, 100% secondary tariffs in 50 days if no Ukraine deal is reached. Plus, a possible breakthrough in Gaza ceasefire talks as President Trump voices hope for a deal within days, but sources accuse Benjamin Netanyahu of stalling the process. And the Iranian president was injured during an Israeli strike last month targeting a secret underground facility in Tehran. US President Donald Trump has just delivered his long-awaited statement on the Ukrainian war during a meeting with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House. Trump threatened 100% secondary tariffs on Russia if no peace deal is reached within 50 days. He also called it Biden's war, voiced disappointment in Putin, and announced a new weapons deal with Europe footing the bill. Take a listen to what he had to say.
As you know, we've spent $350 billion approximately on this war with Russia and Ukraine, and would like to see it end. It wasn't my war, it was Biden's war. It's not my war. I'm trying to get you out of it. And we want to see it end. And I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And we make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best of everything. The European nations know that. And we've made a deal today, and I'm going to have Mark speak about it, but we've made a deal today where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them.
For more on this, we're joined from Washington by our correspondent, Nick Harper. Nick, thanks for joining us. Now, we know the plan is to send the Patriot system to Ukraine, so similar to what happened in the Biden administration with this. But this time around, Trump is saying the EU is going to pay. So how is it different than the current US policy on aid that is in place to Ukraine?
That's right, John. A little bit different, this. Donald Trump shaking things up. He has long been against this idea of the US itself supplying weapons to Ukraine, constantly coming back to this idea that it is a waste of US taxpayers' money. Now, there is a deal that's still currently in place, agreed by President Biden, where Congress released funds to give Ukraine US-made weapons. But that money, in theory, will run out in the next month or so. So Donald Trump is suggesting a new type of agreement, very much more of a transactional type agreement, in which it will see NATO member countries buying weapons, US-made weapons, and then passing them on to Ukraine, or alternatively passing on their own US-made weapons to Ukraine and then backfilling from the United States. Donald Trump seems to want to do this rather than the US actually paying for and supplying the weapons. And we've already heard from some European countries, including Germany, who's offered to buy 2 Patriot missile defense systems, Norway suggesting that it will buy 1. Donald Trump says that these will arrive within days, but also saying that Ukraine desperately needs these defensive systems in its fight against Moscow.
Nick, we're hearing as well of the sanctions just a few minutes ago being announced as well. What more do we know about these at a very early stage?
Yeah, this was something more of a surprise announcement. That agreement with NATO on the weapons was expected, but this sanction suggestion, very different. Donald Trump suggesting secondary tariffs in 50 days if no ceasefire agreement is reached between Russia and Ukraine. Now, in theory, secondary tariffs means that that would be placed on any country that is doing business with Russia, essentially funding its war machine. So the likes of India, China, Brazil, who are buying cheaper Russian oil and gas, they could potentially see themselves hit with this 100% tariff in 50 days if there is no ceasefire agreement. There is also an alternate plan that's been put forward by Congress, a bipartisan bill agreed by both Republicans and Democrats that could see secondary tariffs of up to 500% placed against those countries. Donald Trump, though, at this stage saying he's going to push ahead with the 100% plan and have that congressional package potentially in the background if he needs it in the future.
And as you mentioned there as well, Nick, 50 days has been the target for when this has to be achieved. But there is strong words from the Trump administration and from President Trump directly towards Putin. It is a shift in tone. What has sparked this?
Yeah, you're right, John. We have seen really a disintegration of that relationship between Donald Trump and President Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump clearly becoming increasingly frustrated that the Russian president is slow walking towards any peace negotiations. During that meeting just a few moments ago, he said that he was very unhappy with Russia, that he was disappointed in Putin. And just on Sunday, he told reporters that Putin talks nice, then bombs everyone in the evening. The bottom line is Donald Trump wants to be the man who's able to bring peace to Europe, the man who's able to agree that ceasefire deal between the two countries. So he's pushing as hard as he can and pushing President Putin to try and achieve that. And I think what we've seen unfold over the course of the last 24 hours is very much the US president's growing anger and frustration that quite simply President Putin does not want to seems to want to make a peace deal.
And throughout the conference as well, we heard a constant reference to Biden's war. What exactly does he mean by Biden's war?
Well, of course, a common refrain from the US president is using really any opportunity to criticize his predecessor. But he did describe this as Biden's war. He said, this is a Biden war. This is a Democrat war. Of course, that completely negates the idea that it was President Putin who decided to invade. I think really that's referring to, again, this idea of President Trump just being unhappy that US dollars have been spent trying to aid Ukraine during this more than 3-year conflict. So trying to put the blame on President Biden, that it's been continuing for a long time without a ceasefire, that the US has spent $350 billion to help Ukraine with arms and humanitarian support, and very much trying to make the breaks, showing that he is now doing a different form of deal, helping Ukraine, but doing so by getting Europe to pay for it.
Constantly evolving at the moment. But Nick, Harper, live in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to stay on this story, and let's go now to John Kavich, who is our senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight, joining us live from London. First off, John, are you surprised with Trump's remarks? The announcement of the 100% tariffs, which, as we just heard there, was somewhat of a surprise. Do you think he'll actually follow through on this?
Two important questions. With President Trump, everyone's always surprised. Even when we read in advance what he's supposed to say, we're still surprised. So, 500% tariffs in the Senate bill, his 100% tariffs, because he said, once you get above 100%, does it really matter? So he's being practical. Will it happen? Well, if you count the 50 days, it looks like it's right around September the 2nd, which would be for me an early birthday present. But it also comes right around our Labor Day holiday. And then gearing up about 2 weeks into the UN General Assembly, which would give President Trump an ability to tout during his speech that, hey, I finally resolved this temporarily with a ceasefire, but we'll see.
John, saying that and you said 100%, 500%, whatever the tariff manages to be, is any of that really going to make a difference to Russia? Is that really going to make a difference and bring Putin to the table for negotiations? Or is it just kind of symbolic?
It potentially is real. India is a huge purchaser of oil because it's able to buy it at a discount, and it's got 1 billion plus people. So for India, it's useful, and they do refine some and send it on. And China's another big purchaser of Russian oil. Is either India or China, do they have the elasticity, the economic, political, commercial, financial elasticity to absorb those tariffs? Potentially you could see Russia discounting the oil to the point where the tariff doesn't matter. But 100% secondary tariffs get attention, and primarily they get attention because that means that banks start looking to their compliance officers. The compliance officers start reading the U.S. regulations, and then people start to get nervous because then you start to worry about fines. So yes, they potentially can be a deterrent, but as we've seen with President Trump, he generally doesn't like to drop the hammer, so to speak. He likes to threat, and keep threatening and keep delaying, hoping he can get a deal. So, if we look at his history, it's likely they're not going to actually implement anything.
Well, something that is being implemented, and we know that is definitely going to happen, is that NATO and the deal that's been struck there indicates that they will be paying for these weapon defense systems. Was that inevitable? Do you think that was going to happen regardless?
Yes, there was no question that President Trump was not going to use U.S. taxpayer money when he now sees a great big pot of money within the European Union members, the 27 members of the EU, and the 32 members of NATO. EU has they've just about agreed to this $150 billion pot of defense authorizations, money that can be spent, and Canada's trying to get involved, Turkey is trying to get involved, so they can all get a piece of this. Well, now that money's sitting there, and so for President Trump, he knows that most of the NATO members continue to get their military hardware from the U.S., so for him, it's sort of it's free money lying there. But the challenge is going to be, and we saw this at the NATO meeting a week ago with the Prime Minister Sanchez of Spain, where he said, okay, two things. First, I've got Patriots, but I really don't want to give it away because President Zelensky has spent 4 years telling us that we should be scared of Russia, even though Spain is quite a way away from Russia. And then number two, if I adhere to this 5%, 3.5% of defense and 1.5% infrastructure, if I move our resources, I'm going to get thrown out of office because our voters won't like it. So there's a lot that's continuing to unravel here. But for President Trump, it's a good day. He's a salesman and he's selling what he wants to sell, but Ukraine isn't going to get all this stuff right away because these Patriot batteries, they take about a year to make. You're talking about 600 a year or so. So, this is going to be somewhat of a slow process. I would just add finally that what was interesting in what President Trump said today, he alluded to the fact that President Putin was an assassin, which was sort of interesting play on words. And the other is that he said, I wrote this down. He fooled many people. He fooled Bush, he fooled Obama, and he fooled Biden. He didn't say the word lie. And he didn't say Putin lied to him. And so that's really interesting. He continues to avoid saying that Putin lied to him and Putin said no to him. So it's always very, very interesting to watch the linguistics that President Trump uses.
John, before we let you go, the US envoy as well, Keith Kellogg, is in Kyiv for defence talks with senior Ukrainian officials. Probably no coincidence at such a time when Trump makes this announcement. But that is his first visit since there's been any previous announcement on military aid. So what does his presence there actually tell us about the direction that the administration is taking on Ukraine?
Well, General Kellogg, he's a retired, lieutenant general, and the perception was, hey, there's this 80-year-old guy, and who's going to pay attention to him? But he's sort of like Yoda, in the Star Wars, that President Trump, he likes people that have experience. And so he's not flashy, but he's common sense. The Ukrainians also initially sort of pushed him aside saying, what's this guy? He's not J.D. Vance. He's not Rubio. He's not President Trump. So we're just going to we're going to mock him. We're not really going to deal with him. And eventually they got the message. And so it's good he's there. His daughter is also very heavily involved in Ukraine. And so that gives him a connectivity that others don't have. But the timing, wasn't a coincidence. He was planned to go as a part of this sort of rollout. And, hopefully the Ukrainians will embrace this visit. They're not going to get everything they want. They never get everything they want because they want everything. But this is a good day for them, and hopefully they'll embrace it.
John Kavich, thank you so much for joining us live from London. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
US President Donald Trump has expressed hope that a breakthrough could come soon in the stalled Gaza ceasefire and hostage negotiations. However, sources say Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is deliberately delaying progress to keep political pressure off himself. Netanyahu insists the war must continue until Hamas is fully disarmed and all hostages are returned. Meanwhile, the US envoy, Steve Witkoff, remains optimistic as talks continue behind the scenes. Now, for more on this, we're joined from Tel Aviv by our correspondent, Blake Sifton. Blake, first of all, thank you for joining us. Trump has said he is very hopeful that a Gaza ceasefire breakthrough will come this week. Is there any real indication in Israel that that is really on the cards? Is this political optimism once again?
These comments by President Trump that a deal may be incoming soon do appear to be overly optimistic. They do not appear to be met by facts on the ground, certainly what's being reported from the negotiations. The negotiations essentially hinge on 4 points, 4 issues. The first of which is the distribution of aid into Gaza, how much aid will increase under a ceasefire, and who will distribute it. Another key point is Hamas's demand for a guarantee that during this ceasefire, the 60-day truce, as long as negotiations toward a permanent ceasefire are still ongoing, Israel will not resume its attacks as it did during the previous ceasefire in March. A third point is on the Palestinian prisoners who will be released in exchange for Israeli hostages, including how many and who they will be. And the fourth and most difficult issue is the redeployment of Israeli forces during this ceasefire. Israel has insisted that its forces will stay in what's called the Moreg corridor. That's a narrow strip of land in southern Gaza between Khan Yunis and Rafah that it established after the last ceasefire broke down and hostilities renewed, and where it plans to build what's being called a humanitarian city, roughly around the area of Rafah, where, according to the plan, the entire population of Gaza will be pushed into. These suggestions that they'll remain in the Moreg corridor and that they'll establish this humanitarian city are viewed as complete non-starters by Hamas. And while Israel is reported to have shown some flexibility and provided new maps to negotiators showing where their forces may redeploy, the two sides are viewed as being very, very far apart on this issue.
Now, Blake, we know that Steve Witkoff, President Trump's Middle East envoy, he said on Sunday that he is very hopeful about a Gaza ceasefire deal. He's also planned to meet senior Qatari officials during the Club World Cup that's taking place. But how significant is his role in these talks, from Israel's perspective at least? Is there any indication that this diplomatic track could actually break the deadlock that we've seen in the recent days and weeks?
During a period of even greater optimism on the likelihood of success in the negotiations last week, the White House had said that Witkoff was on his way, that he would be going soon to Doha to join the talks. Of course, that didn't happen, and his visit was pushed off when those talks faltered. His presence at the talks would be viewed as a barometer of the likelihood of them succeeding. So if he did arrive, that would be a sign that the talks are progressing. In addition to his presence, it should be noted that key members of the Israeli negotiating team have also not traveled to Qatar for this round of talks, including the head of Shin Bet and the Mossad. There have been allegations that the Israeli negotiators present are not empowered with the ability to make meaningful decisions at this stage. When it comes to the possibility of a diplomatic pressure leading to a breakthrough, the Qataris are viewed as having quite a bit of input and sway over Hamas. And of course, Witkoff meeting with them could lead them to passing on pressure essentially on Hamas. However, when it comes to the presence of Israeli forces in the Moreg corridor, and especially the suggestion that they will be creating this humanitarian city, it's unlikely that that any pressure would be able to change Hamas's mind on this point.
Well, as you say, Hamas have said it's an outright no from them for this humanitarian city in Rafah. But what is the reaction in Israel? What's the reaction there on the ground from people? Is this actually seen as a viable solution?
So this suggestion of establishing this humanitarian city, it's been called for by the far right. It's been openly espoused and advocated by the defense minister, Katz. However, it has been met with condemnation, certainly internationally, and also within some quarters in Israel. It would essentially see, at first, hundreds of thousands, some 600,000 Palestinians from the central area, from the Nuseirat area, El Mawasi area in Gaza, be pushed to the south. And then, in theory, according to this plan, the entire population of Gaza, over 2 million people, would eventually be pushed to this very, very small area in the south of Gaza. Of course, Gaza itself is a very small area to begin with. And crucially, once they are there, according to this plan, Palestinians in this area would not be allowed to leave other than to go to other countries. So humanitarian organizations, international lawyers, international governments have, of course, condemned this plan. Within Israel, opposition leader Yair Lapid has called it crazy. He has said that it basically thwarts the likelihood of any negotiations being successful, and has said that it is essentially Netanyahu pandering to the far right. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert went a step further. He said this idea, the suggestion of forcibly displacing the population of Gaza amounts to ethnic cleansing, and if established, this humanitarian city would be a concentration camp. So very strong words from a former Israeli leader there. The Israeli military has reportedly told the government that establishing this city would take over a year and cost billions. And according to reports, Netanyahu reacted angrily to that, asking that it be made possible much more quickly and much more cheaply.
Blake, before we let you go, we're seeing reports today that maritime agencies have officially ended their search for any remaining crew of the Eternity Sea. That is the cargo ship that was attacked by Yemen's Houthi rebels last week before sinking. Now, 15 people are still missing from that incident. What has the reaction been like in Israel? Because this has been said, the Houthis said that these attacks are actually in support of Palestinians in Gaza.
The attacks on shipping in the Red Sea are certainly being watched closely here in Israel. However, when it comes to the Houthis, what's much more of a concern to both the people here and the government are the ongoing ballistic missile and drone attacks that the Houthis are carrying out against Israel. They remain outside of Gaza and the West Bank the only force that is currently engaging Israel, that is currently fighting, trying to fight Israeli forces. Of course, with ceasefires in place in Lebanon and with Iran. They, in the past, have halted their attacks during the two previous ceasefires in Gaza. So they've said that if there is an additional ceasefire, a new ceasefire, they will once again halt attacks. And it should be noted, of course, that over the last several months, the Israeli military has been carrying out punishing attacks against Houthi targets in Yemen, the port of Hodeidah, the airport, critical infrastructure. And despite those overwhelming attacks, they haven't led to an end in Houthi attacks on Israel. So, as you say, attacks on maritime targets, as well as ballistic missile and drone attacks, are likely to continue until there is a meaningful ceasefire in place in Gaza.
Blake Sifton, thank you so much for joining us from Tel Aviv. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Syria has deployed security forces after more than 30 people were killed in clashes between Sunni Bedouin tribal fighters and Druze militia in southern Syria. The violence erupted after a wave of kidnappings, including the abduction of a merchant on the highway linking Damascus to Sweden. The Syrian Ministry of Interior said they will begin intervention to de-escalate tensions between the fighters. The Freedom Flotilla ship called Handala, that's carrying pro-Palestinian activists and humanitarian aid, has left Sicily in an effort to break the blockade on Gaza. The Handala sails just weeks after another Freedom Flotilla boat was seized by Israel. The vessel will sail for about a week in the Mediterranean in the hopes of reaching Gaza's coast. A BBC documentary about Gaza breached editorial guidelines on accuracy by failing to disclose the narrator was the son of a Hamas official. So an internal review has found that no evidence that outside interests inappropriately impacted the programme. The documentary, Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone, narrated by a 13-year-old, was pulled from streaming platforms in February of this year. Buckingham Palace will host US President Donald Trump in September. The three-day state visit is scheduled during the UK Parliament's recess. Last week, Labour MPs signed a motion blocking Trump from giving a speech during the state visit. The Stop Trump coalition says they plan to disrupt the visit by holding one of the biggest anti-Trump protests in London. South Korea is deciding whether to accept the US demands for it to reduce barriers to agricultural imports. It's part of its efforts to lower the Trump administration's proposed 25% tariffs on goods from the country. One of Washington's key requests is to ease restrictions on the import of US beef that is over 30 months old. But it's raising concerns amongst cattle industry players and consumers likewise. In South Korea, Patrick Falk reports.
In barbecue-loving South Korea, sizzling beef is a staple for many people. Despite thriving domestic production, the country still relies on a significant amount that's imported. It's the world's biggest buyer of beef from the US. Park Jae-hong is head of South Korea's largest wholesale beef market. He says South Korean cuts aren't the same as what's shipped from America.
This side is Korean beef, and this side is imported beef. At first glance, they may look the same, but the taste is dramatically different.
Many people in South Korea believe locally produced beef is superior. Beef imported from the US is more affordable and is often used for marinated dishes, according to some, to mask the flavor. American beef is already set to become more common here thanks to a free trade agreement that will bring tariffs on imports to zero next year. But Washington is urging Seoul to go a step further and to remove an existing block on shipments of beef from cattle that's over 30 months old. Moon Bu-ki is a butcher and specializes in Korean beef. Like many in his line of business, he's concerned about potential upheaval. He says easing controls on US imported beef would push prices down and pressure local vendors. The current restrictions are in place over fears of bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or mad cow disease. That's despite the World Health Organization classifying the US as a negligible risk for it. But it's consumers in South Korea that need convincing.
If Trump demands Korea imports beef that's over 30 months old, the cattle people fear may carry mad cow disease. I'm not sure if we can resist as firmly as we did in the past. But if it happens, I will do my research as a consumer. I'll scrutinize the information closely. If it's scientifically proven safe, I might decide to buy it and eat it.
In 2008, tens of thousands of people protested over the lifting of an import ban on American beef. It remains a sensitive issue in the country. Washington says the current restrictions are unfair. But experts like Kim Song-hun, who's a professor of agricultural economics at Chungnam National University, says its push now to lift limits on beef that's currently banned is a risky move. Consumer anxiety over US beef may increase, he says, and shoppers may avoid it in supermarkets because of safety fears. But the government is signaling it may be willing to budge and address so-called non-tariff barriers to the market. Policymakers say strategic decisions are needed for a broad trade agreement. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
Let's take a look at the top business news. Bitcoin has set a historic record by surpassing $120,000. This comes as US Congress votes on 3 bills that could transform global digital asset regulation. Meanwhile, the co-founder of the cryptocurrency Tornado Cash, Roman Storm, goes on trial today in New York on charges of money laundering for more than $1 billion. The trial is continuing even though Trump had lifted sanctions on Tornado Cash. This week, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg is expected to face investors over alleged privacy violations that cost the company billions of dollars. Zuckerberg is accused of operating Facebook as an illegal enterprise that allowed users to have their data harvested without their consent. Investors want Zuckerberg to pay back more than $8 billion that was spent on fines. Turning to sport, and Arsenal have agreed to a multi-million-dollar deal with Valencia defender Christian Mosquera. The 21-year-old is expected to undergo medical tests this week, while final details on a £13 million fee with added bonuses is being discussed. Mosquera is one of Europe's most highly rated young centre-backs. And finally, US President Donald Trump has made a special appearance at Chelsea's World Cup celebrations yesterday. The crowd booed Trump during the national anthem, before the match, and then later while walking out with FIFA President Gianni Infantino to present the trophy. The US, along with Canada and Mexico, will jointly host the 2026 Men's World Cup next summer. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian was reportedly injured during one of Israel's strikes last month on a secret underground facility in Tehran. The attack, which occurred on June 16th, is said to have trapped top Iranian officials inside the complex by blocking all the entry and exit points. Pezeshkian reportedly escaped through an emergency shaft with minor leg injuries. Now, to discuss this more, we're joined from London by political analyst Babak Imayan, who is with us live. First of all, if the FAR's report is accurate and Israel nearly took out the president and the top leadership as well, what does that really say about the vulnerability of Iran's most secure military infrastructure?
Well, we must appreciate that Iran regime has been threatening the Israelis for the last 46 years now, in its 47th year. And the Israelis have been infiltrating the whole Iranian regime system for the last 46 years. They haven't been sitting idle doing nothing, but they've been working on this. And this is normal. Even if you take the B-2 bombers, US, it took 20 years of preparation. So this idea of infiltrating Iranian system happened like last couple of years. No, it's been happening for the last 46 years. So, and Israelis are very good at it.
Now, it has been touted that it's likely Israel had some help on the inside, that they had access to real-time data and intelligence on the whereabouts of these top Iranian leaders. So we're looking at some deep infiltration here. Is that legitimate? Is that a real cause for concern?
Well, there have been some reports out, and these reports have been out, that a lot of people who've been cooperating with the Israelis were volunteers. And Israelis have actually said the majority of attacks were from inside Iran. And also they've mentioned that these people were mostly volunteers helping them. And also they've mentioned that the cost of operation inside Iran has been very little. It's not been much.
If it's true, so if there is an infiltration, given the scale of this security breach that we may have seen, is it possible to say that Tehran may have lost its grip on the internal control, especially within the IRGC?
Well, we see it every day. First of all, there is this philosophy that a weak Iran reduces tension in the region. So it's a good thing. So everybody, whether Iranians inside Iran or people outside of Iran, want a weak regime. And right now, the idea of regime change is not on the cards, because the way we see it is that the Iranian people have been exhausted emotionally and financially for the last 46 years. They know how to hate the regime, but they don't know how to release themselves. So their policy now is to make the Iran regime as weak as possible. That's why we see targeted attacks every day. And these targeted attacks could not have happened without cooperation from Iranians within Iran.
Babak, President Pezeshkian is still relatively new in office. He's been there since 30th of July 2024, so it's just over a year. An incident like this, is it likely to weaken his standing with the Revolutionary Guard, or does it actually rally some support? Does it see him as a survivor, somewhat of a martyr?
Well, during the last year election, according to the regime, something nearly 40% turned up. Usually, whatever the regime says, if it is good news, you have to divide it by 2. If it is bad news, you have to multiply it by 2. So if they say 40%, I can assure you only 20% turned up. And out of the 20%, only 10% voted for him. So this idea that this is a popular president, and morally, he is not a capable man either. He's not a natural leader. He hasn't done much anyway. He's been subordinate to the supreme leader. So it doesn't make any difference. He's not here or nor there. He's nobody.
So you think he's not a key player, he's not enough of a key player for this to really make any difference to people on the ground, and you really don't think that it's going to make any difference to Iranians on the ground? They don't mind, they don't care about this?
Well, the policy of Iran regime has been to have no peace, no war, keep it at that stage, and have a form of diplomatic relationship. So keep it at no peace, no war. Now we've gone from that phase to war. We are at war phase. And they have no plan for war phase. And they have no plan for peace either. So whoever is in charge has no plan either for peace or war. And right now, they want to revert it back to diplomatic phase. But it's not possible. Once you go into the war phase, it is very difficult to revert it back into diplomatic phase, as we see in Ukraine war.
Babak, I guess, as you say, no war, but also no peace. But we have seen deterrence, I think, has been the key message that we've seen from Iran through the last couple of weeks and months. Is that likely to become more aggressive now? Do you think that there may be more retaliation back? Or are they weakened because the surprise attack really did take them out?
Obviously, they are weakened. And all these attacks, daily attacks, the regime does not bother to even report them because they have no way or no ability to respond to them. The only thing regime has is propaganda. I mean, they have nothing but propaganda right now to respond.
And is the feeling on the ground that this is propaganda, is that being felt by the public? Or do you think that the propaganda is perhaps even working?
Well, again, there are two groups of people. One group, they say that we have no plan for peace, so let's commit us to war. The other, they say we would be destroyed by continuing this war. We have no way we could win or sustain or survive this war, so let's revert back somehow to the diplomatic phase. So there is that tension, that power struggle, that two groups within the regime right now fighting for those two goals, different goals.
Babak Emian, thank you so much for chatting to us today. Appreciate it. A reminder of our top stories once again. Trump issues a warning to Russia, 100% secondary tariffs in 50 days if no Ukraine deal is reached. Plus, a possible breakthrough in the Gaza ceasefire talks as President Trump voices his hope for a deal within days, but sources have accused Benjamin Netanyahu of stalling the process. And the Iranian president was injured during an Israeli strike last month targeting secret underground facilities in Tehran. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Counterparts with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye.
like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Have the Democrats become too woke? Are the Republicans skewing too isolationist? Is there really a swathe of middle-spectrum American voters just waiting for a new political party to solve all their woes? Elon Musk thinks so. Up for debate, can and should the tech billionaire shake up the US political system? Stay with us, that debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News. Well, let's get more on the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We can speak now to the British-Australian doctor, Mohammed Mustafa, who is an emergency physician, known online to his fans and supporters as the Beast from the Middle East. That's his handle on social media. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us, Dr. Mustafa. Really appreciate it. Just first of all, could you just tell us when were you last in Gaza and how many times you've been there so far in your capacity as a doctor?
So I've been there twice as a doctor. I was there in 2024 and I was there again this year. And I left mid-April. I left this year.
All right, so you've been there really recently. I mean, people will be wondering what motivated you? What were your motivations to go there and help out?
Well, you know, I think what we're seeing with regards to the destruction and systematic dismantling of the healthcare system in Gaza, I felt as a healthcare professional and as a doctor that it was my duty to go over there and help my fellow colleagues in, you know, this catastrophe that is Gaza right now.
How long did you stay and how did you get in and out of Gaza?
So I was there for about 5 weeks this time. You know, we go in through the UN convoy that goes in, and you have to go in through the Jordanian crossing, through to the Alimbi crossing, through the West Bank, through Israel, and then enter through Karam Shalom crossing. So that's how most of the UN convoys go in and out of Gaza since the closure of the Rafah border.
You've described it in other media as a life-changing experience. How did it change you, Dr. Mustafa?
You know, that first night when the ceasefire broke, over 200 children were killed in an hour and a half. When you see that many children's bodies disintegrated, organs, pieces of limbs, pieces of hair, it changes your perspective on a lot of things in life. It makes all those things that you thought were an inconvenience in life seem so trivial. When you see how cheap the blood of these people in Gaza are, that hundreds of them are slaughtered every single day while we were in Gaza. It really changes your perspective and outlook on life.
Sure, I can't even begin to imagine what you've seen. I don't think anyone can compare that to anything they've experienced in their own lives, apart from people probably in Gaza. What were your first impressions when you got there? I mean, you've been brought up in the UK and in Australia, I'm told. Do correct me if I'm wrong. What were your first impressions when you got to a hospital in the middle of a war zone? Let's say on this latest visit, what struck you first?
Do you know, we didn't even have a ventilator in the emergency department. There was essentially no analgesia as well, which is painkillers. And these are very basic necessities. There wasn't even a thermometer as well in the department. So, you know, children were coming in with skin infections because of living out in tents and the lack of hygiene equipment and the lack of hygiene products. And we couldn't even measure whether they had a temperature or not. We couldn't check people's sugar levels because we didn't have glucose sticks. When people would come in and they would have heart attacks or they would have explosive injuries, we couldn't even put them in a medically induced coma with a ventilator. You know, we were asking families to bagging mask their relatives to blow air into their lungs via a balloon because we just didn't have ventilators. We had only a limited number of oxygen cylinders, and those oxygen cylinders would run out. And, you know, when the Baptist hospital was bombed a couple of days after I left, when they tried to get out one of those patients that was in a medically induced coma, the oxygen cylinder ran out as they evacuated him, and that child, it was a child, died on the streets of Gaza because there was no oxygen.
So obviously the hospitals are in a terrible condition. Hardly got any of the resources you would expect a hospital to have by the sounds of things. I mean, what was your day-to-day role? What did your day look like when you were there?
Well, I'm an emergency physician, so I'm in the emergency department, and because there's essentially no primary healthcare left in Gaza, my role was to support and see whatever came through that front door, whether that was somebody who had a sprained ankle, whether that was someone who had a cough, whether that was someone who had their limbs missing, whether that was someone who had their jaw blown off, whether that was someone that was riddled in bullets. My job was the front line. I was there to pretty much pick up any pieces or any situation I had to deal with.
And during your downtime, I mean, I don't imagine you had a lot of downtime. Sounds like you were working around the clock. But what were your sort of coping mechanisms to try to process what you'd seen every day and try to relax or sleep at least?
You know, the doctors in Gaza and the healthcare workers, they're suffering from compassion fatigue. They're exhausted of dealing with these mass casualty events day in, day out. That, you know, it's almost a struggle for them when they see more death, for them to rush. You know, we're rushing the international doctors to see all of these injured people. The Gaza doctors are rushing as well, but they are much slower paced because they are exhausted and they're fatigued. And I think what motivated me when I was there and what kind of got to me was I need to help the healthcare workers as much as I need to help these patients. These doctors some of them have been injured. Some of them have been tortured and, you know, been taken into captivity for months before being released. And some of them have lost family members. And they're still turning up to work every day, working 24-hour shifts. So for me, in my head, there was just no excuse. I just had to be there every day for them. There was no days off for me. It was always, what can I do to help?
And obviously you were seeing horrific injuries. You've been saying this, you've been telling us, Dr. Mustafa, about the sort of stuff you saw every day. I mean, horrific scenes. I mean, I'm assuming you haven't seen anything like that anywhere else in the world, and that no emergency room in the world could have prepared you for what you had to see there in Gaza.
I think even if we had the most fully functioning, fully equipped, fully staffed hospital in the UK or in Australia, it wouldn't deal with the mass casualty events that we were seeing in Gaza. But we were dealing with these mass casualty events without a thermometer, without painkillers, without proper dressings or bandages. You know, it was difficult. As an emergency doctor, it was difficult because people were dying and they didn't need to die. If we had the right equipment, if we had more staff, we could have saved more lives. And I think that's always been the point that's always resonated and hit home to me, is that this is a man-made disaster. The bombs are being dropped by men. and the siege that blocks this medical equipment is man-made as well. So, this is what's motivated me, that if it's a man-made problem, it can be a man-made solution. And that's what we're trying to do.
I mean, I'm assuming you're still in touch with a lot of the doctors that you were working with over there. I mean, we're being told that fuel supplies are dwindling, access to clean water is becoming more of an issue. Now there's a heat wave that's set in as well. I mean, are they telling you that the situation is getting even worse than it was when you were there? And I mean, and clearly it was hellish even then.
I mean, we were there when the hospitals were being bombed, when I was in it. We were there when the paramedics were executed and buried while I was there. To think that the situation is worse than healthcare workers being executed and buried in shallow graves and hospitals being bombed, and the situation now is even worse, it kind of hits home to you how bad the situation is. We've had now multiple directors of hospitals that have been killed in the last few days, along with their families. We've had entire hospitals destroyed, like the Indonesian hospital, the Turkish cancer hospital, all have been destroyed. And, this is creating more and more, especially with the siege, it's creating more and more of a disaster in Gaza, a human catastrophe.
I mean, we're far away from those events, and covering the situation's particularly hard for us as journalists because we're not allowed into Gaza. So we have to rely on testimony from people like you and information that comes to us from the Israeli government. And the Israeli government tells us quite different things from what you're saying. For example, what you're saying is that most of the people you were seeing day to day, I don't know if it's just the hospital you're working in or whether this is actually the case, but you're making it sound like most of the people you're seeing were children or people who had absolutely nothing to do with didn't pose any kind of a threat to the state of Israel. Is that what you're saying, essentially?
So, we were seeing children with single gunshot wounds to the head and neck, sniper wounds to the head and neck. These are targeted shots of children. We were seeing that during the ceasefire. We were seeing people who had been who had been blown up, waiting in line at a bakery for food. Right now, what we're seeing in Gaza right now is we're seeing people being gunned down as they're being funneled into cages to get food and water. And Israeli soldiers have admitted on Israeli media that they were given orders to shoot at civilians. So it's not me saying this. It's IDF soldiers are corroborating what I'm saying, which is they are shooting civilians at will.
I mean, you are a doctor, and we've spoken to a couple of doctors who've been to Gaza, and it's amazing the difference between what doctors like you tell us and what we hear from Israeli officials. And doctors are obviously very credible witnesses because we trust our doctors on the whole. Does it feel like you've got a huge responsibility now, Dr. Mustafa, to let people know the reality of what's happening there in Gaza? Do you feel that's your role now?
Well, I think so. I think, when the only Western people allowed into Gaza that are not, taken around by the IDF, but actually people there on the ground, in and amongst the civilian population and in hospitals, it is incumbent on us as medical professionals, by our oath, to speak out against crimes of humanity that are going on, and to also support our colleagues in Gaza, the healthcare workers who have been systematically targeted and killed in this conflict. So, it's not just something that I want to do. It's something that we have to do. It's something that we are obliged to do as doctors. In order for us to alleviate the suffering of those patients in Gaza, we have to advocate for them. I have to advocate for my patients. And this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to advocate for my patients so we can get them the necessary medical help that they deserve.
I mean, I'm assuming you watch the news on a regular basis and you keep up to date with what's happening in the situation, particularly the diplomatic efforts that don't seem to be delivering any results for now. What would you say are the biggest differences between what you know to be the reality from having seen it yourself and what you see on your TV screen on an average British, American, Australian TV channel?
Well, I think, there's no denying what's happening in Gaza. We're seeing the videos of people being gunned down. We're seeing videos of children with horrific injuries and missing limbs and missing heads. I think the thing that really is frightening to see is the justification for these images that we're seeing. It's not just the justification that we're seeing, but sometimes it's even the denial at the scale at which it's happening. We have got tens of thousands of dead women and children. There are estimates in the Lancet report and respected medical journals that it could be in the hundreds of thousands dead. To have people on media arguing over, chants at Glastonbury, whether that's okay or not, but whether the actual killing of 600 people is okay or not, that doesn't even receive the same media coverage. That Glastonbury period of 3 days, 600 Palestinians were killed in Gaza. Where's the outrage for those 600 people? Why is the outrage for a punk rock band and their chant? And this is, I think, the problem in the media is the real issues are not being discussed. The truth is out there, and I think everybody knows how horrific the scenes are in Gaza, but it's the constant steering of the narrative by the media which is the problem. And that's what I try and do. I try and steer back the narrative back to the situation on the ground in Gaza, which is all of these things that are happening all around the world, and the, rise in Islamophobia and the rise of anti-Semitism. These things can all be attributed back to this conflict, this war, and we need to focus on that, because if we solve that, it will bring the temperature down all over the world, and it will bring the temperature down on Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, which is something that we all want to see.
Are you noticing a shift in the narrative in terms of how the media, well, you're in the UK, so probably you're best placed to judge when it comes to the British media, but are you noticing it shift? In particular, very hard to maintain the narrative that Israeli officials give us, which is that everyone's got plenty to eat and no one's dying of starvation. When you see the pictures of emaciated children, it's very difficult to buy that narrative. Are you seeing the narrative shift?
Yeah. Well, I think the mask is off. I think, since there's been a change in the American government, which has been more open about its plans for Gaza and the Riviera of Gaza, and the more openness of the Israeli government and Israeli government ministers, like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, to come on and say that they want to ethnically cleanse Gaza and that there's no innocence in Gaza, and they want to put people now in a concentration camp. And I think, because they've got more brazen with the statements that they're making, public opinion has completely shifted, and that public opinion is putting pressure on governments to change their stances. And we're seeing a lot more pressure on governments, and we're seeing a lot more change in the tone of governments. But the key word is tone, not action. The tone has changed, but now we need actions to go with that tone change, because there hasn't been a change of actions. There's still the supply of weapons and arms, and there's still the diplomatic cover. And, words and rhetoric only get you so far. What we need is action. We need to stop the killing of these innocent women and children.
Do words like genocide and war crimes sound like appropriate words to be using in the context of what you saw, Dr. Mustafa?
I even think we're past the stage of war crimes and genocide. We're looking at a new age Holocaust here. We're talking about completely wiping out an entire population, moving them into concentration camps, and starving 1 million children. No education for those kids, no vaccines, the blockading of baby formula, children, the largest cohort of children amputees in the world, largest cohort per population size of orphans. There is no words to describe left what's happened in Gaza. Churches have been bombed, mosques have been bombed, hospitals have been bombed, schools have been bombed. The embryo clinic was bombed, and 4,000 embryos were destroyed. Sorry, there's nothing left, of what we can call a targeted self-defense here. This is a complete obliteration of a people and a complete dismantling of a people, and it's gone beyond genocide now. This is final. We're talking final solution type images that we're seeing in Gaza, where we're seeing emaciated children in cages being shot down. That's what we're seeing right now. So I think, you know, for me, I don't really like to discuss the terms genocide, Holocaust, war crimes. For me, it's irrelevant what you want to call it. The issue is that people are dying, and that's what we need to focus on. We need to focus on stopping the killing. And the words are just noise. You know, whether someone wants to call it a genocide or a Holocaust, it doesn't matter to me what you want to call it. But what we need to call it is we need to call it unjust and unfair and wrong. It's wrong. Whether you want to call it a genocide or not, it doesn't matter. It is wrong what is happening in Gaza. Killing women and children and starving 1 million children is wrong. And that's all that matters, really, is we just need everybody to be on the same page, to know that what's happening is wrong.
Does it feel to you like it's been risky speaking up about this? I mean, while you were in Gaza, presumably you feared for your life on more than one occasion, I'm sure. I mean, by the sounds of things, you were in a very dangerous situation. But even since you left, do you feel like, has anyone threatened you? Has anyone told you it would be advisable not to speak out on these issues?
There's been a few. There's been a few incidences. But, you know, look, I think if you are scared to speak out, I totally understand. But children are dying, and somebody needs to stand up for them, and somebody needs to champion their cause. And however scary it might become for me, it's not more scary than what's happening to those children. I am not more scared than a child in Gaza who's lost their entire family and drones are overhead and bombs are raining down on their tents. No matter what happens to me, I'm in a much better position than those people in Gaza. And therefore, I have to stand up for those people in Gaza. I have to be there as their voice because they don't have a voice right now. So, you know, yes, there is a lot of fear speaking up and speaking out, but I'm not doing anything heroic here. I'm just speaking truth to power, and I'm speaking for people that don't have a voice. That's all I'm trying to do.
And you're being heard, because I gather you met the Irish president recently. Yes. You're visible, you're audible. What sort of a welcome did you get from the Irish president? What sort of a welcome have you had from other world leaders? And what's your appeal to world leaders?
You know, it was an amazing experience meeting the Irish president, Michael Higgins. He's such a wonderful gentleman and full of knowledge. And, you know, we spoke at length over the situation. He spoke at length over the history of the conflict and the history of the various fractions. And he was very well knowledgeable and well versed in what was going on over there. And, you know, my reception has been from world leaders is that I sense that they know how horrific the situation is on the ground. I don't think anybody behind closed doors is denying what is happening on the ground in Gaza. I think there is a lot of closed door solidarity, but that's not translating into policy. I think, you know, the appeal that I have maybe for these politicians is, you know, I'm pragmatic about the solutions. I'm pragmatic about what's happening. I'm honest. And you know, I want to be solution-based rather than victim-blaming, rather than playing a victim, rather than any of these things. I want to be solution-orientated. And I think a lot of the time politicians get people coming in to their doors complaining about what's going on, which is the correct thing to do. But coming in with grievances but no actions, and I've got actions and I've got solutions that I want governments to listen to.
Just lastly, I mean, Tom, we're nearly out of time. I mean, I was amazed to read that you say you miss Gaza. I'm wondering if you're planning to go back. I just also wanted to ask you just very briefly how you think history is going to look back on this particular chapter.
Well, I think history's already talking to us now. I think we already are at that stage where history is already being written here. You know, the cases at the ICJ, the arrest warrants at the ICC, the human rights organizations who have all called it a genocide, the UN calling it a genocide. You know, world leaders from around the world, the whole global south, the uprising of these laws to stifle free speech and protests all around the world. I mean, we're already at a precipice where history has been made here. And those that are involved have already been judged. And I think, it's incumbent on all of us right now to be on the right side of history. And the right side of history is to stop the killing of women and children. It's not a controversial statement to say. It's not controversial to say, I believe that women and children shouldn't be killed. But that's where we're at right now. So I think that's the way history's going to judge. History's going to judge us on what we did in this moment and how we fought back against this catastrophic, disastrous conflict in Gaza.
Would you go back?
I'd love to go back. I'm in the process of applying to go back. I know the difference that can be made when you're over there. I know that sometimes even if you don't have medical equipment, just being a shoulder, an arm, a hug, and some words and a bit of energy can make such a difference into an emergency department.
Okay, you've given us a lot of your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. British Australian Dr. Mohammed Mustafa, thank you very much indeed, and wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Have the Democrats become too woke? Are the Republicans skewing too isolationist? Is there really a swathe of middle-spectrum American voters just waiting for a new political party to solve all their woes? Elon Musk thinks so. Up for debate, can and should the tech billionaire shake up the US political system? Stay with us, that debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, as Saudi Arabia takes steps to streamline the labour market and attract global talent, we find out more about these changes as well as the latest recruitment trends in the kingdom. A new quarterly report on regional employment trends points to steady 2% hiring growth in Saudi Arabia, driven by sustained demand in finance, tourism and infrastructure. We'll be speaking to the CEO of Kavich, which authored that report. And the Esports World Cup kicks off in Riyadh, drawing competitors and spectators from across the globe. We'll be examining the value in this edition of the gaming industry. Hello and welcome. Now, we've talked a lot on this programme about the various giga projects underway in Saudi Arabia. NEOM, the Red Sea Project, Diriyah Gate, to name but a few. Well, demand for skilled professionals to work on these projects is growing. And with that in mind, the kingdom is seeking to streamline the labour market and attract global talent. And we've heard from the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development announcing a new skill-based work permit system. Well, the new system will better match foreign worker demand and supply by classifying workers into three categories: high-skilled, skilled or basic, based, amongst other things, on their qualifications and experience. Well, in this edition, we're going to be looking at the recruitment trends. Well, I'm here with Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company, to tell us more about the skill-based classification system. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Ali. What do you think's prompted this change in approach to recruitment and the global, sort of attracting global talent to Saudi Arabia?
Well, Tom, all the changes, industrial and economic under Vision 2030, are not just about projects, right? We hear about all the giga projects, like you just mentioned, but there is much about talent and people as it is projects. There is an enormous transformation taking place. There is also the appetite or the objective to ensure local talent development, that the Saudi people, which is a very young population, has jobs. They have jobs. They have skilled careers to pursue. They are able to make use of the very educated young population and yet balance this with the needs of all the projects and the economic transformation taking place. So we're going to continue to see changes from time to time which redirect the efforts towards how talent is attracted, developed, how knowledge is developed, and that's what's happening here. I mean, the changes that have just been announced, reforms, really look to implement 3 classifications with some variances to how these classifications are set. And they evaluate essentially the skill level of a worker. Now, these evaluations happen based on the level of professional experience, the level of professional education, the age, the level of income, to essentially produce a marker that shows 3 levels of skills, right? The basic or higher skilled workers. And by doing so, what the reforms aim to tackle is they actually aim to make the climate better for businesses. I mean, a lot of businesses are reporting challenges in hiring skilled workers overseas. Now, these reforms aim to make the conditions better for businesses. In some instances, this will perhaps reclassify workers who perhaps had the professional experience, but on paper, not the professional education, and yet they might have been looked past previously. So by employing a matrix which is a bit more comprehensive and it's more reflective of the true situation, there are scenarios in which businesses will have access to greater labor. Now, in addition to that, I mean, with all of these economic changes going on, naturally, the nation wants to see its people thrive as well. Hence the Saudization efforts across the kingdom. Now, in order for Saudization to work well, where you have Saudis, young or old, for it to work well, they need mentorship, they need collaboration, they need partnership. So by attracting the talent and the workers that are in need, the skilled workers in need for all of the industries that are being developed, and partnering and collaborating with the local population, the nation can hope to create a knowledge economy that is significantly more advanced as time progresses, and that is the main thing underpinning these reforms.
So make it sound like, up until this point, employers faced a few challenges, shall we say, in terms of matching their demand with what was available in the market?
Yeah, well, there are 2 parts to this. I mean, there are challenges globally right now. There are a lot of professions that are undergoing significant change, especially with the acceleration we've seen in technology adoption in the previous 2 years and the advent of artificial intelligence and the way it's changing the way people work. So there are a lot of changes taking place globally, but naturally in a nation where you've got such an acceleration of industries in such a short period of time, that's going to be an even greater challenge. So the businesses are facing that to some extent. However, I will say, I mean, there's been a significant change in the demand for Saudi jobs. People across the globe now have a different perception of Saudi Arabia as a place to live and work. There's, I mean, Saudi Arabia is really a magnet for skilled work at the moment, right? So although there are some challenges, there are also some things working very much in favor of Saudi Arabia as a nation. And, in essence, I mean, there's a dichotomy going on. So there are some challenges, but there's demand. There's new industries being developed. There are jobs that are changing across the globe, not just in Saudi Arabia, but we have specific needs. But that is what we're seeing reflected in the current climate.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali Reza. Thanks for that. We'll be checking in with you again in just a short while.
Great.
Let's get a brief check of some of the other stories we're following for you here on Arabiya English. According to new official data, Saudi Arabia's total population now stands at 35.3 million, or 55% of the population are Saudi nationals. These figures point to a gender imbalance, however, with men accounting for 62% of the population. But the data offers a striking reminder of the youth of society. Seniors aged 65 or above represent just 2.8% of the Saudi population. The kingdom takes further steps towards opening its property market to foreign investors, with new laws set to take effect in January of next year. Non-Saudis will be allowed to own real estate in designated areas in Riyadh and Jeddah. Well, this decision to allow non-Saudis to buy property has come as welcome news to real estate companies and has given property stocks something of a lift. Jeddah's King Abdulaziz International Airport has announced record-breaking passenger traffic for the first half of 2025. More than 25 million travellers passed through the kingdom's busiest airport hub in the first 6 months of the year, up 6.8% year-on-year. What was the busiest day so far this year? It was Saturday, the 5th of April, when 178,000 people passed through that airport. Well, driven by sustained demand in finance, tourism and infrastructure, hiring in Saudi Arabia continued to grow in Q2, although the overall momentum appears to have slowed slightly compared to Q1. That's according to Kavich, a recruitment and HR advisory firm which covers the entire GCC region. Well, they've just published their Q2 2025 Gulf Employment Index, which tracks quarterly hiring trends across the region's key markets. Well, for more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Trevor Murphy, who is the founder and CEO of Kavich. Thank you very much for coming to see us, Dr. Murphy. Thank you. Let's start by talking about Saudi Arabia. Seems like recruitment momentum in Q1 was a little bit faster than it was in Q2, but it seems to be steady. Is that a fair reading?
Yeah, I think a 2% increase quarter on quarter is still reasonably good nominal growth. As an average across the GCC, it was 1%, 4% in UAE, but 2% is pretty good, particularly when you look at seasonally adjusted 2 Eid breaks within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which are typically slightly longer than we would have in the UAE.
So that's what you would read into that slight lull in Q2? Slight
lull in Q2. There are a number of other factors as well. So what we've seen is there's been a change in direction around funding. As some projects scale down slightly, we're seeing that other projects are very much coming to the fore, particularly time-sensitive, large-scale projects where will fundamentally change the Saudi perception, maybe internationally, with the likes of World Cup, Expo, Asian Games, etc. And they're certainly taking a significant component of the budget and the emphasis in terms of building out those projects.
Did you see growth kind of visible across most sectors, or were there some that were sort of outperforming, some that were underperforming?
Yeah, I think we so the 2% number is still modest, but still good growth. But I think there's been some real winners, particularly in Q2. So we've seen quite a significant jump in areas like financial services and banking, all performing very well. We've seen real estate as an overall number grow quite significantly, 4 or 5% in Saudi Arabia, so above the GCC average. We've seen areas like digital data and AI all performing very well. So there was a 4% average across the GCC. It was about a 7% increase in Saudi Arabia, so very, very strong numbers. Areas such as supply chain, logistics, all doing very well. The Ministry of Logistics and Transport, big transformation project. There's some really big announcements like DHL investing $500 million across UAE and Saudi. So a lot of activity. Private sector doing very well. Government either doing significant transformation projects, or areas like Ministry of Tourism and Culture, who have been busy for many years now, all performing very well and very strong outlook for the remainder of this year.
Sure, I mean, a lot happening on so many different fronts. I mean, just talking broadly about hiring trends across Saudi Arabia, is the kingdom managing to attract the talent it needs, do you think? Is that something you were able to deduce?
Yeah, look, I think Saudi, Riyadh, Jeddah, the giga projects and mega projects are internationally recognised and have been for many years. So we're seeing individuals that have really high expectations on how fast their career can develop are really looking at Saudi as a probably a number in the top 3 or 4 locations that we work in globally. So there's some very interesting interest, and that's typically for very top tier talent. Individuals that are out of London or working out of New York or Australia or Asian markets, really looking at Saudi, competing with Dubai and Abu Dhabi very much now for talent.
And Dr. Murphy, when you speak to recruiters in Saudi Arabia, what sort of anecdotes are they telling you? What sort of gems of information are you able to get from those conversations about what the trends are in the market, where things are heading?
Look, I think there's a real need to make improvements and continue to grow the leadership qualities within Saudi, whether that's bringing talent in to support with that or developing leadership, ad hoc leadership type assessments or leadership type education processes. So I think leadership is one area that there's still some growth and demand in from the international markets, particularly as they come in. New technology, digital, AI, and even some of the areas around security and cyber, significant need for talent there as well. But the talent pool that is in Saudi and has been built over the last 5 or 10 years is now very significant and very, very capable of delivering for themselves. It's just where there's particular niche skills or there's areas lined up with Vision 2030 where there's a very unique skill set required that they're bringing some talent in to support those, typically in advisor and SME type roles. And that's certainly a trend in the last 12 months. Rather than bringing in, a C-level person, they're bringing in advisors to support the talent that's already there.
Do you think there are a lot of misconceptions about the Saudi market when it comes to things like remuneration, the package? Do you think people are a bit sort of out of touch with the reality? Do you think there is a mismatch? Is that something that recruiters tell you?
Yeah, of course. Look, I think that the days of a significant increase to move to Saudi, 25, 30, 35%, those days are done typically. And there's some exceptions to that. But yeah, I think salaries are still very much in the top quartile globally in Saudi Arabia, and probably slightly ahead of the UAE and other GCC countries, but are still very, very attractive outside of the tax-free component of it, obviously. But and there's still some elements of additional compensation that gets paid in terms of relocation and those type of elements that maybe don't exist in other countries in the Gulf at the moment. So it is still very attractive. It's just not what it used to be. We used to describe the UAE as a hardship post many years ago. People would have said the same about Saudi, not anymore. Riyadh, Jeddah, and even some of the other regional cities are very much on map because there's significant career opportunities and advancement and earning potential.
Okay, just to wrap up this conversation, how would you describe the mood? I mean, what sort of words spring to mind when you think about the mood in the recruitment space, hiring decisions? What are people feeling, would you say, right across the GCC?
So I think I would say for the most part, cautious optimism. I mean, there's always a little concern around regional issues and how they impact on the GCC. We have seen no impact to date, thankfully, but from an economic and a jobs creation point of view. But I think overall we're very strong on where we see job creation this year, Saudi and UAE, and the others maybe slightly less bullish on. But I think overall, we're in a pretty strong position. The economic indicators are good. A bit of stability regionally, maybe an interest rate cut might be helpful. But as you said, investor sentiment is still quite strong. So as long as that continues, I think we'll have a very good 2025.
All right. Well, it's been a real pleasure talking to you, Dr. Trevor Murphy, founder and CEO of Cooper Fitch. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, staying with our focus on recruitment in Saudi Arabia and looking now at how things are evolving, we're going to find out now how artificial intelligence is being applied to the business of matching demand and supply. Well, Mark Ellis is an HR recruitment outsourcing and training company with a presence in Saudi Arabia, and it's embracing AI in a major way. We can speak now to Mark Ellis, Director Aus Ismail. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Aus. You've just unveiled a new tool, which is an AI-powered smart voice agent. And it plays an important role, I'm told, in the whole hiring process. Her name is Sarah. Tell us a bit about her and what she does for you.
Sarah is probably the best recruiter that I've ever seen. You know, the only catch is that she's not human, she's AI. We spent years and years developing this, doing a lot of research and development, thinking about what's the best way, because we didn't want to create something which is just a chatbot or something. We wanted, AI which is dynamic, which is able to actually interview, understand, and give its opinion. And that's what we've created.
Okay, so Sarah is going to change how companies and candidates connect, isn't she? I mean, what sort of an impact do you think she's going to have? I mean, the obvious one that springs to mind is time saving.
Correct. Well, look, Sarah calls candidates. She speaks naturally to them. She asks job-specific questions based on job descriptions, which as recruiters we do. She can communicate in multiple languages. So if somebody is an Arabic speaker, she can speak in Arabic. If someone's an English speaker, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the biggest benefits that it will have is the time and the quality. Now, where it comes to quality, there are a lot of recruiters out there in the world. There's a lot of different industries. Not every recruiter is an industry expert or an expert within, for example, technology. You have so many different technologies. Even the best recruiter out there wouldn't be proficient in every single technology out there. The AI it's been trained that way, and it's able to understand everything from the basic technology side all the way to very, very technical things like this. And what that helps us to do is it helps when speaking to candidates, it can understand what is it they're doing, how is it they are applying the technologies that they're using, etc., into their work, and it's able to pull that information and gather whether that person can actually do the job or they can't.
Okay, so let's just clarify. You're basically saying someone could get a call, I could get a call out of the blue from Sarah, who's a chat robot, artificial intelligence robot. She's going to talk to me about the possibility of getting a job. I mean, that's going to take people by surprise a little bit, isn't it?
Well, we've been using it secretly for a while now in our own business, and it's been hiring candidates, for us, or it's been interviewing candidates for us. And at the beginning, people didn't even know it was an AI. People will have a full-on conversation, and it would be just like as if they were talking to us. It's really nicely built, whereas it builds a bit of rapport. It actually asks you how you are, how your week is going, etc. So it's a proper human-like behavior. And then from there, it goes down to the nitty-gritty of the job and the opportunity and so on. So people did at the beginning think it's a human, and then we decided to actually tell people that it's part of an AI team, and its job is to qualify them to then pass on to a human for us to take further.
Okay, so Sarah's going to take away a lot of the admin burden from your team. She'll do some of the screening. She'll save them a lot of time. How do you want your colleagues, your team, to use that additional time? Where do you want them to focus their efforts?
Yeah, so I've been in recruitment for a long, long time, and the biggest skill in recruitment is relationship building. So we want our staff to focus on relationship building with the candidates, to actually get to know the candidates properly, not just from what they do and their experience and so on, more about them as a person, their motivation for change, what they're looking for in the long term. It will free up our recruitment consultants' time to actually do this. So we since we've launched it, we've seen it as an enabler. And actually, even from a time point of view, we've seen around a 40% reduction in time to hire, which is a significant amount in this industry.
Yeah, for people out there, and I think everyone can relate to this, people who've applied for a job, long time till you get that reply. I mean, there's nothing worse, is there, than a long waiting time regarding your candidacy for a job. Does Sarah mean that people are going to get quicker responses and quicker decisions?
Yeah, I mean, historically, there's something called the CV black hole. I don't know if you've heard about this before, but it's where everybody applies, everybody sends their CVs, and they don't hear back. And it becomes a very frustrating process for the applicant, when they're trying to apply for jobs and they're not hearing anything back. We had a challenge with this as a business, and all recruitment companies have this, because there's no way you have enough manpower to be able to handle thousands of applicants that come through. Sarah can actually make lots of calls at the same time. So she doesn't make one call, put it down and call another person. She can call up to 100, 1,000 people at the same time. And that gives us the ability to reach out to all these applicants and actually spot talent, which is key.
Okay, so Sarah can ring thousands of people at the same time. And what I'm thinking as I'm hearing that is, the human touch, the human connection is surely a really big part of recruitment. Don't you risk losing a bit of that human connectivity and human connection by having a robot doing the work for you?
No, not at all. Because like I said to you, it's a very good relationship builder. So even though it's AI, it can still build relationship with the candidates, and it actually takes it or frees up the time of the recruiters to build relationship, real meaning relationships. It doesn't just become a transactional call where you're calling someone to identify if they fit for the role. The actual human recruiter can spend time building relationships, and that is, in this industry, key.
I mean, it sounds like this is really the face of things to come, isn't it, for Not just your industry, a lot of industries.
It is the future, and it's something, honestly, I am so excited about it. I've been experiencing it for months now, and I've seen the feedback. I've taken feedback from clients, from candidates, and they just, it's wonderful. Honestly, it's going to give us an edge to allow, like I said, the relationship building side and finding quality people and opening up opportunities to people that might have been missed before, which is phenomenal.
I just wanted to ask you a bit about the job market in Saudi right now. Are you finding that demand for qualified talent is currently matching supply?
It's actually, so the demand is very, very high. It's the highest I've probably ever seen it. I mean, we've been in KSA for a long time. Historically, we were doing about 200 to 250 hires per annum or per year in the kingdom itself. Now that shot up to more than 350, 400. What we're seeing an increase in is predominantly technology hires. I mean, we are a technology specialist recruitment company, but we still understand the market and what's going on. We've seen things like AI and data experts, cloud engineers, transformation consultants, even cybersecurity. And that's an indication where the kingdom is heading and towards the Vision 2030 and their whole idea of digitalizing the country.
Okay, are there any areas of the job market, any sectors where you're seeing that there's a shortage, an acute shortage of talent?
Yes, so very niche skill sets is still suffering. So when you have very, very niche skill sets which are still new in the market, or when it comes to technology, you have most of technology starts in the USA. So a lot of the experts are out there. Now, when the technology comes into the region here, they need the people to be able to roll it out and so on and so forth. And that still is a challenge. However, what we're seeing is a lot of companies in the kingdom are actually asking for local talent, so local Saudi national talent. And it's actually amazing how much they're investing into learning and development of these individuals to get them up to skill and to fill those niche roles themselves. We actually have a training academy as a business. So part of what we do is we train and upskill people within both technical and soft skills. And the demand has just shot up over the past 12 months based on companies upskilling their own workforce and the people within the country.
Okay, and just as we approach the end here, I just want to ask you if when it comes to Mark Ellis, your company, you're finding that most of your placements are local talent, or are you dependent still on imported talent?
So we usually, we have a trick down our sleeve, you can say. So we usually look locally first and then go internationally depending on the skill set itself. But like I said, a lot of the companies are requesting Saudi nationals for a lot of the roles. And we are actually quite happy to support when it comes to Saudiization and how can we, make sure we attract the right Saudis to work on the roles. So it's a mix of both, I would say.
Okay, I mean, you say you're, according to your mission statement anyway, you're committed to aligning and supporting the initiative set out in Vision 2030. I mean, you touched on a little bit there, but just tell us in what ways you aim to support Vision 2030 at House.
Yeah, look, I mean, I would say we're actually really proud to be supporting Saudi Arabia's vision. And what we're doing is we're combining technology, talent, and training all in one. So we're offering an entire platform which allows companies to excel in reaching their objectives within the kingdom. By using technology, by using the state-of-the-art things like the Sarah, who I believe is going to add a huge value to the kingdom itself, because it will get things done quicker and better. So that's our strategy to support the kingdom.
Okay, just to wrap up this conversation, give us a piece of advice. Someone who's watching, who's looking for a job in Saudi Arabia right now, perhaps in another country, perhaps in Saudi Arabia. What's your golden nugget of advice? How does someone stand out in this market?
I believe you need to make sure that you are skilled up with the latest, the latest demands, you can say. So companies in Saudi are very, very advanced. A lot of people will think, oh, it's Saudi Arabia, so it might not be advanced or so on, but it's completely wrong. They're very, very advanced and their expectations are very, very high. So apply for a job that you're relevant to, make sure that you're very knowledgeable and skilled up within that particular job, and then attend the interviews. Don't just apply for any job hoping to secure it.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Oz Ismail, the director of Mark Ellis. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm here in the studio with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Hytham and Company. Good to have you with us still, Ali. I mean, we've talked a lot about humane, haven't we? And there we just had another example of how AI is really shaking up a sector in Saudi Arabia, not just in Saudi Arabia, it's all over the world as well, but here in this case in Saudi.
Yep. Well, AI is relevant to, I think, any industry, any sector, any person, anywhere in the world. So there's no surprise that in a nation where there's so much ambition and such a pace of development that new novel technologies are being employed in a similar sense. And, pardon the pun, I mean, we've just seen it in the recruitment sense, but we're seeing this being rolled out across many different sectors. I mean, recently there was, I saw a reference to a company named Muxam that has engineered AI agents to power chatbots. So a local homegrown startup, Petromin, has developed AI agents to provide customer service. So this is in the automotive industry. And, just like, again, we're seeing everywhere in the world, I think we'll continue to see that kind of uptake in Saudi Arabia as well, especially as industries look to be efficient, to be productive, as there's an acceleration of appetite towards technology adoption, towards developing novel technologies. There's a venture ecosystem growing here, right? That's quite significant. There's an entire startup ecosystem that's also similarly grown, I won't say from a complete standstill, but very early stage. I mean, we certainly have been no Silicon Valley, but it's really taken off, and it's one of the healthiest VC ecosystems in the world at the moment. If you look at it in terms of funding and growth rate, Saudi Arabia is providing a lot of fuel for the technology investment ecosystem. So when you compound all of these things, I think it's very natural that we'll start to see this layered across all industries and sectors. Recruitment is one of them, as we've just seen. I'm not sure yet how I feel about speaking to a robot on the phone when I'm looking for customer service, but I'm not opposed to the idea, and I think that's probably going to be true for most people.
Yeah, well, as we just heard there, apparently people who are called up by Sarah, the AI robot, they don't know that it's not a human being. So that's something. I mean, just listening to what Al-Sismail was saying to us there, I mean, did that ring true to you in terms of the advice in particular that he gave on how to stand out in the market? Because I think a lot of people have this misconception, and we talked about it with our previous guest as well, sort of misconceptions about the job market. I mean, what do you think some of the misconceptions are out there?
Yeah, look, I would second that. I mean, this is a region where there's a lot of very exciting things happening. So naturally, a lot of people are paying attention, are showing an interest to come and work here and build here. And, as a result, I mean, although we could say there are talent shortages in certain spaces and there are some very in-demand skills, that being said, there is a lot of competition. People want to be here. They want to work here. There's a very educated local population which is now developing the skills to come into these skilled environments. And in order to stand out in that competition, you really need to have a unique angle. You need to have a unique edge. I mean, what I can say from personal experience, having had a lot of conversations with people that have expressed an interest to come to the region, work, commit, live here, is be here. You could be one of the lucky ones that makes an application and secures the right position for yourself. But the piece I would add on to this is, in addition to being competitive and knowing what your value is and what you're looking for, spend time here. Get to know the people, get to know the culture, really network, shake hands, and have a true commitment if it is a place you'd like to explore.
So just to wrap up, I mean, sort of gone are the days, and this was sort of perhaps more common in the 70s and 80s, used to hear people sort of turning up in this region, landing themselves a job, sort of somehow fluking it. I mean, that's long gone, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I would argue that perhaps in the 70s and 80s, there were maybe as many people who were showing up that weren't getting jobs in that time, and those that were. And those are the stories we hear. I mean, we can't really know. We don't have the exact statistics of how many people showed up with their briefcases in the 80s, but that's besides the point. I mean, what is universally true is you have an ambition to pursue any career, business opportunity, or relationship of sorts, particularly commercial. Understand the lay of the land, understand the people, know who you're engaging with, know why you are going there, right? And you may be one of the lucky ones. It may take you a day to shake the right hand and have the right conversation and deliver the absolutely perfect proposition for that scenario. But if not, don't be discouraged, because it is a land of opportunity, an abundant opportunity at that. And if you invest the effort and the time and have something to bring of value, there is an opportunity for you.
OK, stay with us. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Meanwhile, we're going to get a quick check of some of the other stories we're following for you now. OK, some news in brief for you now. Fresh official figures show that Saudi Arabia's industrial production grew 1.5% year-on-year during the month of May. Amongst other things, this reflects continued growth in non-oil activity, notably in manufacturing and mining. It also underscores progress made in the kingdom's economic diversification effort. Fresh data from the central bank points to a 5% increase in point-of-sale transactions across multiple sectors. Hotels are seeing the sharpest growth, with spending up there more than 22%, followed by telecoms. Or Riyadh dominates point-of-sales transactions, followed by Jeddah and Dammam. And the Saudi delivery platform Jahez has agreed to acquire a majority stake in the Qatari e-commerce platform Snoonu. The deal, which is worth $225 million, will see Jahez buying about 75% of Snoonu's share capital. For our final story today, the Esports World Cup is now officially underway in Riyadh. It's an event that captivates gaming enthusiasts from across the globe. During the course of the next 7 weeks, it's expected to bring together some 2,000 competitors from 84 different countries. Well, according to one estimate, the global gaming industry generates around $240 billion every single year, and that figure is on an upward trajectory. Well, a reflection of the value of gaming, the prize pool for this year's Esports World Cup in Riyadh is $70 million. That is the largest prize pool in the industry. Well, here's what the chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation, Prince Faisal bin Sultan, had to say about that staggering prize.
Prize pools this big are life-changing for any young man or woman. To be able to compete at that age and really reach the pinnacle, not just of your sport, but to also create a life-changing income from it, I think is amazing. It is something that you see in other sports, like football or American football or basketball. And these young men and women put in just as much time, just as much work, and just as much effort. And now they're realizing that they can earn just as much as people in other traditional sports. And I think this is what they deserve and what they've earned. And I look forward to that growing in many tournaments around the world and not just this one.
OK, Prince Faisal bin Sultan speaking there. Ali, this is a really valuable industry, isn't it? It's huge. It's hugely popular in Saudi. We'll talk about that in a moment. But that goes some way, doesn't it, to explaining that $70 million prize pool.
70 million sounds like a big number, but it's a drop in the ocean when you consider the scale of the industry and the opportunity here. By 2030, it's expected that the esports and gaming industry may be adding tens of billions of dollars to the Saudi economy. Nearly $40 billion has been allocated through the works of entities like Savvy Games Group to invest into gaming and esports. There's quite an extensive national gaming and esports strategy in place, and with good reason. The gaming and esports strategy brings with it opportunities for IP development, publishing, technology, infrastructure, and it may surprise you to know that 2/3 of the Saudi population, nearly 23 million people, are considered gaming enthusiasts. So it's not just a global phenomenon. Saudi in particular has a special place in their hearts for gaming, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been heard saying previously that he doesn't mind a game of COD or two from time to time either. I think he said this in his interview with Fox last year. So it's an industry. Of course, it's one which creates a creative spirit. It creates culture. The event that we're seeing now is bringing large numbers of people through the kingdom, and they're getting to not only witness the gaming significance of all the efforts, but also what is the kingdom. And this is now starting to translate also into, as I said, many of the different disciplines, from publishing to technology, infrastructure, and beyond.
Yeah, well, esports and video games in general, clearly on the rise in Saudi Arabia. As we've been saying, turning it into a professional activity, and that goes some way to explaining, the huge investment in a prize pool like that. Well, let's listen now to what the head of the Saudi esports Falcon team, Musad Al-Dosari, had to say about this esports World Cup and the opportunities that it presents.
As a Saudi person, it's a dream for everything that's happening here. To see the best players in different titles is a dream. To play as well on the stage and people cheering for you in your home country in the biggest stage and biggest conditions. It's a dream for every gamer to witness their favorite player. Yeah, I think the prizes and the competitions are on a massive scale. The 70 million is the biggest in terms of the prize pool alongside every another esports event. And I think that's important as a game changer for players, organizations, and for everyone. And you can see the emotions through the players once they win or once they lose, and how important it is. And as well, its legacy, which they want to create forever.
Okay, so clearly an important industry, an important business, this business of gaming, and very popular, as you've been saying, in Saudi Arabia. I mean, are there any national initiatives or policies that are helping to drive that trend?
Certainly. There's a national gaming and esports strategy that was laid out a few years ago and touches on some of the areas that I mentioned just before. Seeks to address the gaming and esports industry in terms of technology, infrastructure, IP publishing, which is then translated into a list of objectives to ensure that there's capital, investment and resources available, that we're driving the cultural development. So the Ministry of Culture has an interest in developing this throughout the kingdom. They take a role, particularly in development of creative applications. Of course, there are the technology layers. So the CST, the Communications, Space and Technology Commission, actually publishes a report every quarter. Every quarter they publish a report called Game Mode to evaluate the strength of the networks, the communications infrastructure, basically the availability of internet and the latency, the bandwidth, to ensure that the gaming and esports ecosystem is thriving and abundant. I mean, if you are a gamer, which I don't know if you are or not, Tom.
Not really, I was going to ask you the same question. Are you a gamer?
I don't get as much time to play games these days, but, once upon a time I played a lot of games, and if you're a gamer, the worst thing in the world is to be playing a game of Call of Duty, try and shoot someone in the head, and, there's a 3-second delay, there's a lag. So, this is the intricacy of the strategy, like there is, like we see with many of the initiatives at the national level. Even down to the infrastructure and ensuring that games do not skip a heartbeat, quite literally. There's efforts behind it. So there is a national gaming and esports strategy. There are various initiatives underway across the different entities. The Ministry of Culture takes a role. The communications bodies take a role in ensuring infrastructure and availability. There are interests at a capital and investment level. So SVC has backed a number of investments to promote the venture ecosystem around gaming and esports. All in all, it's a national effort, and like with many other things, there's a broad base of initiatives at a public and a private sector level.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Hytham & Company. Thank you for your analysis. Thanks for being with us today. And thanks to you for watching The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Much appreciate you tuning in. Look forward to seeing you again very soon on this channel.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where where the world talks.
Have the Democrats become too woke? Are the Republicans skewing too isolationist? Is there really a swathe of middle-spectrum American voters just waiting for a new political party to solve all their woes? Elon Musk thinks so. Up for debate, can and should the tech billionaire shake up the US political system? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. When most friendships break down, it usually results in some hurt feelings, a blocked phone number, and unfollowing on social media. When Elon Musk's friendship with the president broke down, he decided to dismantle the foundations of the US political system. The South African Tesla boss has vowed to give Americans independence from the two-party system. He says his America Party will give voters back their freedom. Not surprisingly, his former BFF isn't happy.
And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
And he's right. The two-party system, Democrats versus Republicans, has been in place since 1854. There have been a smattering of minor parties which, in the past, have contested an election or two, but they've never, ever achieved longevity or real influence. Musk believes there's a vast, untapped middle ground of American voters, disaffected Republicans and Democrats, who currently feel underrepresented. Is he right? Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask, would a third party be a good thing for American politics? Is disenfranchisement radicalising American political parties? And is the two-party system broken, or is it the two parties themselves? Stay with us. Joining us to discuss the shake-up taking place in American politics is Joey Manorino, political strategist and commentator, and Stephen Burnell, a political commentator, streamer and YouTuber, known online as Destiny. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thank you for your time. Elon Musk was the biggest known political donor during last year's presidential campaign, contributing almost $300 million to Donald Trump's White House run. He was front and centre at rallies before the election and a fixture in the White House after it. But a rift over Trump's big, beautiful bill ended that friendship. Since then, Musk has been riding this wave of apparent discontent amongst some Republicans. He's framing the America Party as centrist, meaning he can tap into those unhappy with the Democrat leadership as well. But can he succeed where others have failed? Joey, let me start with you. Do you welcome Elon Musk's creation of a new political party to kind of challenge the establishment? Do you think that that sort of competition is good for American politics?
Well, I'll be honest, it's very hard for a third party to succeed in the United States of America. And it never has traditionally. There's no example of a third party that has ever been able to effectively win an election. So Elon Musk, I have immense respect for this man. This is a living genius. They'll be talking about him for 1,000 years in the history books. I just don't understand why he's going down this path, because with the Republican agenda, apparently, I thought he agreed on about 90% of what Donald Trump was putting out. He wore the hat. He said Trump was right about everything. He was the biggest donor to Donald Trump. He was in the administration running Doge. Now he wants to start this party, which in essence is only going to take votes away that should be going to Donald Trump's allies in the Republican Party. I don't see why Elon didn't take all that money and start running a primary campaign against the many Congress people that he has problems with. That would be effective. You put $1 million into the 435 districts into these primary challenges. You don't even have to do that much, to be honest with you. There's fewer districts that Republicans control. You could get a lot more done through the vehicle of the Republican Party, like when Trump took it over in 2016 and does every single cycle take it further in his image. I don't see why Elon didn't try that, because in my opinion, this right here is a very bad recipe for the Democrats to run the table in 2026. And God only knows what that would look like by 2028.
Okay, Destiny, what's your take on that?
They might be writing about Elon Musk for a long time, but it will be less to do with his geniusness and more to do with his horrendous, I guess, political participation in the United States. I think that Elon and Trump are a match made in heaven. They are both men who are driven primarily by their emotions. Whoever triggered them last is likely the one to catch their wrath. Elon Musk wants to start this new party because Doge was an absolute and epic monumental failure. They did not find the fraud they were looking for. Elon is incompetent when it comes to management or leadership. And Donald Trump was not able to find the savings that he was hoping to find when he realized that Doge wasn't going to turn them over, these trillions of dollars of savings that they originally promised. And now Trump has basically solidified the tax cuts that were given before. He's had to make deep cuts into other federal programs like Medicaid. And now he's, I guess, pawned all of that kind of blame off onto Elon Musk, who's about to realize that he is far less politically popular than he thought he was. Elon was just kind of borrowing, I would say, political aura from Trump. And on his own, I don't think Elon will be very successful anywhere. We kind of all saw that in Wisconsin when he went and he spent, $30 million on that the Wisconsin Supreme Court justice race and got absolutely nowhere. So I welcome it. I like the infighting. Obviously, the sooner this whole MAGA movement dies, the better the entire country will be.
Joey, is the problem Elon? I can see you rolling your eyes there. What's your take on what Destiny?
No, the problem is I don't like when people like Destiny are happy. So if Elon is doing something that is causing people like Destiny to celebrate, then we have a problem. Because Elon, in theory, has 90% of the same opinions as the MAGA movement. He said Trump was right about everything. He said it clearly. And we don't even know, other than the spending cuts, what exactly this America Party would even be talking about. What's the difference between the America Party and the Republican Party? None of this is fleshed out yet. None of this has been absolutely solidified. So right now, it just looks like we're going to have a Republican Party run by Trump, the MAGA Party, and we're going to have the Elon America Party, which is, I guess, a more centrist version. Here's the problem. I don't see Democrats going over to Elon because Elon was so tight with Donald Trump. So I just don't, they looked at him as enemy number one and enemy number two. It was Trump and Elon. These were the two big enemies of the Democrats. I just don't see a lot of the Democrats now walking over and hanging out on Elon's party. It's not something that I really can imagine. So I don't see how it ends any other way than Democrats getting more power. Why doesn't Elon go fund the radical Democrat Party, the AOC, Zohran Mamdani, the crazy lunatics? Go give them money, let them split off from the Democrats, and let the Republicans run the table. Why are we giving Democrats an advantage? I don't understand this. I don't see strategy here, but I just don't understand what we're doing. Seriously.
Is it a betrayal, Joey? Do you think that some Republicans are going to feel betrayed by this? Because if it goes ahead, it's going to split the ticket.
It is going to split the ticket. I don't know if you would use the word betrayal, but it's absolutely confusing. And look, there's time for this to all stop. This could be a very hard negotiating tactic, too, from Elon. You don't know that. We don't know 100% that this is actually going to happen. The party hasn't been formed. Candidates have not been chosen. There's not 435 congressional candidates getting ready to run. So we don't know that this is not just a very hard negotiating tactic. If it goes ahead and if it has the result that, we sort of think it's going to have, you would look at it as somewhat of a betrayal, yeah. But at the same time, maybe Elon feels betrayed because he put in about $300 million to the campaign, and Trump kind of did whatever Trump wanted. Trump can't be bought. This is something Elon learned in a very difficult manner. Trump can't be bought. So you put $300 million into the campaign, but you don't really get a whole lot of input because the guy doesn't really care about who's funding projects. He does what he thinks is best for the country. So Elon, maybe he thought he would have a little more sway. Didn't turn out that way.
Destiny, can Trump not be bought with that $300 million from Elon?
Trump can absolutely be bought, but he's just bought with flattery and people who are feeding into his narcissism. Money doesn't necessarily do it. He's already running enough scams that he's funded for the rest of his lifetime. We've got Trump coin. We've got Melania coin. We've got the $300 million or $400 million Qatari jet. We've got, so many different scam sales. He's selling Trump Bibles. He's selling pieces of suits that he got supposedly shot in. He's selling so many different things. I don't think anybody's going to be able to bribe Trump. You just have to kind of flatter the man in order to get him to do what you want.
Joey, what do you think about that? I can see your facial expression reacting.
A lot of those projects that Destiny's... No, I mean, so if he can't be bought, he's bought by flattery. I mean, Destiny doesn't like Trump. He's never going to like Trump. This is just an obvious thing. The suits, the Bibles. The Bible isn't even Trump's. That's Lee Greenwood's project that Trump promoted. So he doesn't know what he's talking about here. But at the end of the day, what we have to see here is that the Republican Party is imperfect. That's true. It is not a perfect vehicle. But the way to get it to be more perfect is not with a third party, in my opinion. It's not a multi-party system in the States. In some countries, in all of Europe almost, you have multiple parties, 6, 7, 8 parties, you form coalitions. That's fine. It doesn't work when the Republicans have 2 parties that are splitting their vote and the left has 1 party because they're full steam ahead. They just want to go straight to socialism, all of them. They don't really care about the details. They just want to get where they're going. And I hate to say it, I envy the Democrats. I envy the way the Democrats stick together and go to the common goal. I really wish we had more of that in the Republican Party. The problem with us is we're more independent-minded. We're not cult mindset. So we sort of have a lot of different arguments going around. Even the Libertarians. Really, if you think of that, they're an offshoot of the Republicans, too. So we're going to have not only the America Party, the Libertarian Party, too. You got 2 parties that are going to pull from our votes. How do we realistically compete at that point without handing the party over to people, not the party, the country, over to people like AOC, Zoran, and all the lunatics that Destiny loves? It's scary.
But
it's really scary.
Brings me to a question for you, Joey. If Donald Trump really has delivered on immigration, on his election promise of the big, beautiful bill, he's essentially stopped the war between Iran and Israel. If he has delivered on these things, why is there a split emerging within the Republican movement, within the MAGA movement?
So here's my thing. I didn't really see this big split until Elon had this problem with the funding in the bill. They put Elon in charge of Doge, right? Okay, Elon got all this waste, fraud, and abuse that he exposed. There were cuts that he found. Maybe it wasn't to the scale that he had promised, but there was a lot of fraud. The stuff he uncovered in USAID was out of this world. That got taken out. He brought it to Congress. Congress refused to codify the Doge cuts. So I was not pleased with that. A lot of Republicans were not pleased with that. That's not Trump's fault. Trump does not control Congress. Unfortunately, these Congress people are not reliable a lot of the times. They're funded by interests that we don't even know. And when you get to that level and you see all this secretive backroom stuff that they're doing, you can't really break a lot of them. You got to get rid of them. The problem here is Elon has decided he wants to get rid of them through a third vehicle. And I just don't see the vision there. I don't see the vision there. But as far as MAGA splitting apart, there was a little tension around the Iran 12-day war that was going on, but that stopped. I mean, that's pretty much done. So MAGA's pretty unified. You just have Elon who, let's be honest, I mean, Elon became MAGA in July of 2024, right? So Elon was not with MAGA in 2016. He wasn't with MAGA in 2020. He came in 2024. And it was when the Trump coalition sort of changed. You had a lot of people from the tech world that came in, because I think at that point it looked like Trump was inevitable. July 2024, everybody kind of realized when the bullet went in the head, they understood, okay, this guy's winning the election. So a lot of people came in.
Okay.
And Elon was one of them, and it was a different agenda maybe than the original MAGA agenda.
Destiny, what do you see when you see Elon Musk making these sort of pronouncements? Is he serious about wanting to create a centrist party, or is he just serious about thumbing his nose at his former best friend?
I think he's serious in that his feelings are very much hurt against another guy who also has easily hurt feelings. I don't think he's actually going to go through with this party creation and promotion, but I guess we'll see. The idea that MAGA has some ideological I guess like variation in it, though, is pretty funny, considering it is one of the most cultish movements that have ever existed. The idea, for instance, we're seeing recently with all this Epstein stuff, the idea that we're trying to pawn off the inability to pursue anything else with Epstein's supposed client list due to Biden, when Epstein, is on tape saying he was a close personal friend of Donald Trump, when he died in a federal prison under Donald Trump, when the lawyer who initially got him his no jail bargain for the first time he got caught, and that guy, Acosta, went on to become the labor secretary under Trump, when Trump was president for 4 years, while they were supposedly investigating him and everything else. Like, all of this somehow gets pawned off into Biden. Every single person comes together to say that, oh, yeah, we agree. It was definitely the Democrats. It was definitely Biden, despite the fact you've got people like Bongino who are on programs like Tim Pool saying, oh, no, I've got a 100% source that says that Epstein and all these other guys are working together. We're close to it. And we got it. And then as soon as he's in his office and they actually have the files, they're like, oh, shoot, we can't blame the deep state anymore. We are the deep state. And now everything is disappearing is just absolutely hilarious to me. The idea that Donald Trump is incapable of working with Congress, even the idea that, we can't do anything with Congress because these guys are bought off by special interests. If you have a Congress that's bought off by special interests, how are you not able to just buy them off yourself? You're literally partnered with the richest man on the planet. If Congress is really bought off, then just go and pay for them. I don't even understand. None of it actually makes any sense. It's just, it's a clown show. The entire MAGA movement just relies on repeating these lies over and over and over and over again until they can pull the wool over your eyes and convince you that, what's fantasy is real. And that's why we've got, Joey celebrating the fact that it was only a 12-day back and forth with Iran, when this is a president who ran the slogan, no new wars for how long? Or it's why we're celebrating the fact that we have basically no cuts from Doge, when they originally promised us $2 trillion in cuts, which is more than our entire discretionary budget. So.
Before we move on to our next segment, I'll just let you respond to that, Joey, and then we'll move on to focus more on the Democrats.
Yeah, he's saying the Trump MAGA movement is a cult because the Epstein files. I don't see the Epstein files actually being something that a lot of people are happy about. The MAGA movement has been very vocal the last few days that they are very upset about how Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, has handled the Epstein files. And so I don't know what he's talking about, that everybody's fallen in line and said that Donald Trump has now changed his mind about the Epstein files, so we're changing our minds. Most of the people that I'm seeing, if you read Twitter and you talk to MAGA people, they're very angry at Pam Bondi. They want her out of the job because they want some accountability for these Epstein files. We need to know. This is now number one also. Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Let's just get that straight. So he's saying it's a close personal friend.
Okay.
These are lines that the Democrats have to use because they have nothing. But at the end of the day, Trump and the Epstein files, that's a big issue that Pam Bondi is going to have to reckon with. And MAGA is very angry about that. So I wouldn't say anything about Epstein files and cult. That's just craziness.
All right, let's move on and refocus our attention.
Can we get a prediction? Do you think that Bondi will get kicked out? I'm just curious. I'd like to hear that on the record. I don't think Bondi's going anywhere. Just like Hegseth isn't going anywhere after the Signal chat leads. Do you think that Bondi's actually going to get, I guess, I don't know.
Do I think Bondi's going to get out? I have no idea. I really, on the record, I can't tell you if she's going to get thrown out. She should be thrown out. My opinion is she should be thrown out.
I'll say it. She won't be. She absolutely won't be. There will be no accountability. We'll move on to the next thing.
All right. Let's turn our attentions to the Democrats now, because we're also seeing discontent between elected leadership and grassroots members, even though Joey disagrees. The grassroots often lean left on many domestic and international issues, and a Reuters poll last month of self-identifying Democrats found that 64% believe the leadership needs to be replaced, which perhaps isn't surprising, given how well Zoran Mamdani did in the party's New York mayoral primaries. So whether it's Republicans swinging right or Democrats swinging left, both appear to be favouring these anti-establishment candidates over moderate voices. So, Destiny, is it that American politics is becoming more radicalised on both sides? Are moderate voices unpopular, or is it just that they don't make as much noise?
I think it's the noise thing. I think people confuse moderate messaging and extremist messaging with moderate policies and extremist policies. I think you just have to message your moderate policies in an extreme way. Mamdani ran a really good campaign. I think he's got good ads. The guy is significantly to the left of me on several issues, but I mean, the Democrats ran, you know, the most establishment and then guy with baggage that they could, Cuomo, and Mamdani ended up winning the primary. So, I mean, what are you going to do? Like I said, I think he's to the left of me, and I wouldn't have voted for him if I lived in New York, but if he's going to be the candidate, then you support him in the general. You see how his term goes as New York mayor. Maybe some things he tries ends up working. If they don't, well, then you definitely know they don't work, and then you just move on to the next election.
Joey, what do you think? Are American politicians, American politics becoming more radical purely because that gets them more attention?
I think when campaigns are more digital these days than anything, most of the candidates are online and they're trying to get a base to donate to them online. You do have to lean into the extremism. You do. People do. And that's why Mamdani won. I mean, I don't think 5 years ago, I don't think 10 years ago, somebody like Mamdani would get anywhere close to winning a primary in the Democrat Party. It's shocking. I mean, he's to the left of Destiny. He's to the left of everybody. The man wants state-run grocery stores. He wants to set the prices from City Hall in the grocery stores of New York City. And that's just the beginning. He wants rent freezes. He's crazy. Yet, there he is. He is now winning a campaign in a major city. Now, yeah, did some of that have to do with Andrew Cuomo being an alleged, whatever, groper, rapist? I don't know what they alleged him of, something not right. Maybe that's part of it. But the fact that somebody like Mamdani can now possibly run the biggest city in America, okay, that's very indicative of a nation moving in a polarized direction. So absolutely, the Democrats, we're seeing a big shift over there. The Republicans, not as much. MAGA, I don't consider it an extremist movement in any way, but you don't see moderates doing very well unless they're very well funded. People want, the right wants the right, and they want all the way right, and the left wants all the way left. Are there centrists? I'm sure. I don't know where they are. I don't think they vote in primaries, so you don't ever get the actual candidates on those ballots.
Okay, so
just to be clear, the Republican economic position is extremely extremist. For as far left as Mamdani is on any, actual grocery store stuff or rent-free stuff, the entire tariff scheme that Donald Trump is now enforcing across the planet is the most insanely ludicrous idea ever. We were promised 90 deals in 90 days, and I think right now we have, I just checked, 0 still, and we aren't getting any. And he's, sending out these cringy, crazy letters with these random caps that look like they're coming from grandmas and grandpas to their children because of stuff they saw on Facebook. It's absolutely absurd. We talk about socializing stuff, and Donald Trump just got, what do we get? Like a golden share of that steel company that was reverse mergered or whatever with the Japanese steel company. Like, that's basically socialism right there. What do you have when you've got companies that have to run to Donald Trump and beg for a reprieve from tariffs? That's basically socialism right there, is having to run to the leader and beg him for preferential treatment so that your company can survive. So the idea that somehow the left has become extremist on economics, but the right has remained moderate, is absolutely not true. This guy is trying to cut U.S. trade off from the entire world, and he only stopped when he saw the bond markets starting to basically turn their nose up at the United States dollar and destroy our ability to even run the government, to be able to borrow money to fund things, which is something that's really important now as the Republicans and Donald Trump continue to drive the debt and the deficit higher and higher and higher after they promised that they wouldn't. So,
Joey, you want to respond to that?
Oh, sure. I'm happy to respond. We actually do have more deals than he's talking about. We had the deal with the UK. We had the deal with China. We had the deal with Vietnam. Other ones are being worked on. And the tariffs, he didn't back down. He put all the tariffs. They're coming on August 1. You got all the letters. They're coming August 1. So he can call that extremism. He can call it what he wants. The country was run that way for many, many years. Basically, until 1913, we were run by tariffs rather than run by income tax, which just sucks the life out of the middle class in the United States of America. So he can talk about the tariffs are extremism. Trump ran on tariffs. He told everybody what he's going to do when he got in, and that's exactly what he did. So I don't see what's extremist about that. The people voted. They voted for the tariffs.
Just for a quick legal clarification on our front, Joey, you were referring when we were talking about Cuomo earlier, used the word rape. I just want to clear it up on the record. In 2001, there were sexual assault investigations by the New York Attorney General, August 2001, but those allegations, 2021, my apologies, 2021, but those allegations were dropped in 2022 by multiple complainants. So just to clarify that, so that we're all on the same page there. But
I'm sure you guys are fine. It's generally only Donald Trump that sues every single person who says something about him that he doesn't like, so...
Let's just make sure that Counterpoints doesn't get sued, okay? Destiny, let me ask you this. We've both of you have kind of referred to these politicians on the edges, on the extremes, how the most noise gets the most votes. Is there this 80% of centrist voters that Elon Musk is referring to that are just sitting out there waiting for a new political party to be formed to save them from all of these social woes? Is this a little bit of a myth?
There is probably a group of people that you could appeal to with more extremist messaging, with moderate policies. Elon Musk is a loser, and he's weird. He's not the guy who's going to do that. He has no idea what the average person wants. He's almost as narcissistic as Donald Trump, and that's saying something. And he has no idea how little political clout or leverage he has in this country. He's dramatically overestimating it just because Trump lent him some of his. So whether or not there are people out there that could be messaged to, Elon Musk is absolutely not the guy to find them and do it.
Joey, do you think that if Elon is going to succeed in this, and he wants it to be centrist, does he still need a superstar radical candidate, someone Trump-esque, to capture the limelight, or can he do it himself?
He can't do it himself. I don't believe he can do it himself, because if he wants to, what's he going to do? Be the president? He can't. I mean, he's from South Africa, so he could not be the president. I don't know who or what politician he's thinking would be the person that it would be at the quote-unquote top of the ticket. I don't see who it could be. People say Massey. I don't see Thomas Massey as somebody who would exactly inspire millions and millions to run to the polls and vote for him. Also, that's already a ticket. It's called the Libertarian Party. It gets about 2% every year. I just don't see what a centrist policy is and who that superstar that could deliver that message is. It literally constitutionally cannot be Elon. I don't agree with Destiny where he says Elon Musk is a loser. Most losers don't have $400 billion sitting around. He could buy and sell all of us. But we just
got a pretty
really
good leg up from a pretty rich family.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. But at the end of the day, the man's not a loser. And the funding that he can put in to the campaign or any race that he wants to get in is immense. So that's where a third party would look different coming from him. But as you say, I don't see who the face of it is. I don't know. Obviously, it would be Elon's party, but he can't run the ticket. So I just don't know who it would be. We have no clue because we don't know the policies. So we have no idea yet. It's too early to tell.
Destiny, if we look on the left, do you think this lack of direction, this lack of a unified purpose from the Democrats is essentially powering people that are more to the far left, like Mamdani, because there's no one else?
I think that there's like this weird kind of burden that's being placed on Dems right now from themselves and from everybody else who, like who's going to run for president the next election cycle and who's leading the Democratic Party. And the reality is that every time an election finishes and you're on your way to midterms, there's always this kind of lull. It happened in 2020. There were a lot of conservatives who were writing a lot of really negative things in 2021 about Donald Trump because they didn't think that he was coming back. And all of a sudden, all of your moral conservatives that didn't like all of the cheating, all of the wives, all of the immorality, all of the a-religiosity, all of them came out to condemn Donald Trump. They didn't like him. But then by 2022, Donald Trump looks like he's about to start running again. You get your DeSantis, your Nikki Haley kind of emerging in 2023, 2024, and then eventually the party falls in line again. So I wouldn't expect to see any leadership position or any leadership figure kind of emerge from the Democratic Party for maybe another year, maybe as we get closer to midterms. But I think where we're at right now is pretty normal, pretty regular. I think the big fear is actually, and nobody's talking about it, the big fear is that the Republican Party is going to have a big issue going into the midterms because the people that support Trump are sycophantic cult worshippers, so they don't really care much about midterms. They don't care much about special elections. We've seen this over and over again. We saw this in the midterms with Biden, and we've seen this in all these special elections. Even when people like Elon Musk are out there campaigning, they're not helping. So I think for the next presidential election, I think the Republican Party is going to be in a weird spot where they're looking for kind of their next leader, as that MAGA movement falls away, and none of Trump's children seem to have any of the weird kind of charisma that Trump commands. So it's hard to say, what the Republican Party is going to look like come that election cycle.
Joey, who's going to fill that void? Are the Republicans in trouble?
Are the Republicans in trouble? I don't know about trouble, but there is absolutely, I agree with Destiny here. There is no clear person in the Republican Party that has the charisma that Donald Trump has been able to command for the past 10 years as the leader of the party. You have Vance, who is leading all the polling, and I like Vance a lot. He's impressed me immensely, but I don't know that he could be the same level of Donald Trump charisma. I actually know he can't. I don't think anyone else can. Trump has a larger-than-life personality. Now, Destiny brought up the children. I hope it's not the children. I don't like those type of dynasties like that. I hope it's not the children. That's the nepotism stuff never sits right with me. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting leadership contest for the Republicans. I don't think it's going to be as clear as people think that Vance will just walk right into the nomination. There will be challenges. The DeSantis people want their try. The other wings of the party, the Nikki Haley people, they want their try. Now, will it be Nikki? No. But it's not going to be Vance given the keys to the castle, just like many people think. There will be a contest. As far as the Democrats go, I have no idea what they're going to do. If they're smart, they'll go with somebody like a moderate, like Andy Bashir. But luckily, they're not smart because they nominated Kamala Harris. Anybody that would ever do that cannot be classified as very smart. So we'll see what they do. It's going to be interesting. The next 4 years, in 4 years, when we have the next election, the country is going to look quite different. You're not going to have Trump there. You're not going to have him on the ticket. And it's going to be a very different election. Won't be as exciting, I don't think. It just won't be as exciting.
Well, maybe we'll get you back on when we're talking about that one, Joey. But let's move to our final segment for today as we talk third parties. Calls for an additional party in the US is nothing new. For our audience, I'm going to bring up a graphic here. You gentlemen have seen this graph. I've sent it to you so that you've been able to take a look. This graph is from nonpartisan polling agency Gallup. It's been tracking the desire for a third political party since 2004. Currently, it says that 58% of Americans want another major party. And they have done somewhat consistently since 2014. And yet not a single new venture has succeeded. It partly explains why Donald Trump did so well, given people's desire for something new and to break that status quo. So, Destiny, is the two-party system broken, or are the two parties themselves broken?
I think it's just kind of a psychology trick, like a revealed preference versus expressed preference kind of thing. People will say that they want a third party, but what they're really saying is, in my mind, I can envision a more perfect candidate that would suit exactly what I want. So I think I would like a third party. But the reality is if you start rolling third parties out, they're humans, they're candidates, they're not going to align with you in every single thing. And people are ultimately going to vote with, probably one of the two major parties that are aligned with their personal political beliefs. In the United States, we have a pretty rich set of opinions in our political parties. The same Democratic Party that had Manchin and Sinema also had AOC and Rashid Tlaib. You have like a plethora of political opinions that are expressed at the primary level. One candidate rises to the top, and then from there you get your general elections. I don't think there's this huge need, and I don't think there's this real desire for a third party. I think probably the excitement for third parties just rise as people's general discontent goes up as well.
Is it about discontent, Joey? Do you think people are discontent and that's why this rise is raising its head now?
Well, we're not. I mean, there is no accurate representation for people in the United States of America because it's two parties. I don't even disagree with the concept that we need more parties. I just think a third party, when you're only going to have a third one that's going to draw straight from the Republicans, would screw us. That's why I'm very against this America Party thing. But in general, we don't have accurate representation. We have You either have to fall in line with everything the Democrats like or fall in line with everything the Republicans like. And those are the two choices you have. It's not a nice system that does not represent most of the people. And I really do. I mean, I'm a Republican. I vote Republican. But I don't feel 100% represented by them, especially in my district. I have one of the worst Republicans. He should be a Democrat. He votes more with them than with us. So, and that's Brian Fitzpatrick. I don't understand why it is the way it is, but it is that way. The parties have all the money. These are billions and billions of dollars that are in these parties. To break that system and do something different is going to take a gargantuan effort. But when it's only coming from Elon, who's going to take straight from the Republicans, and there's going to be nothing to draw from the Democrats, it doesn't really work. Ross Perot, 1992, we all remember, he even dropped out before the election and still took 19%. Where did that mostly come from? Bush. Who got in? Clinton. This is what happens when you have third parties. And
would you be equally against third parties if the third party was drawing from the left?
Oh, I'd be cheering and screaming and supporting it like you couldn't believe. Because honestly, it would draw... Now, what would be beautiful is you had four. If you had somebody doing this on the left and somebody doing this on the right, I'd actually be very happy as well. But, of course, the Democrats love this America Party idea because it's just going to work so well for them. I'd be thrilled as a Republican. If somebody works in Republican politics, I'd be thrilled if you had a billionaire with the power of Elon going to come in and fund a third party that's going to draw straight from the Democrats and split their vote, and the Republicans would just walk right into Congress with a supermajority. I'd be thrilled from a strategy perspective. For the country, it's horrible. But it's not good when you have it coming from one side and one side only. Just to be completely honest, it's really not good for the party.
Destiny, can you ever envisage a time when we would have a third party that is drawing from the left?
We don't really have a third party friendly system. It just doesn't really work. That mathematically you're always screwing over your own whatever desires are when you have third parties running. There's no other way to put it, unfortunately. Maybe with maybe with a different type of voting system, like a ranked choice thing in some states, maybe. But I would have to revisit the way all the congressional laws are written for passing legislation and everything. Because you need like majorities in Congress, and I don't know if we have like the infrastructure legally or like actually for coalition style governing or anything. So we kind of just have what we have, for better or for worse.
Yeah. Joey, is this just another way for the rich sort of oligarchy class of the US to be taking control of politics?
Well, Elon wouldn't take control of politics this way. I think the best way, if he wanted to take control of politics, he was doing a great job with the Republicans. The Republicans, first he bought Twitter and made it X. He did free speech. Every Republican was grateful for that because of the censorship that was going on before. Every Republican was thrilled. Then he backed Donald Trump. Every Republican, they went from hating electric cars to everybody wanted to buy a Tesla. There were Elon Musk bumper stickers all over people's stuff. It was Trump and Elon. People were literally saying, I voted for Elon Musk when I voted for Donald Trump. So if he wanted a huge position in politics, he was on a great path. He could have essentially gotten a much less rich, independently wealthy candidate for 2028, installed them essentially as the head of the Republican Party, and ran the White House through a proxy. He could have done it. He was on path. I don't know why he decided this way, because he's not going to win the White House this way. At most, he'd be a spoiler for a few parts. Maybe I'm wrong. Elon has a way to make things happen, right? Nobody thought Tesla would succeed to the level it did. Nobody thought when he bought X that it would be blowing up the way it is now and everything is going better. But we just don't have a system, like Destiny said. I'm agreeing with him way more than I thought. We don't have a system that's friendly to third parties. We're not a parliamentary system. So I don't understand how he thinks this is going to be his vehicle to run the country, if that's his goal. Because in my opinion, this is just a way to run money into the ground.
Destiny?
Yeah, I agree. You can't. We just don't have the infrastructure for a third party. Yeah.
What about this idea of oligarchs buying their positions of power. I mean, he didn't get what he wanted in the end from the Republican Party, so now he's just buying himself his own political party, so he says. Is this just a worrying trend?
I have a very different take on this than basically everybody, so it's a whole thing to get into. But I think that money has far less influence on U.S. politics than people like to pretend that it does. We saw two billionaires in the primaries with Biden. It was Bloomberg and it was Stoyer, and they got absolutely destroyed. They had no chance. They had no shot at all. We saw Elon spend so much money in Wisconsin to try to get that Supreme Court judge elected, and they underperformed what they thought they would. I think that money can help in politics on kind of like edge cases where people just don't know much or don't care much about the issue. So if I was part of a company and I was lobbying for some very obscure regulation, then potentially I could lobby and get what I wanted because people just don't know much about it. But I mean, we saw like Keystone Pipeline get shut down. We've seen places where there are huge moneyed interests lose. Again, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world and couldn't push through, simple seats in Wisconsin. So this idea that moneyed interests are controlling everything, I don't necessarily agree with that. I do think there's issues with these largely influential people, but it's just like a whole other thing. I think the big issue we have right now that would be the top story of the century if it was on the other, if the shoe was on the other foot, it would be having to do with people buying social media platforms. That's a way scarier proposition. Conservatives would have revolted and done a civil war if George Soros would have bought Twitter or Facebook and started openly campaigning for Kamala Harris.
You find that funny, Joey?
Well, no, I mean, I don't disagree. We would have had a heart attack. I agree. I mean, we like it because it worked well for us. But the Democrats were essentially running Twitter before. I mean, I was personally banned for 5 years. And basically everyone I know was banned off of Twitter for holding right-wing positions. So, Elon lets the left speak. I mean, he lets Destiny. Didn't you say the other day that the kids in Texas just couldn't swim? I don't know if that was a fake screenshot or something. If it was real, it's horrible. You would have probably been banned from Dorsey, too. But in reality,
so I was banned on.
Republicans said anything.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
You were banned on Twitter too?
Yeah, I was banned for like 6 or 7 years on Twitter.
Well,
but I don't think there was any evidence that they were necessarily partisan towards Democrats. I think that there were just certain things that Republicans were pushing that every platform had a big issue dealing with. So.
Joey, I want to ask you, you seem concerned about this idea that it could split and detract from the Republican vote. But do you think, though, that Republicans are just too scared to ever turn their back on Donald Trump? I mean, if anyone was ever to show support for Elon Musk, don't you think that the retribution politically that they would face from the president would deter anyone, even if they agreed with Musk's position?
The problem here is this. We don't know what Musk's position really is other than fiscal responsibility, which Republicans actually do campaign on. So they don't actually do it when they get in most of the time because the Congress always writes the laws the way they want to write the laws. So I don't see this big appetite in the Republican Party to abandon Trump and go to Musk. I don't think that's out of fear. I just don't think there's an appetite for it. Musk was never the guy that people were going to run to and gravitate towards as a political mind because really, I mean, we don't know what his political mind is. So Republicans loved him, I told you, because he gave free speech back on Twitter and we were being crushed on Twitter. And that's something I will personally thank the man for till the day he's dead and I'm dead and everybody's dead. But I don't see this big appetite to abandon Trump and go to him because at the end of the day, we're happy with the job Trump is doing. And in 2028, we're not going to have him on the ballot, but we're going to want Trumpism on the ballot. There's no Muskism. We don't know what it is. He should just stay making the cars. He should stay making the AI. He's the best at what he does in those fields. SpaceX, nobody can do what he does. We would just love him to stay the genius he is and stop with this whole America Party thing. We love Elon Musk. We don't want to see this be a problem for the country.
Destiny, wrap us up. What do you think? Do you think if anyone was to side with Elon, they'd face the wrath of President Trump?
I think the most interesting political time in my life is going to be around the midterms. Donald Trump enforces a very kind of orthodoxy view of you have to follow me or I will try to destroy you. We've seen it with Massey. We've seen it with anybody that Trump, becomes not friends with. We saw it with McCarthy. These people that can be loved by MAGA can be hated by MAGA the next day. We kind of saw it a little bit. It's happening with Elon Musk. So I think the midterms are going to be very interesting because if conservatives do perform very poorly in the midterms, which it seems like is probably going to be the case, you now have this party that's held together by this unifying oppressive figure who will try to primary you or destroy your political career if you don't fall in line, no longer have political relevancy because in 2028, Donald Trump hopefully can't run for president again. I don't know if he's going to try to challenge that or not. I don't think that Donald Trump cares much about this country. He definitely doesn't care about the Republican Party. So I don't think he's going to have much of an interest in kind of being a kingmaker. He's not going to care to choose the next person. Vance, love him or hate him, and I absolutely hate him. I think he's an actual Satan spawn person. Vance has about as much charisma as DeSantis does. So I don't see him capturing any of the kind of Trump worshipers. So I think the Republicans are going to be in a weird spot where you don't have this Donald Trump figure making politician careers. So it's going to be interesting after midterms to see how much the party starts to split from him versus how long they think they kind of have to hold on to him until the main elections come up.
All right, before we go, Joey, what do you think? Are we going to start to see maybe a new sort of splinter during the midterms because we're going to need a successor?
Look, the midterms are still going to be about Trump. Because if the Democrats take power, they will impeach Donald Trump. And if they take supermajorities, they will impeach and remove Donald Trump. So, and honestly, a lot of the Senate Republicans, I could see 4 or 5 of them going along with the impeachment of Donald Trump. So the Republicans will run on that because, unfortunately, I hate to say it, there's not a hell of a lot of results that they can run on because other than the one big beautiful bill, they've essentially sat there and twiddled their thumbs for the last 6 months, even though they had a president ready to sign everything. They didn't get the executive orders through. There's a lot of frustration with the congressional Republicans. I think the midterms, look, if this America Party takes off and Elon is playing around, plus you have every midterm season, the president in power tends to lose seats. It could be a very difficult midterms. At the same time, if they put Zoran Mamdani and candidates like that as the face of the Democrats with Jasmine Crockett and people like that, their team is full of people that are absolutely vile and disgusting to the majority of the American people. So if you keep those faces out front, we have a better chance. But as far as I'm concerned, it's time for the Republicans to start getting to work. It's midterm season coming up. Put results that you can go into your district and say, I did this, 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 and that. Just securing the same tax cuts we already had, thank you, but not enough. Deport people, get the executive orders codified, and give something for people to go and tell their constituents, I did this because you voted for me. That's the only way we win the midterms, and that's the only way we keep Trump until 2028, because Democrats will get him out.
Destiny, is deporting people going to bring people to the ballot box in support of the president?
No, I don't think Trump has the mind for politics. And in some ways, I'm pretty grateful for it. One thing you kind of learn as an influencer, I guess, and that's how I analyze all politics now, because it truly seems like capturing attention is the only thing that matters. When you're an influencer, you know you're in trouble when you're fighting more than like 1 or 2 big factions at a time on the internet. And it feels like Donald Trump just wants to pick fights with literally everybody. If he wanted to focus on the deportation thing, then fine, focus on the deportation thing. But you probably shouldn't be making Mexico an enemy at the same time through your trade policy. If you want to fight China on trade policy, then that's fine. But you probably shouldn't be making an enemy out of the rest of the world with your tariffs. If you want to help Israel, if you want to do whatever in Ukraine, like Donald Trump just has a really hard time picking 1 or 2 political topics and sticking with it. He wants to fight and then subsequently lose everywhere. And that's why we have no legislation over the past 6 months besides this bill that has now run counter to the largest issue that so many kind of peripheral MAGA people joined the movement on, which was balancing the budget. I've got a talk coming up soon with a tech guy from California, and all of these kind of techie people that jumped on with Elon, who knows if they'll follow him in this America whatever party. These guys only joined because they were all kind of hoodwinked into believing that the debt and the deficit were the most important issues to run on. And now we have Donald Trump extending tax cuts for God knows what reason on just ordinary citizen income that's destructive to the budget and not doing anything else besides raising the debt and raising the deficit.
Indeed, the midterms are going to be a very interesting time, but we are also out of time, so we'll leave it there. Thank you to our contributors, Joey Manarino, political strategist and commentator, and Stephen Bennell, political commentator and YouTuber known online as Destiny. Thank you, as always, for your analysis and contribution to the both of you. And to you at home, thanks for joining us on Counterpoints. You can watch all our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Milan. While Milan isn't much the first choice when visiting Italy, it is still worth the tour. A city of business and banking, shopping and fashion, you'll definitely fall in love with Milan. The commercial center of Italy, after all, is known for its stylish catwalk and famous shops. Plus, it's got a list of hidden wonders for you to discover. First, experience a breathtaking view of the city from the Duomo route. The famous Duomo, after all, is the center of all tourist activity in Milan. Take the elevator up and walk around the cathedral's roof to see the magnificent city from above. While the city is usually smoggy, obscuring your view, it's still worth the experience. Of course, the interiors of Duomo is already impressive to begin with. Next is a visit to the Santa Maria delle Grazie Church. This is where you will find the famous Last Supper that many households have replicas of. You certainly shouldn't miss this chance to see a Da Vinci masterpiece up close. Getting tickets to view it may be difficult, but with good planning, it is still possible. Then, of course, there are the beautiful parks around the city. Milan is definitely a bustling city, but there are places to take a break from all of the busyness. There are a couple of good-sized parks around the city that'll be convenient for you to escape in for a while. Milan is also definitely a city for culinary treats. One of the popular must-tries are the panzerotto, or the Milanese fast food. It is a sweet and spongy piece of flatbread with mozzarella and tomato sauce. Of course, there are many other specialties to try aside from this. Next are the wondrous canals in the Navigli. Yes, there are canals in Milan, and one of them was designed by Da Vinci. The Navigli district has 2 canals, and you can take boat tours in it. It's also considered a haven for artists these days, and you may also come across small art galleries and charming restaurants nearby. It's also the place to be after dark, as the Navigli is known for its hip and happening nightlife. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. And these are our top stories. Trump issues a warning to Russia. 100% secondary tariffs in 50 days if no Ukraine deal is reached. A possible breakthrough in Gaza ceasefire talks as President Trump voices hope for a deal within days. But sources accuse Netanyahu of stalling the process. And reports emerged that Iran's president was injured during an Israeli strike last month targeting a secret underground facility in Tehran. US President Donald Trump has just delivered his long-awaited statement on the Ukrainian war during a meeting with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte at the White House. Trump threatened 100% secondary tariffs on Russia if no peace deal is reached within 50 days. He also called it Biden's war and voiced disappointment in Putin. He announced new weapons and a deal that would be with Europe footing the bill. Take a listen to what he had to say.
As you know, we've spent $350 billion approximately on this war with Russia and Ukraine, and would like to see it end. It wasn't my war, it was Biden's war. It's not my war, I'm trying to get you out of it. And we want to see it end. And I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And we make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best of everything. The European nations know that. And we've made a deal today, and I'm going to have Mark speak about it, but we've made a deal today where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz and the managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett, here with me in the studio. Wissam, we'll pass to you first in Riyadh. What do you make of this latest move by Trump? Do you think this is necessary to get Putin to finally agree to a deal?
It is very difficult to
to anticipate any kind of action from Putin, because Putin doesn't seem to be feeling a lot of pressure, honestly. But it would be interesting also to see how Trump is starting to use the tariffs as a weapon for everything, for countries who disrespect him, or for countries who will not show enough will to make deals with him. So one weapon for all, which is the tariffs. Now, the big question that we have to ask, why is Russia so reluctant to give Trump back after being the one American president who gave Russia and Putin almost a lot or everything? We know that Trump gave the fact that Crimea would somehow be Russian, that a lot of the territory seized by Russia would somehow remain outside of Kyiv's power. Now, what does Russia want? Apparently, Russia and Putin knows that Trump cannot become Joe Biden. And we just heard Trump saying, remember, this is not my war. And I want to stop and listen again to this word when he say, remember, this is not my war, it's Joe Biden's war. So in Trump's core values, he does not believe that, he doesn't really care about what's happening in Ukraine, but he cares about his promise, about his ego, about the fact that he promised the world that he will bring an end to this. And he also kind of promised himself with a Nobel Peace Prize. So this is very important. Now, Putin is not giving Trump any relief. So yes, Trump is upset. Yes, Trump is hiring the tone, but we are yet to see any real content in the big and rough words that Trump is using against Putin.
Michael, what do you think? Is this going to put pressure on Putin now? Do you think these tariffs will actually be somewhat of a deterrent?
I don't think that tariffs will be a deterrent. I'll be interested to see what the White House can do, because this should be an opportunity for them. You know, they have not had any victories in the nearly 180 days they've been in office. They've got the war in the Ukraine, the war in Gaza, the tariffs are a mess, and they've had to bomb Iran. And I think if I was in the White House right now, I would want this to be an opportunity where we could use diplomacy. We could actually speak to Putin, find out what it is that what's the long game. And the issue, though, that the White House faces is that because they haven't had any diplomatic wins in the time that they've been in office, I think that they have nothing to point to say, this is the way that we have to do it. These are the people that can help us get there. And I think that Donald Trump is left to issue ultimatums. And when you're trying to enter high-stakes diplomacy with someone like Vladimir Putin, demanding deadlines be met within 50 days is not the way to go.
But possibly a strategic 50-day mark, because timing is everything, and that has been the case with this administration. September the 2nd would be 50 days from now. Labour Day is on the 1st of September. And then the off-year elections, they'll be on the 4th of November as well. So possibly strategically timed. And he's always said it's been a long game, getting NATO just to go to the negotiating table and to pay for these weapons. Is that somewhat of a win?
So I think getting NATO to pay is a win, but I think that the idea came from NATO. I don't think this was Donald Trump who floated this idea. I think the European leaders came together, they developed this strategy, and this is the one that's presented. And all they needed to do, because they know how to operate with Donald Trump, is to say to him, this is an easy win. It'll be a business deal. You won't be paying for it. We'll be paying for it, but we'll be able to give the Ukrainians what we want.
Wissam, is this somewhat of potentially, because where is Europe in this situation now? And we've heard it mentioned a few times today as well, and Europe is somewhat involved in the payment of this, or the EU at least. Where does this leave Europe at the moment?
Well, Europe have been in not so good shape for the last couple of years. The one prominent thing that we have seen in the last days was the Franco-UK agreement on somehow sharing the nuclear deterrence umbrella. This is a game changer. Although Paris and London said it's not against Russia, but we only can see the Russian element in the background of the new thinking in Paris and London. Now, Trump, he says he will be sending new weapons, but he will say he will bring them through the NATO, and that the NATO and Europe obviously will pay for them, and Ukraine as well. And at the same time, we are yet to see what is the nature of these weapons. So now, yes, America is frustrated. They have a real problem in leverage, the leverage over Putin, because Trump, most and foremost, he doesn't want two things. He doesn't want to become Joe Biden. He doesn't want to become the person who is deep involved in this war, who he didn't choose. And second, he will not use any kind of decisive and assertive power, the likes of what we saw in Iran in this conflict, because this is so dangerous. It could start a new world war. And most importantly, it could involve America in a war that is not really wanted, not only by Trump, but mostly by its core electorate, the people who believe that America should be somehow isolationist and not get involved in this. So, yes, Trump is trying to put more pressure, but Putin says that, knows that, I mean, this he can take this further. Now, what does Putin want? This is the big question. Is America ready to give them what he wants? This is also another question. 50 days, 2nd of September. Thank you, Michael, for this precise date. We'll be seeing it's not the first deadline that has been set by the Trump administration. And it would be very important if we have a deal. Let's not forget there is also the rare earth deal that is in the making in Ukraine. A lot of things happening. And also we are yet to hear about something happening in the Middle East, about Gaza. So some kind of a bigger world picture is taking shape in the next week. It could, in the best case scenario, have Trump being triumphant and have all his deals, all his victories, and yet again be triumphant, or nothing at all, like it has been the case for the last 3 or 4 months.
As you said, Wissam, what does Putin want? I mean, I think that's one of the big questions that we are facing right now. Michael, any insight? Because I don't know if this is the million-dollar question right now. What does Putin want?
I think we have to determine what somebody wants by their actions. And you can see his actions are very strategic on the battlefield. He wants as much of the Ukrainian territory as possible, even if that is so that he can be in a better position when it comes time to negotiate. We know he wants the Crimea. We know he does not want NATO in the Ukraine. And we know that he wants to be in a position where he can say, if you want me to come to the negotiating table, then I'm going to give a little bit of what I've taken. But for him to give up everything, he would then be in a position where maybe he can get other concessions from the Europeans and from Donald Trump.
Indeed, and it's a constantly evolving story, but we will move on for now. Michael and Wissam, thank you so much. To this next story, US President Donald Trump has expressed hope that a breakthrough is possible soon in the stalled Gaza ceasefire and hostage negotiations. However, sources say Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is deliberately delaying progress to keep political pressure off himself. Netanyahu insists the war must continue until Hamas is fully disarmed and all hostages are returned. And meanwhile, US envoy Steve Witkoff remains optimistic as talks continue behind the scenes. Wissam, Trump saying he's very hopeful for a Gaza ceasefire within a week, apparently. But is there any real actual indication in Israel that it's on the cards? Are we looking at more political optimism once again here?
We have been very close to this moment many times before. We have been hearing that a deal is possible within days. We heard this at least 5 times before, and it didn't happen. Now, do we have elements that make us believe that this time is different? Maybe, not sure. And also because a lot of things are happening at the same time, and also because we had this meeting in the White House between Netanyahu and Trump. Now, is he deliberately, like you were saying in your presentation, delaying this because of his internal struggles and problems? I really don't believe so, because Netanyahu, whether some like it or not, he is in his most triumphant days ever. He has led what he can sell to his internal audience as a victory over Iran. He is really the one Israeli prime minister that has made changes to the surrounding world where Israel is existing more than any other one. So yes, now there is one last thing, and he has enough leverage over Washington and over the ground in Gaza to be able to do things that are decisive, that will last. obviously being able to change the reality in Gaza and get rid of 2 million people inside, that was always a fantasy, a geopolitical fantasy that will not happen. But I think he is about to be able to sell his audience that we have changed the situation in Gaza forever. And if Hamas is able to give them it, whoever is in charge, he will be able to make a deal.
And that does depend on how long this goes on. Surely you think Netanyahu's best interest is to keep this war going as long as possible. When it is done, this man may be on trial for what has happened thus far. Surely it's in his best interest to continue it for as long as possible.
I mean, for a lot of people outside of Israel, especially in the Middle East, they don't really understand this duality of reality between the achievements of Benjamin Netanyahu for his agenda and the fact that he has problems with the judiciary. And let's not forget that just after Iran, the popularity of Netanyahu is at all-time high. Of course, the internal dynamics of Israel remain one of somehow democratic country, and they have internal dynamics. But I don't think, he could delay the war, not because of his problems. Of course, it's a reality for him, and he has to deal with this. But delaying the war because there is not enough will from whoever has will to stop it, and because every day this war continues, he will make it more hard for anyone to continue with the old system in Gaza. So Gaza is, unfortunately for the civilian population, is a much, much harder place to live. And Israel, I'm sure they will make sure that whatever reality is coming out of this will be sustainably changed.
Michael, Netanyahu, I guess, trying any sort of a ceasefire for the return of the remaining hostages at the moment. Is that realistic, do you think, at this point? What about this idea as well of the buffer zone, which we'll talk about with both yourself and Wissam in a second? But the hostages is the key crux here.
It is the key crux, and it's key for both sides. And this is where the art of negotiating would come into play, because you have Hamas, who is adamant that they are not going to give up hostages without certain conditions. And you have the Israelis, who are saying, we need the hostages, both the dead as well as the living. And there are certain things that we will want and certain things that we will not give up. How this plays out and what ends up happening in the long run is what is going to, I think, make for an incredibly interesting story as this progresses.
And I think it's because there's obviously some of these non-negotiables. And what we're hearing from this buffer zone and 1/3 of the strip being occupied as well, is that really likely to wash with Hamas? That's 1.8 kilometres of a buffer zone and then 1/3 of the Gaza Strip being occupied by Israel. Really, are we likely to see any sort of a deal because of that?
So this is one of the really tricky parts of it, where you cannot see Hamas and the Palestinians wanting to cede any more of their territory. You understand the Israelis and why this makes perfect sense. You also could understand why Hamas would accept it if it meant that there was complete withdrawal of the IDF from that territory. But Israel wants the buffer, and they also want to keep the IDF there. They also want to push 600,000 Palestinians into this humanitarian city. And as that progresses, at what point does Hamas say, wait a second, what is it that we're getting out of it? You want all of that, and you want the hostages, and you want us to give up civil control as well as give up our arms. For Hamas to give up all of that, the Israelis are going to have to give them something. And that's where I think it becomes an incredibly interesting debate that'll go on.
And again, we're hearing as well about this humanitarian city that's also going to be formed there. And earlier I spoke to reporter Blake Sifton, who was in Tel Aviv, about the reaction to Israel's plan for this so-called humanitarian city in Rafah. Here's what he said.
So this suggestion of establishing this humanitarian city, it's been called for by the far right. It's been openly espoused and advocated by the defense minister, Katz. However, it has been met with condemnation, certainly internationally, and also within some quarters in Israel. Within Israel, opposition leader Yair Lapid has called it crazy. He has said that it basically thwarts the likelihood of any negotiations being successful, and has said that it is essentially Netanyahu pandering to the far right. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert went a step further. He said this idea, the suggestion of forcibly displacing the population of Gaza amounts to ethnic cleansing, and if established, this humanitarian city would be a concentration camp. So very strong words from a former Israeli leader there. The Israeli military has reportedly told the government that establishing this city would take over a year and cost billions. And according to reports, Netanyahu reacted angrily to that, asking that it be made possible much more quickly and much more cheaply.
A humanitarian city. Wissam, it's certainly something, food for thought, I guess, plus this buffer zone, 1/3 occupancy. What do you think of Hamas and what they'll react to with this?
I would say, first and foremost, that the big dramatic reality of this struggle there is that there is no logical sense. I mean, whatever logical sense that can be applied anywhere else does not apply with such deeply ideological players, and especially Hamas. So having seen all this destruction who has been inflicted on civilian population is not enough for an ideological organization like Hamas to shift strategy or to shift policies. So all this human suffering, all this, although it is being inflicted by Israel, we are not really forgetting this, but this is not enough apparently for Hamas to shift strategy and to change tactics. And the people who are paying the price. Now, a humanitarian city, it is a very euphemization of a very, harder reality. And if we have one prominent Israeli ex-prime minister saying it amounts to what could be counted as a concentration camp, this is really something, strong words, yes, but it is also real. Because when you get people who are displaced from their livelihoods, from their homes, and you have new realities on the ground, and you have people being driven into a new place where they will find new livelihood, this is really, changing the demography. This is something that hasn't been done any time after World War II, and it will have a huge price. But let's not forget that 60 to 65% of homes in Gaza are not anymore able to receive their real people. So yes, there have to be some changes, some real infrastructure, some real investment in making a new life for those people. And I suspect that it's not Israel who is willing to do this. Israel is willing to do what will change permanently the situation and the game in Gaza.
And I think what the important thing is right now, and I think globally it's agreed that the aid issue, and currently the aid not getting in there, but even when aid does get in, as we saw today, Michael, it can have disastrous consequences.
Yeah, one of the issues that I struggle with, the Israelis will say that Hamas will capture all of the aid and that they will then use it for their own purposes. If you were to flood all of Gaza with as much aid as possible, then you take away Hamas's power to use that as a leverage. And instead of doing just that, the Israelis, they go in with a few trucks instead of the hundreds of trucks that they should be doing every day, because then it becomes a non-issue. Everybody has it, and there's no more fighting over it, and you're able to take away one of those leverages that Hamas controls.
Surely harrowing to see this as well, and these are people who are making their way for water and basic supplies today, being killed because they're trying to get to aid. It's harrowing.
And it's so difficult to not be cynical about it when you see that the instruction is given that if you want the aid, then you have to go to one location. And then when people do go to that one location, they end up, it feels like, that they're targeted. And that's where they are then killed by the Israeli military. And again, the Israeli military, the IDF will come out and say it was an accident or there's an investigation. But it's something that they've said repeatedly over the course of this war. And there is no accountability because they are the ones that are committing the crime, and then they are the ones that are investigating it themselves. And nobody seems to stand up to the Israeli military to say, this has got to stop, and this is at an end.
And we're seeing, and this is very much sideline, literally, conversations that are taking place between Steve Witkoff meeting the Qataris once again, but this time on the sideline of a football match, which is an unusual place for mediation to be taking place on such a serious matter, but that's exactly what's happening.
Well, it's not the place that you would think that it would be happening normally, but I think with the Trump administration, I think we've seen that they are maybe unconventional in the way that they do things. I don't know that I would want to criticize them too much for this, because anytime you get parties coming together to talk in any location is a good thing. And you just think, maybe 3 or 6 months from now, the war could be over, and maybe that crucial conversation took place at a football match in New Jersey.
We hope so. Before we wrap this up, final words from you on this, Wissam?
It is unbelievable how much the world's attention is living fatigue in front of this misery in Gaza. I mean, this has been going on for so long, and the only force that is not living any real fatigue, and this is very impressive, is the Israeli military machine. At the same time, people in Gaza have been showing the world one of the worst tragedies that the world has seen. And the fatigue is so obvious that people are not reacting enough to this misery. Not only the people in the world, but also people in Hamas as well, inside Gaza, who does not seem to do whatever it takes to stop this and still calculating of their political survival.
Wissam, Michael, thank you both for your thoughts on that. Let's move on. South Korea is deciding whether to accept the US demands for its reduced barriers on agricultural imports. It's part of the efforts to lower the Trump administration's proposed 25% tariffs on goods from the country. One of Washington's key requests is to ease the restrictions on the imports of US beef that is over 30 months old, but it is raising concerns among cattle industry players and consumers alike. In South Korea, Patrick Falk reports.
In barbecue-loving South Korea, sizzling beef is a staple for many people. Despite thriving domestic production, the country still relies on a significant amount that's imported. It's the world's biggest buyer of beef from the US. Park Jae-hong is head of South Korea's largest wholesale beef market. He says South Korean cuts aren't the same as what's shipped from America.
This side is Korean beef, and this side is imported beef. At first glance, they may look the same, but the taste is dramatically different.
Many people in South Korea believe locally produced beef is superior. Beef imported from the US is more affordable and is often used for marinated dishes, according to some, to mask the flavor. American beef is already set to become more common here thanks to a free trade agreement that will bring tariffs on imports to zero next year. But Washington is urging Seoul to go a step further and to remove an existing block on shipments of beef from cattle that's over 30 months old. Moon Bu-ki is a butcher and specializes in Korean beef. Like many in his line of business, he's concerned about potential upheaval. He says easing controls on US imported beef would push prices down and pressure local vendors. The current restrictions are in place over fears of bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or mad cow disease. That's despite the World Health Organization classifying the US as a negligible risk for it. But it's consumers in South Korea that need convincing.
If Trump demands Korea imports beef that's over 30 months old, the cattle people fear may carry mad cow disease. I'm not sure if we can resist as firmly as we did in the past. But if it happens, I will do my research as a consumer. I'll scrutinize the information closely. If it's scientifically proven safe, I might decide to buy it and eat it.
In 2008, tens of thousands of people protested over the lifting of an import ban on American beef. It remains a sensitive issue in the country. Washington says the current restrictions are unfair. But experts like Kim Song-hun, who's a professor of agricultural economics at Chungnam National University, says it's push now to lift limits on beef that's currently banned is a risky move. Consumer anxiety over US beef may increase, he says, and shoppers may avoid it in supermarkets because of safety fears. But the government is signalling it may be willing to budge and address so-called non-tariff barriers to the market. Policymakers say strategic decisions are needed for a broad trade agreement. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya.
Now we're turning our attention to e-scooters. They have soared in popularity around the world, but the rise in the number of accidents due to misuse and even deaths has reignited a debate about how safe they really are. And some are even calling for a complete ban on the vehicles. To chat about this, Michael and Wissam. First of all, Michael, what do you make of this? A ban completely on e-scooters?
So I would be for the ban completely. And I would say that because I live in Dubai and I've been here for a long time. And these guys, and I don't want to sound like the old man yelling, "Get off my lawn," but I'm going to sound like that. These guys can fly at pretty good speeds. And I know that there are certain areas in town where there are marks, lanes on the sidewalk, the pavement, where these guys should be driving or where I should be walking. And when you come across the intersection between the pedestrian and the person on the e-scooter, it's like you're driving. You're constantly taking a quick look over your shoulder to make sure that you can cross over, because Kyiv Times reported today that in the first half of this year, there have been 13 deaths related to e-scooter accidents, whereas last year, in all 12 months, there were 10 deaths. So the number of fatalities has gone up an awful lot for a city that doesn't have a lot of pedestrian traffic, but is having a lot more scooter traffic.
Do you have one? Do you have an electric scooter?
I do not.
Okay, but do you have a bike?
I do not.
Because I would argue that deaths from bikes are also on the up as well. So there is the argument that it's a death on the road situation that is up.
So yes, but bicyclists or cyclists now have a better understanding about being on the road, and I think motorists also as well. And when there is a cyclist, you're not going to be able to accelerate at a great speed. There is a rhythm to the way in which you cycle as the traffic moves along. Whereas with a scooter, they will cut in and out of traffic. They'll go on the sidewalk, they'll go off the sidewalk, and they can accelerate quite quickly.
And they can be modified as well, and we'll get to that in a minute. But with Sam, it's an issue pretty much everywhere at this stage. They are on every single road. You can't move without seeing somebody on either public transport versions of these that are operated by a central carrier or by people's own personal scooters. They're causing issues worldwide, it seems.
It's one of the most complicated and interesting stories in the world right now. So from one side, you have one technology or one mode of transportation that is really changing the world, that is giving a way to move for people who don't have means to move or to buy cars. In Dubai itself, we have seen workers and people on the lower side of the spectrum, of the economic spectrum, who have been able to move, to take the metro of somewhere that is a little bit further away from the way they live. And yes, it's dangerous. And yes, I am, as a driver who has been living in Dubai for 20 years, I was so upset to see all those people. But this chaos kind of reminds me of footage we have seen of the beginning of the 20th century, where cars themselves were driving in such chaotic way. So you cannot stop change. Now, okay, there is a regulation that is stopping scooters. But this is about urban mobility. This is about fulfilling somehow the dream of not having to use cars to move inside cities that are supposed to be greener. So let's not forget that this is what it's all about in the first place. Now there is chaos. There has been a lot of accidents, a lot of death. But let me ask a question. What did cause more death, scooters or the delivery, motorcycles? In Dubai itself, I would say delivery motorcycles were much, much more dangerous, and yet we didn't see, we cannot stop those because the economic system is so dependent on them. I think we will need to regulate this. It's a game of power. It's a hierarchy of power on the street. When I go to Paris, I know that cyclists are those who have the power over those in the cars, and cyclists are the people who are the mean people. Apparently, in some parts of the world, like the Middle East, the power remains in the hand of people who drive cars.
And I think, like you said as well, Wissam, we have to move forward. In the 1850s, there was famously a newspaper article that covered that the penny farthing was going to cause many, many deaths because that bicycle was seen to be too dangerous to be on public roads. And obviously that was the modern technology of the time. So we move forward from bicycles. But now we have, and I would refer to them as somewhat of a silent killer because we do know that these things operate without anybody. There is no bell normally on board with a lot of these. It can be a bit of a tricky situation, Michael. But a benefit for people, as Wissam said, from a lower socioeconomic background who may not have the facilities to have a car or to have access to public transport.
I would also say that if you have to go to the 1850s to make your argument is not going to be
too far.
It's not going to be strong. Yes, look, I think there's an equalizing aspect to it when you have something that is so inexpensive that people at the lower end are able to then, be at the same level as somebody who is maybe doing much better. But I think that there are cities around the world where they're walking cities and they're designed that way. Public transportation is usually not that expensive, no matter what your salary is. And I do think that the issue, at least in the city where I live, is that the laws are there to regulate the way that people drive and to make sure people are aware. But the problem is the enforcement or the lack of enforcement. And I don't know if that means that there needs to be more scooter police out there or if there needs to be a different way to monitor the situation. But if you're not going to ban it, and I think that ship has sailed, and I don't think that will happen, but I do think you have to take a fresh look, because if you have already more than the number of deaths in 12 months, you have that in 6 months, I think there's a real issue.
Yeah, I think it may be maybe a stretch too far for some cities to be able to invest in a police, specifically police force for the scooters. But I do think, and Wissam, as you said there as well, I think what is the solution? Do you think it needs to be a police force who are specifically targeting just scooter riders?
I guess it's different in every single city. Some cities in the Gulf, like Dubai, it's the design, the urban design is so wild, and it's so fast. So having regulations for smaller ways of transportation like scooters is much more difficult. But let's also hope that any kind of new regulations will take into consideration giving the people more ability to move personally, to have better urban, movability. And let's wait for the air hovers to arrive. Let's wait for the ultimate chaos that is coming in the next 5 years.
Do you have, Wissam, do you have a scooter? The points you're getting across indicate that you may be a scooter owner.
I had a scooter, but mostly I have people in my teams who use scooters on daily basis, especially even in Dubai. People who lived in the marina or who used to come to the media city on their scooters. And yes, I have 2 of my team members who have had accidents because of scooters. And one of them just left this option in his life. Yes, it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. As a driver, I don't like scooters, but I cannot but accept the fact that it is giving a lot of people a lot of means to have, better urban, mobility.
Well,
and yes, we'll have to see what will come in the future. It's only the beginning.
I think it's safe to say, regardless of what we see in the future, one of those things will not be Michael Jabri Pickett on a scooter. I think it's safe to say that. And finally, we've reached the point in the show where Wissam and Michael...
on a Harley Davidson.
Yeah, more likely. Wissam and Michael, you've come up with some stories, quirky stories of the day. Michael, we'll pass to you first. And this is an out-of-this-world auction.
It truly is, and it is an opportunity to own a piece of Mars. So Sotheby's will be holding an auction on Wednesday. This is an opportunity to own a 54-pound piece of rock. Now, this was blown off the surface of Mars through a massive asteroid strike. It then traveled 140 million miles and landed in the Sahara. And it was discovered in 2023. And it is It represents, this is the number that I like, it represents 7% of all Martian material that is on Earth.
Wow.
It is 70% bigger than the last biggest piece of Mars, and Sotheby's estimates that it will sell for between $2 and $4 million on Wednesday.
$2 to $4 million. So I know that they've compared it and contrasted, because initially I saw this and thought, I've seen rocks like this. Surely I'll just contact Sotheby's and say I have a piece of Mars. They've compared and contrasted it to a piece that they took from 1968 from the Martian surface. So this is the genuine real deal, and we know that for sure, right?
Yes, correct.
You're not going to sink in £2 to £3 million and then discover that you've actually just got a really rather pretty rock, right?
Well, it might be a pretty rock, but I think then you could, you'd have a claim to go back to Sotheby's to say, I challenge the assertion that this is a piece of Mars.
I could think of better ways to spend the cash, but I certainly, as a space geek, I enjoy the story nonetheless. Wissam, yours is about the big football match and Trump's attendance at this game, which has caused a bit of a stir.
It's one of the typical Trump moments, but it's a very nice story. You have Chelsea club who just won the World Cup of, football clubs championship. And it is happening in America, in New Jersey. They just won, and it's that very moment when the American president will have to deliver the trophy and just disappear to let the people who just won have their moment. And then this moment came. It is the most prominent moment of all. It's the moment of victory. And Trump finds himself very close to the center of the story. And he is, as we all know Trump, he is someone who loves this attention and who loves being the center of the story. And instead of just delivering the trophy and leaving, he stayed there. Yeah. And it was a bit awkward, a bit weird. And people were asking, are you going to stay here? Are you going to leave? And he just said, yes, I'm staying. And he stayed. And this is one of those Trump moments. Trump was always able to change any story to make it about him.
Every story can be a Trump story if you give it enough time, I think, Wissam. That's what it is. Never misses a photo op. And there was Salt Bay vibes, I think, with that, when Salt Bay got with the Champions League trophy and then got banned from the matches. But apparently Trump will be allowed back into the stadium in the near future, as they will be the co-host for the Men's World Cup in 2026, along with Mexico and Canada. To both of you, thank you so much. That is unfortunately all we have time for today. But a massive thank you to our guests, Al Arabiya editor, to Wissam Kiruz, thank you. And the managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett. Thank you both for joining us. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And as always, you can follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, the death toll in Gaza has now passed the 58,000 mark. During the course of the weekend, 6 Palestinians were killed, 6 children I should say, and 17 others were injured in central Gaza. This as they tried to collect water. Meanwhile, Israel says it was the result of missile malfunction and that it regrets harm to uninvolved civilians. Also coming up today, growing anticipation over a possible shift in the Trump administration's approach towards the war in Ukraine. We'll be asking what might this mean for the country, and could sanctions, tougher sanctions, be on the horizon? Hello and welcome. We begin with Gaza, where civilian death toll continues to rise. Well, local authorities are reporting that at least 28 people have been killed across the war-torn strip today alone. Well, these latest strikes come just a day after 6 children were killed whilst waiting to fill water containers beside a tanker at the Al-Nusayrat refugee camp, which is in central Gaza. Well, one Palestinian child, Mohammed Abu Dhaka, lost his parents and brother in the recent deadly strikes. Let's take a listen.
We had barely moved 5 meters from our home when a shell struck us. I was catapulted along with my father, my mother, my brother to the middle of the street. They all died. My brother and mother were left in pieces in the middle of the road.
Well, for more on this, we can cross now to Rosalia Bollen, who is a spokesperson for UNICEF. Rosalia, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. The death toll in Gaza, we're told, has now passed the 58,000 mark. Just tell us what the latest is that you're hearing about the situation on the ground and where the worst of the violence is concentrated.
I mean, to start off, I think it's important to remember that this number is very, very overwhelming. It's a very large number, but we're talking about real people here. There's at least 17,000 children reported killed within that toll. Those aren't numbers. Those are boys and girls. They're toddlers and babies. That's what we're talking about. In reality, what we've seen over the past couple of weeks is mass casualty events, really on a daily basis. On Thursday, there were 9 children killed. With 4 women. They were queuing with their mothers, waiting to get nutrition support, UNICEF nutrition support in Deir al-Balah. Yesterday morning, 7 children were killed, waiting for water in Al-Nusayrat. And I just saw another report, a breaking news report of several people killed, including possibly children, in a strike on tents in the Al-Mawasi area in southern Gaza, where families have been told to go to. So 21 months into this war, there is no safe place in Gaza. At times, violence has been concentrated in specific areas, especially the eastern side of the Gaza Strip, the northern part of Gaza, Rafah, eastern Khan Yunis. But the reality is that people aren't safe anywhere.
Yeah, and you're right to point out that we're not talking about numbers, we're talking about human beings. It even helps sometimes to give them an identity. I was reading about a 17-year-old boy, his name is Taisir Mansour, living in constant pain. He's been in pain for a year. He suffered severe burns when an Israeli missile struck his home that destroyed his home, killed his mother, injured his siblings. His situation is now getting worse every day, we're told, because he hasn't got adequate access to medical care. Both his hands might now need to be amputated, and at the same time, he's got limited access to food and medicine. I mean, it's a horrific series of events. How common is that kind of a story, do you think?
You know, sadly, this story isn't just heart-wrenching by itself. The sad reality is that this is not a unique case. It is not an exception. I have interviewed dozens of children myself inside Gaza, children who are severely ill, children who've been severely injured in bombardments, who have been lucky enough to survive the airstrike, but then are unable to access the medical care that they need because of the stress that the health system is under. Hospitals hospitals themselves have been turned into battle zones. They face very severe shortages of medicines, and there's just this constant flow of severely injured people day in, day out. I also want to point out that we're talking about injured children, injured civilians, but the reality is that injured doesn't really cover the extent of the injuries that people have very often. I've seen children who've had their limbs amputated. I've seen children who've been burned on very large parts of their bodies. We're not just talking about a couple of scratches. We're talking about children who will likely have to cope for the rest of their lives with their injuries. So sadly, this is a common reality for children and their parents in Gaza. It's the daily struggle of the doctors and the nurses who try to save people's lives without having the means to do so, really. This is also why it's important that more countries in the world take in severely injured patients from Gaza and severely ill patients with pre-existing medical conditions. The hospital system needs to be rehabilitated, but until that's the case, people risk dying right now. They're dying in waiting. They can't afford to wait. So it's important that more people from the Gaza Strip, especially child patients, can get medically evacuated.
Sure, and I just wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously UNICEF is focused on children, and there was one story of a little boy who didn't die, although his parents and 3 brothers all did. He only survived because he was outside getting water. I mean, this is a heartbreaking story, and as we've been saying, these sorts of stories are not isolated. But what's going to happen to that little boy and little boys like that and little girls like that who are now orphans? What's in place to protect them, because they're extremely vulnerable, aren't they?
Well, what we do see in Gaza is really fantastic solidarity of the community. So for children who've become separated from their parents because the parents have been detained, the parents have been injured, parents have been killed, or simply they're in another part of Gaza and unable to get back to their children, we do see that within the community, within the extended family in the first place, but also in the larger community, people care for these type of children. That doesn't mean that their situation is easy, because there isn't enough food to eat in Gaza. Families really struggle to feed their children, to have enough to eat themselves, and it means that they have an extra mouth to feed. So that is a very important challenge. But these children are certainly exposed to even more risks, protection risks, than other children. When they are on their own, they're at heightened risk of exploitation, of abuse. So their situation is extremely difficult.
I just want to pick up on one thing you were saying at the beginning. We were talking about how, according to UNICEF, 50,000 Palestinian children have been killed or injured in Gaza since October 2023. And yet Israel says these are merely Hamas numbers. They dispute them and say that people that use these numbers are constructing some kind of an anti-Israel narrative. I mean, how do you respond to that?
Well, my colleagues and I have been present on the ground inside Gaza. I happen to be outside of Gaza at the moment, but I've been there for the past 6 months. And UNICEF has had a continuous operational presence inside the Gaza Strip throughout this war. We visit children, we visit families, we interview caregivers, we interview health staff, teachers, and we see the harm that is being done to children and to their families. We see the child injuries. We come across children who have been separated from their parents, or even worse, whose parents have been killed. So this is a daily occurrence that we simply come across and that we document.
Okay, and just one, I just wanted to talk to you about a couple of the other points that have been raised by UNICEF in the last few days. UNICEF says that more than 1 million children are in need of mental health and psychosocial support. They're perhaps the ones we don't see on our television screens because, of course, there's very limited access to medical care as it is, but when it comes to mental health issues, I can imagine there's even less support. But when we think about those 1 million children, we're talking about an issue that's going to have consequences, aren't we, for many decades to come?
Just to clarify for the viewers, so there's over 2 million people inside the Gaza Strip, and around half of the population is below 18. So there's around 1 million children inside Gaza, and we indeed believe that all of them, the entire child population, and frankly, the rest of the population too, is in very urgent need of mental health and psychosocial support. And that is because of these relentless bombardments. When you are in Gaza, you constantly hear the buzzing and the rumbling of drones and planes. You hear explosions. You hear planes approaching. You know a bomb is going to drop somewhere. You just don't know where. You wonder if it'll drop close to you. You're just constantly on edge. And so children are trapped in a very dangerous and toxic state of permanent stress. With the exception of the ceasefire earlier this year, there hasn't been any respite for children. Children whom I've interviewed talk about death. They're afraid, they're terrified of dying, but something they're even more afraid of is that their parents will die and that they will be left on their own. It's very widespread among the child population inside Gaza. So I'm very glad that you raised this, because the suffering isn't just physical, but it's also mental.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're going to have to leave it there. Rosalie Obolin, spokesperson for UNICEF, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Now, the US President Donald Trump says that the United States is going to be sending, quote, very sophisticated equipment to Ukraine. And by that, he appears to mean Patriot air defense systems. Well, the US president says this decision is to help Ukraine fend off the threat posed by Russia. Well, that statement comes as his relations with the Russian President Vladimir Putin appear to be turning increasingly sour. Let's take a listen.
I haven't agreed on the number yet, but they're going to have some, because they do need protection. But the European Union is paying for it. We're not paying anything for it, but we will send it. It'll be business for us, and we will send them Patriots, which they desperately need, because Putin really surprised a lot of people. He talks nice, and then he bombs everybody in the evening. So there's a little bit of a problem there, and I don't like it.
Well, for more analysis, we can cross to London and speak to Jim Townsend, who is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO policy at the Pentagon. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Jim. We just heard the US President there saying that some sophisticated weaponry is going to be sent in the direction of Ukraine. I mean, that seems to be a bit of a U-turn, doesn't it, by President Trump? And I'm wondering what you read into that.
Well, I think it is a bit of a U-turn, and I think what was very interesting to me was he said, well, you know, this is just going to be business. And he said the EU is going to pay for it. We're not going to pay for it, but the Ukrainians need it. So in a sense, he's kind of painting this as if it's a business deal to Putin, like, hey, don't worry, it's just business. You know, I still love you. And so, but this is also the beginning of this idea that has been kicked around now that the European Union or European nations themselves will be buying these weapon systems from the United States and transferring them to Ukraine. And again, it's business for the U.S. And the Europeans will be the ones providing the assistance.
I'm wondering if part of the audience here as well is his own support base, that we're against the idea of this war continuing. And if President Trump can portray this as being, you know, a lucrative business for the United States, providing this weaponry to Ukraine, but have the EU pay for it, I mean, will that perhaps make them think it's perhaps a good idea that the war carries on?
Well, I mean, it's a very good point. You know, the audiences that he speaks to are many. And I think the audience that's considered his base at home, you're right. He's painting this as business. This is something that's good for the United States. It's America first. And so people shouldn't feel that the U.S. is getting sucked into this, or we're giving away all this equipment for free, or this kind of thing. So he is kind of covering his political tracks there with that base. And at the same time, those in the Congress who are very pro-Ukraine, he is also throwing them a bouquet by saying, look, we're going to give it to Ukraine. They need it. And so I'm going to give them what they need to protect themselves, to defend themselves. And then the audience, of course, is Putin. And he's saying to Putin, look, my patience is running thin. You're tapping me along, as he said earlier. And so we'll see if this is going to be a real sea change with Putin. It may not be.
I mean, we've heard President Trump sounding increasingly critical of President Putin. That's not the sort of thing we were hearing from him, let's say, 4 or 5 months ago. I mean, what do you think President Trump's next moves are going to be with regards to how he approaches Moscow?
Well, it might be this legislation that's moving through the Congress that supposedly is very, very big on sanctions, that it's going to have sanctions that really hurt. It's going to impact the oil business that Russia really depends on. It's going to impact other areas that have been kind of off limits in terms of sanctions. So this is something that I think will be the next move. The first one being, okay, we're going to give them some Patriot missiles. I mean, we're not sure exactly how many missiles, and if this is it the whole system or is it just missiles? What is it that they're going to provide? But I think to answer your question, the next move is going to be will be with the Congress, and of course the president will have to sign that bill. So let's see what happens in the next few days.
Yeah, I don't know if we're talking about the same set of sanctions, but there is a bill sponsored by Senator Lindsey Graham, and President Trump is saying if anyone so much as deals with Russia, if indeed they go ahead with this and impose this next round of sanctions, they will be hit by 500% tariffs on their products. I mean, that would be a very, very strong deterrent. And I'm just wondering what you think the consequences of that would be.
Well, that's exactly, you're right. That's exactly the legislation I was mentioning earlier. And that's a key part of that legislation is the secondary sanctions on nations, as you point out, that nations that do business that buy the oil. So how will that work? I mean, with India, a country that's very important to us, they buy a lot of Russian oil. So will they really get a 500% tariff levied on them? So a lot of time what he does is these are negotiating tactics or these are signals being sent. And he goes right up to the abyss and then pulls back. So we don't know. But I think what we're seeing, though, is if this legislation passes and he signs it, then for Putin, this is certainly a sign, whether it's assistance to Ukraine or it's this legislation, that he's starting to push Putin, and then we'll have to see what Putin does.
Right. I mean, what we've seen Putin do, at least in the last few weeks, is really step up the aerial campaign in Ukraine. I mean, hundreds of drones on an almost daily basis have been raining down on Ukraine. I mean, it really looks like Russia is in absolutely no mood for compromise. And any talk of a ceasefire at this particular juncture looks like very wishful thinking, doesn't it?
I think that's right. I find it hard to believe that these sanctions and the assistance to Ukraine will move Putin. He's right now feeling he's in the catbird seat, as we say. Yeah, he thinks that he's got the time on his side and momentum on his side, and that he's going to wait us out. He's playing Trump, trying to avoid being trapped into some kind of sitting down at a table to talk about a ceasefire. So. He's trying to walk both sides of the street. He'll appease Trump on the one hand. On the other hand, he'll bomb to smithereens the Ukraine as much as he possibly can. So, a lot. We'll have to see how much Putin will take, and it could very well be that these sanctions, if they are as tough as the Congress seems to think they are, maybe that'll have an impact. I don't know. But I just, like you said, I find it hard to believe at this point that Putin is going to be in any mood to sit down and talk about a ceasefire or even a peace treaty. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at what's happening on the battlefield, I mean, if one were to get inside the mind of the Russian president, he would say, why would I? I mean, clearly the Russians are making gains on the battlefield, whether anybody likes it or not. That's the reality. And so perhaps it would be, unrealistic to think that the Russians would think other than, let's carry on with this.
Well, it's been hard to find what it is that gives Putin enough pain to make him agree to sit down and talk about a ceasefire. A lot of people have pointed to the economy, the Russian economy, that it can't sustain this kind of defense spending and these kinds of costs that come with the war in Ukraine, and that maybe he's got another year under this current wartime economy before he's going to be in real trouble. But I've always felt that we overplay that point. But if these sanctions come in and no one's buying the oil, and also there's other methods being used to counteract those ghost ships, that are those tankers that are moving the Russian oil around. So there are efforts being made to really to impact his oil sales. If that's impacted and he doesn't have the resources coming in the coming year that he had last year, then it will be difficult. But I think we're talking in terms of a year or two. We're not really going to see a turnaround no matter how hard the sanctions will hit, no matter how many ships that they seem to pull out of action. I think we're not going to see a turnaround for a year or so, even in the best case.
Right, because a lot of people we've spoken to on this channel have given us a whole series of indicators as to why the Russian economy is starting to look like it's really in trouble. And that could spell further trouble for President Putin in turn, who could start to feel some real pressure from his own population, maybe ministers in his inner sanctum. But you don't seem to be thinking that we're at a point that this is really beginning to feel like an Achilles heel, at least not yet.
Not yet. He doesn't have to worry about his next election. He doesn't, the Russian people seem to be, they're not in the streets. The price of bread hasn't skyrocketed. He has talked about the economy being, feeling the pinch of this war. But it's not like in the West, I think, where, if in the U.S. or in some European countries, if our economies were showing this kind of strain, there would be people in the street, or there would be a political liability for the politicians. But in Russia, it's just not that way. And I don't think we can judge them on how we can't judge them on how we would react. They're different, and I just don't see Putin being moved by his economy and the impact of his economy on the Russian people. I don't see him being moved to go to the peace table anytime soon. I really don't. Not within a year or so.
Yeah, but I mean, up until now, the Russian economy's had growth, and President Putin's been able to shrug it off and say, not having any effect on us, those sanctions, so try something else. But if it does start to happen, then perhaps he'll have a different way of approaching things.
Well, that's right, and he's still selling his oil, and I believe there's some Europeans and others who are even buying the oil. So that's the thing. His oil is his Achilles heel, and that's what Ukraine is trying to do. That they're firing drones and impacting the pipelines and where the refinery and that's this type of thing in Russia. So they're hitting the production of gasoline of all types and oils. They're also hitting, as I said, the ships that are carrying the oil. And if these sanctions hit the countries that are buying the oil, then, maybe there won't be that kind of oil revenue coming into Russia. But again, for all of that to happen together, to have a major impact, it's not right around the corner.
It's starting to look, 6 months into the second Trump presidency, that the US president's approach to Russia and to Ukraine really isn't particularly different from that of the previous administration, is it?
Well, people are saying that. I think it's different to me when it comes to the assistance to Ukraine. the assistance going to Ukraine still today is it's a bow wave from the Biden assistance. It was already in the pipeline, or it was moving into the pipeline when Trump was inaugurated. So Trump right now has not put together a package of assistance that he can call his own. So he certainly has not been providing the assistance. And what we have been so worried about in terms of he and his staff just parroting Putin's talking points, that seems to have modified somewhat. We're not hearing that anymore. The relationship with Zelensky has gotten better. So, he's starting to move into Biden territory. But let's see if that results in assistance. That's what we really need. Is assistance, and he's announced something, and he's gonna talk to the NATO Secretary General today, I believe, and so things are beginning to move. And let's see what he does in terms of his relationship with Russia. That will really tell us if we're going to see something more helpful in terms of assistance to Ukraine.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, things have changed immeasurably since that infamous Oval Office encounter between President Zelensky and President Trump. At that time, the Ukrainian leader was described by President Trump as being a modestly successful comedian and a dictator. I mean, now they seem to be getting along quite well. Do you think this is now going to be the end of the road for that rapprochement between, or that attempted rapprochement between Washington and Moscow?
I don't think so. And I hate to say that. It could be the beginning of the end, but I think the relationship that Trump wants to have with Putin still really colors a lot of what he does. He sees business deals. He wants to be buddy-buddy with a strong man like Putin. He wants to do something that makes him desirable in terms of the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, there's a lot of things that motivate him. And he doesn't want to be embarrassed, though. He doesn't want to be humiliated by Putin, by being tapped along, by being taken advantage of. So, I don't think he's ready yet to throw in the towel. But we'll have to see how Putin reacts to this assistance, and if he will actually do something that Trump can take to the bank in terms of a change in attitude towards a ceasefire or something along those lines. We'll have to see. But this is still a negotiation, and these are negotiating tactics. And Trump is trying to shape what Putin does, and nothing has worked so far, and he's getting frustrated. And so let's see what Putin does as a result of these tactics that Trump is using, and then let's see Trump's response. It's like watching a tennis game. We're just watching the ball go back and forth, sitting in the stands.
Yeah, I mean, it's turning into a long game of tennis, not quite the overnight game of tennis that we were told it would be, along the campaign trail and well into January. I mean, what do you think the original strategy was by President Trump at the beginning? To try to appease Putin, to vilify Volodymyr Zelensky, and then what? What was the point of all that, do you think? What do you read into it?
Well, it's hard to tell. I think he certainly came in with an incomplete understanding of the complexities of this war between those two countries and the hatreds, and the fact that he can't just force them both to sit down and throw bones to each of them and somehow make each of them agree to give up this and then I'll give up that. It's not a business deal. It's not getting two recalcitrant land developers to sit down and cut a deal between the two that benefits Trump. It's different. And so the only thing I can think of is that going into this and talking about settling it in 24 hours, Trump was just assuming that he could bring Putin along and that Zelensky has no other option. They will both be kind of forced into coming up with some kind of agreement. And of course, that wasn't something that Putin was going to do. He didn't want to, make that kind of play. And then for Zelensky, he'd do anything that Trump tells him to do as long as he can get assistance coming into him. And he's not ready for the ceasefire table either. unless he feels he can get something, acceptable to him, which I don't think he feels that's the way it is right now. So I think with Trump in coming into this situation, he really had a superficial understanding of the complexities, and that both parties are not ready to sit down and talk, and there's nothing he could do to force them to sit down.
Okay, and just lastly, Jim, I mean, were you to be called upon to offer advice to the US president as to what he should do next, I mean, what would your advice be in order to try to break this impasse and bring things to a conclusion?
Well, I think I would carry on with what he seems to be doing now, which is sending Ukraine a lot of assistance and making sure Putin understands that there's a lot more where that came from, and that he was no longer trying to twist the arm of Zelensky. That he in fact has not changed sides. And so I would do that, and at the same time, I would really go after Russian oil, and really make that hurt Putin, and then see where this goes. But he's got to understand he doesn't have all the time in the world. This is Putin. Trump's got to make him understand that he doesn't have all the time in the world just to wait everyone out. And he's got to make sure that Putin knows that we're going to provide Zelensky all the assistance he needs to make sure that there's not going to be a win on the battlefield. And then the third thing is to make the sanctions really hurt, particularly on oil, and then talk about business deals, in the future if Putin comes along. But he's got to make Putin hurt, and he's got to make Zelensky really strong. And then let's see if the economy begins to really falter, if the oil begins to dry up. Okay, well, if he's watching and he's listening, perhaps he'll take that on board. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Jim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO Policy at the Pentagon. Thank you for your time. Well, let's get more on this, and we can speak now to Sir Gerald Howarth, who's a former UK Defence Minister. Sir Gerald, always a pleasure talking to you, and thank you very much indeed for your time. We've heard from President Trump, who says he's going to be sending some fresh Patriot air defence system supplies to Ukraine. I mean, that sounds like a pretty major U-turn, doesn't it? And I'm wondering what you read into it.
Well, it's long overdue, Tom. It is extraordinary. It has taken the President of the United States so long to understand the nature of the threat that Russia poses, not just to Ukraine, but to the rest of Europe and indeed to the wider world. And basically, we've wasted 6 months of this presidency whilst President Trump has worked out whether he could trust President Putin or not. And unfortunately, President Trump's naivety in believing that somehow he could strike a deal, for that is the language that Trump uses all the time, the kind of commercial strike-a-deal concept, which is not appropriate for international situations like this. But he has demonstrated so much naivety over the past 6 months. But if he is now has woken up and realized that he has got to deploy as much military might in support of Ukraine as possible, and join the rest of us who have been doing so, and indeed his predecessor who was, then that is good news.
I mean, if I'm to defend the US president here and say, look, we're 3 years plus into a war, no end in sight, costing an awful lot of money to the United States, lots of lives, not to mention, the thousands of Ukrainian, Russian lives on the battlefield. He tried to do something that the previous president didn't try to do, which was to somehow approach this in a different way, reach out to the Russians, build bridges, rather than burn them. That's how he'd argue he approached this. I mean, maybe it hasn't worked, but at least he tried something new. What do you say to that?
Well, it was completely naive. And the fact that it hasn't worked is proof of his naivety. I was not a huge fan of his predecessor, President Biden, but at least President Biden put together a $66 billion package to support Ukraine. And your viewers should remember that it's not just the United States who has been supporting Ukraine with military equipment. The United Kingdom, France, many other European countries have been doing so as well. And the Europeans have fully matched in financial terms the amount that the United States has contributed in support of Ukraine. But of course, it was utter folly to believe that President Putin had any intention of striking any kind of sensible deal to bring this war to an end. Indeed, in 2021, he made it explicitly clear in a speech that his intention was effectively to rebuild the Soviet Union. And if I may quote, he said there is no historical basis for the idea of the Ukraine as a nation separate from the Russians. That's been his view all along. He does not believe that Ukraine should be a sovereign state, notwithstanding that his predecessor, Boris Yeltsin, together with President Clinton of the United States and Prime Minister John Major of the United Kingdom, had agreed that the parties should respect the sovereignty and independence and existing borders of Ukraine in 1995.
I just wanted to ask you about another matter before I address some of those other issues. We heard a clip not long before we crossed to you of the US president saying the United States isn't actually going to be paying for those Patriot air defense systems. They'll be supplying them, but it'll be the European Union that pays for them. Perhaps he means by that as well the UK as well. But I mean, regardless of who pays for them, if it's not the United States, what do you think the president's doing here by providing the weaponry but retrieving or recuperating some of the money for it? Do you think that's the right way to go?
Well, this is part of his narrative. He sees everything in commercial terms, as I said earlier. So he sees it in terms, everything is seen in terms of striking a deal, whether it's with China or Russia or the European Union or trading partners. Everything is a deal. It's all transactional. That is not how international politics works, and it's certainly not how the threat of major international war works. You've got to understand that diplomacy and the use of force is not a transactional thing. It is a strategic decision to be made. And he has been very slow at coming round to making that decision. The idea, though, that the Europeans should pay, again, I repeat, the Europeans have paid just as much as the United States taxpayer has done, but he has always made it a point. He made it in his first presidency. Prime Minister David Cameron, whose government I served, he made it clear in 2014 that the Europeans had to do much more to step up to the plate to finance the cost of NATO and not leave 70% of the cost to be borne by the US taxpayer. But look, Tom, my view is that the real imperative is to bring this war to an end. It will not be brought to an end by the president picking up the phone to President Putin and say, "Hi, Vlad, let's sit around the table and do a deal." It will not end that way. It will only end by Russia being driven out of a sovereign state which they have brutally and illegally invaded. Because if they are not driven out, Putin will continue with his exercise to recreate the former Soviet Union, and he will threaten other states. And potentially, he will also seek to test NATO's resolve, perhaps by some minor incursion in a sovereign NATO state, provoking then the question, would we resort to Article 5, that is full-scale war? So these are high stakes, but my view has been absolutely clear. As many times as I've been on your program, thank you very much for inviting me. I've made it clear right from the start. The West needed to step up to the plate and do everything possible to support Ukraine. We have prevaricated, we've dithered, we've looked at our naval soul. Should we contribute tanks? Should we contribute combat aircraft? Months and months wasted while Putin just threw more and more men as cannon fodder into the battle against a sovereign state, Ukraine.
Indeed, Sir Gerald, you have indeed said the same thing consistently from the beginning of our conversation several months ago. So too has the Ukrainian president. You're very aligned with him. He's just quoted as saying, in the last 24 hours, it is clear that Moscow will not stop unless its unreasonable ambitions are curbed through strength. That's exactly what you're saying, isn't it?
Absolutely spot on. And what astonishes me is that a nation as sophisticated as the United States has taken so long. Took long enough under President Biden, but we've seen this dithering under President Trump as well. But a sophisticated nation like the United States, with a huge amount of experience in international affairs, taking part in the defeat of tyranny in World War I and World War II, the idea that's taken them so long to understand the importance of deploying might against tyrants like Putin, who is basically completely unaccountable. Unlike President Trump, unaccountable to his electorate, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer accountable to the electorate. Here, presidents and others across Europe accountable to their electorates. Putin is not accountable to his people. He's got a puppet parliament. And unless you understand history, tyrants have to be addressed, confronted, and defeated. That is what happened in 1982 when President Galtieri of Argentina invaded sovereign British territory in the South Atlantic, the Falkland Islands. And the Foreign Office here was probably wanting to give them away to Argentina anyway. But Margaret Thatcher, whom I was privileged to serve as her parliamentary private secretary, Mrs. Thatcher said, no, we shall recover the Falkland Islands by force. We did. And the message that sent around the world that tyrants better beware because they would be confronted by a powerful nation like the United Kingdom was a very important contributor to international order and international peace and security. That has all been jeopardized by weakness of the West in the past few years.
It looks like things are back on track with regards to relations between Kyiv and Washington. Keith Kellogg, who is the US Special Envoy to Ukraine, has been in Kyiv in the last day, and the Ukrainian leaders calling it a productive dialogue. They've had a productive conversation. I mean, it does sound, doesn't it, like Washington has done this U-turn and that they really are now back on side supporting Ukraine. But does it look like the United States is a reliable ally here?
Well, bearing in mind that President Zelensky, after his bruising and insulting treatment of the White House, has been treading on broken glass ever since, trying to tiptoe his way through a minefield of protocols and being nice to the White House. So I don't attach a huge amount of importance to that. But whether relations are sufficiently back on track for President Trump to decide that he now has to give the kind of support to your predecessor gave, who knows? But we await an announcement from the White House imminently as to whether press reports are correct that he intends to deploy Patriot missiles, which are defensive missiles, to thwart this torrent of drone attacks that are coming from Russia, and of course not being directed at military targets, being directed at blocks of flats, apartments, and civilian infrastructure, and whether he's going to be taking a step further and provide Ukraine with long-range weapons which can attack Russian facilities, which is a big step and is not without its risk, but I believe, for the reasons I've consistently given, is absolutely vital. And don't forget that the Russian economy is pretty well teetering on the brink. They are having to contribute so much of their national output to defense, and they have nothing. There's nothing in the shops here. I don't know about there in the Gulf, or any Russian products any of you want to buy. But there's not a product on the shelves here that we want to buy, except perhaps a bottle of vodka to drown our sorrows at what this brutal man is doing. The only thing they've got is oil and other natural resources, and they are just having to exploit those to make a living. And they're running out of gas. Not gas, literally. They're running out of what the Americans will run. They're running out of fuel.
Do you think this is the end of the rapprochement effort by the White House? Because we've heard from the Russians only in the last couple of minutes a statement from Moscow saying US dialogue will continue despite efforts to derail it. Do you think that process will continue, or do you think President Trump will decide time to give up?
Well, of course, that's what Moscow will say, because they've been able to play the President Trump around their little finger. Here we are. We're 7 months into the presidency, and look where we are. Ukraine is still battling just to survive. So, of course, Russia is going to say rapprochement will continue, and he might pick up the phone to President Trump. Whether, of course, the Americans really have woken up, whether this administration has woken up, whether it has really decided that it has been duped, that it has falsely assumed that it could do a deal with President Putin or not, I do not know. But what I do know is that this president is something of a maverick. You cannot tell what he's going to do next. You know, it was only a few weeks ago we saw that humiliating and I thought quite disgusting treatment of President Zelensky in the White House. And today, a few weeks later, we have the president talking about possibly deploying long-range missiles to attack deep within Russia. So we've traveled a long way in a very few weeks, but who knows? He is a man whose decision-making, I think, will be a subject of several theses that are institutions of learning around the world.
Yes, indeed, we've come a very long way from February, when President Trump was referring to President Zelensky as a dictator, and so were many people in President Trump's inner circle that we spoke to. Just before we crossed to you, we were talking to Jim Townsend, who's a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for European and NATO policy at the Pentagon. This was his advice to President Trump as to how to bring this war to what he would say is the just conclusion. He said, make the sanctions hurt, make Zelensky strong, and go after the economy. Is there anything you'd add to that?
Make the sanctions hurt, yeah, but I don't attach a huge amount of value to sanctions. People can evade sanctions. Don't forget, Russia has allies around the world who are willing to help them. Second point, do all we can to support Ukraine. Absolutely, yeah, that's what I've been saying from day one. That is an absolute fundamental. Sorry, what was the third point?
The economy.
Go after it. Well, the way to go after the only way to go after the Russian economy, as I say, there's nothing. We don't want to buy their cars. We don't want to buy their washing machines. We don't want to buy anything from made in Russia, except possibly, as I say, their natural resources. If you can close down their gas and oil supplies, and don't forget, it took our European partners, our European friends, a hell of a long time to come to the conclusion that they had to switch off the gas supply that they were receiving from Russia. It's all been done in slow motion. And as I said, I don't attach a huge amount of value to that happening. But I do think that giving the weapons, as indeed Mike Pompeo, who addressed a conference I attended in Odessa a few weeks ago, sponsored by Lord Ashcroft, very, very useful, Black Sea Security Forum, and former Secretary of State of the United States, Mike Pompeo, he was very clear that we had to give Ukraine the weapons necessary to do the job that needs to be done. So perhaps the worm is turning a bit, but that is the only way. I'm sorry, but there is no deal to be done with Putin. The only thing he understands is brute force. He has exerted brute force to subdue pretty well 1/3 of Ukraine, a sovereign territory. He has had absolutely no concern for his men that he is thrown into this battle. He has recruited cannon fodder from North Korea to help him. This man has no humanity whatever. The only thing he understands is a firm fist, and that is what is needed. And as I say, having been in Ukraine a couple of times in the last 6 weeks, I am so encouraged by their extraordinary resilience, their determination to recover that part of their country which has been seized by Russia. And we should be ashamed of our slow response to what has been done to these people and the suffering that they have endured. I'm wearing on my wrist. I don't know if you can see it, but I have a bit of steel.
Hold it up a little higher, Sir Gerald.
That steel is from the Azov factory, the Azov steel factory, given to me by a Ukrainian friend.
Can you show it one more time? So we had the banner in the way of you there.
Yeah,
so
it's quite small, but there you can see it. It's just a little bit of steel from the Azov steel plant destroyed by Russia.
Right.
But when you think what the Ukrainians have done, basically they've driven the Russian Navy out of their warm water port of Sevastopol. They've had to retreat to the eastern part of the Black Sea. They've held Russia, massive country. They've held them off for 3 years, 3.5 years, for their injured veterans. It really is impressive. They are impressive people, and we do have to stand by them. And finally, it is in our interest to stand by them, because if Putin wins here, 2 things. One, he will not stop at Ukraine. Beware Moldova. Beware the Baltic states. Secondly, other tyrants around the world. And I look at President Xi of China, who has already declared that he intends to take back Taiwan into mainland China by force, if necessary, by 2050. These other tyrants will be emboldened as well. This is in our interest to give Ukraine victory. I don't pray for peace. I pray for victory for Ukraine.
And just lastly, I mean, it does look like things are changing. We were talking about how Keith Kellogg has been in Kyiv today. We've got the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte in Washington. The German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius is there as well. And we're being told President Trump is going to issue a, quote, major statement on the war. Are you hopeful, based on which direction you would like things to go in, that things are indeed heading in the right direction?
Yes, I think I'm Tom, and the language is different. It looks as I don't think they'd allow these press reports to run had they been without foundation. I'm encouraged that he's meeting Mark Rutte today, because he's the Secretary General of NATO. He is former Netherlands Prime Minister, and he has been very bold indeed in warning about the risk of war with Russia, and that we need to rearm fast, as indeed has our former head of the army, General Sir Patrick Sanders, whom I know. And General Sir Patrick last week warned us all that we need to prepare for a potential war against Russia as soon as 2030. So the fact that people like this have been speaking out in words of one syllable, and that they are now having the ear of the President of the United States, hopefully that is an encouraging sign. If I may also say, of course, the United Kingdom, present Labour government has decided to reintroduce tactical nuclear weapons, which we gave up in 1998. And those would be air-delivered weapons, which would mean that we had another layer of defense beyond between conventional warfare and our ultimate deterrent, which is the Trident submarine located somewhere in the world, which is at 24/7 continuous at-sea deterrent. That is our final deterrent. But it means that we would have to use that. So by introducing tactical nuclear weapons, we introduce a further defense layer, which I think is a good idea. So things are happening, but they need to happen fast, Tom. We can't hang around. And, I suppose the interesting thing about President Trump is that once he's made up his mind to do something, as he did in Iran, he does it. And he does it with substantial force and effect. So perhaps, as you and I are sitting here on the eastern side of the Atlantic, perhaps over there on the other side of the Atlantic, there is a seismic shift taking place. If it is really to be welcomed, and I will mute my criticisms. Obviously, history is history, but if greater joy is there in heaven over the one sinner that repenteth than over the 99 that require no repentance. Quote the Bible.
All right, well, on that biblical note, we'll wrap up for today. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister, thank you for your time. That is all we have time for on Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
It is quite rare to have a career as eclectic as yours, where you've explored so many roles that are complete stretches one from the other. Was it the intention from the beginning, or you feel fortunate that this is the kind of things that you kind of attracted with your talent?
It was very much a decision to sort of try and play as much different personalities as possible, and to really learn as much as I can, and to also sort of stretch my sort of parameters as much as I could or can. I don't want to sort of find myself in a comfort zone, you know, doing the same thing. So, you know, there is a level where people sort of one's personality and talent is restricted by certain things, but I wanted to see how far I could push it.
His name is Callum Lynch. We've traced his bloodline back 500 years to the Assassin's Creed.
Are things more enjoyable for certain types of films, more enjoyable for you to make, or you reboot yourself and it's a fresh adventure every time?
Each thing's got its own challenge, you know. Obviously, you know, when we shot Macbeth, as an example, with the, you know, same team, we shot it in 6 weeks. You move very fast. There's not as much money or resources at your disposal, but there's a freedom in that too. There can be great freedom in limitations, because, you know, you don't have a lot of choices, so you have to make the most of what you got. And, you know, as a fan, I love to go see films like this, where I can actually just enjoy a ride, or go see something that's perhaps a little more poignant. So as a player, I enjoy entering both of those worlds as well.
You're fortunate enough that you can enter any word you like.
Lucky.
Romantic comedy next time.
Okay, yes, for sure. It's time for some comedy.
Yes, it's time for some lightness in your role. It's just, you know, a bit of a breathing break.
Yes, ma'am.
Although these have kind of their own challenge as well. Not all actors enjoy making comedies. They're challenging too.
What do you want from me?
Your past. You're about to enter the Animus. What you see, hear, and feel are the memories of your ancestor, who's been dead for 500 years.
Wait a minute! Are we talking about the same fan base in the type of Assassin's Creed video gamers than we do for the, you know, X-Men aficionados that are kind of quite intrusive?
I don't find them intrusive. I find them passionate, and I find them vocal, and I enjoy that. It's like I consider myself the same. Whether they sort of cross over from one community to the other, I'm not sure. It's a good question. So far, I've only really had interaction with the comic book community, and I love them, and I've sort of, you know, really experienced that in its full power at something like Comic-Con. So I welcome that community, because they care.
We're coming up to award season. What do you remember most about being on the award cycle again last year, and what do you enjoy most about that crazy time?
I guess being in and around and meeting my idols. It's, you know, you get to meet your heroes, and that's a very exciting experience for sure, and to share it with family.
So you do travel with family in award season?
Yes.
They're the ones who probably have to wear heels, and you don't have to worry about what you're going to wear. Probably.
I haven't worn heels yet on the carpet. Maybe I will in the future.
That's another suggestion in the romantic comedy role that I predict for you. Yeah.
I love Cannes, and I'm surprised I love Cannes, because usually I don't like the hoopla, I don't like the cameras and the constant makeup. I'm not a lover of it, except when I'm in Cannes. There's something about it that it's everything that I thought Hollywood would be when I arrived. The glamour part, the fun, and it helps that we're by the ocean. I feel like I have a front row seat on the sort of jump-off point for these wonderful filmmakers who absolutely are auteurs. And I love to be a part of someone's story in the best way. You know, maybe because I tell my story all the time, and my story is a story of impossible odds and obstacles and trauma. And there are characters in my story that really are the ones that really is the reason why I'm here today. I want to be that in someone else's story. And I feel like I have the front row seat to it. Witness their work, celebrate their work, award their work. And I think it's something that they will remember. I tell actors all the time, if you don't do anything, then you don't exist. Not in the room. They'll say, who was that? So the visibility, the shining light on women who are otherwise invisible, who are standing on the periphery, and for you to shine a light on their work and their story is like them being birthed, them being born. And then once someone is seen and once you witness excellence, you can't unsee it. Many women, I think everybody has their own stories, but I still think there's a lot of obstacles out there, especially for women of color. I mean, Stacy Smith from the USC Edinburgh study has the numbers, and they are absolutely, that's the data. We just have to do better. You know, they say the whole journey of a hero is you answer the call to adventure, right? And really, the journey is finding your truer self. I think a lot of times people don't either answer the journey or they answer the journey and they get the elixir and they keep it for themselves. The key to life is you gotta piggyback because there's no U-Haul in back of a hearse. The only thing you can leave, the only thing that makes your life meaningful is what you leave for others. Stories that are honest and bold. I literally, over the pretty, sexy, hot women who come into a narrative and they're strong and they're powerful, they're all of those things. I mean, listen, I can enjoy those stories in my darkened room at my house. I'm not saying that. But what I really am attracted to now is the boldness of truth-telling. And I think that we have to take back those stories as women. There's too often those images have been bogarted by male desirability. I don't recognize any woman sometimes on screen. I'm like, I don't know who that is. It's like the women who never age, the women who never get above a size 2 or 00, you know, the women who are always smiling all the time. I don't know that woman. But bold storytelling, honest storytelling.
Mrs. Forrester, we have a problem. We're hunting an autonomous android named Amelia. She was built using your design for Megan.
How is this possible? You deleted it.
Apparently you didn't. Nothing in our arsenal can stop her. She's gone rogue, killing anyone who's contributed to her creation.
I think I did it again.
And you and Katie are next.
Congratulations, first of all, on the phenomenon that the first Megan had. What were you careful not to do again because you want this to be a standalone sequel and not just the same over again?
Obviously, we were conscious of the things that people really enjoyed about the first movie, so we wanted to make sure that there was a tone that was similar, a sort of a sense of humor and aesthetic. All the characteristics that made Megan such a beloved character for so many people, we wanted to make sure that we held on to those things. But beyond that, really, this is an exercise about being as subversive and as surprising as you can be so that audiences feel like they're getting something familiar but at the same time in a really unexpected and fresh way.
I know how to stop Amelia. She's getting more powerful. Soon she'll be the most dangerous weapon on the planet. Put me in a body and I'll help you stop her.
You remember what happened last time. You threatened to rip out my tongue and put me in a wheelchair.
I was upset.
How much do you love this cast? Basically, obviously, Alison coming back, and everybody bringing their own touch to it.
Alison is a very close collaborator, and she's a producer in the movie as well. So she's there right from the beginning in pre-production. So she's a really great kind of teammate. But it was also great to bring Brian and Jen and Violet back. Like Violet McGraw, who plays Katie, she's just such a little movie star, and it was really awesome to put her a little bit more front and center in the story this time.
Look, she wants to help us. Everyone deserves a second chance.
Okay, Megan, time to give you an upgrade. Anything you'd like to add?
I want to be stronger, faster.
What are you expecting audiences will enjoy the most and be surprised with?
If they're up for a good time, my hope is that they'll have a good time. But I think they'll probably be unexpected by maybe some of the movie's themes. Like, the movie really does have substance and it has something to say. But I'm also incredibly proud of the action. Like, there's a lot of really great action set pieces in this movie, which are very, very difficult to execute. But, we pulled it off, and I feel it's something pretty special.
Well, look who came out to play.
I was programmed to protect Katie. The only question is, are you going to stand in my way?
I don't care if she did kill 4 people. She is a smoking hot warrior princess.
Every day there's something new in the subject of AI. How much does that, influence the script or the process of making this film?
Yeah, you just have to try to stay ahead of it and make sure that you're not talking about something that is probably going to expire and become obsolete by the time you make the movie. And I think in this case, we were just very lucky that it still remains very relevant.
I'll make you a deal. You can kill Gemma, but don't touch Katie.
Megan.
Working with Joachim, that was the most important thing. I've been waiting for him to call. And Sweden and Norway is very small in Scandinavia. You know the directors and everything. And he came up with this story. All of it was filled with, not only the characters were beautifully painted and they were all three-dimensional and everything, but it was also joyful, cinematically joyful things like the house, for instance, that lives its own life through.
Yeah.
It's real cinema.
Yeah. He's such a nice person, and that above all is the most important thing. And he is so kind, but also, knows what he wants. I mean, obviously he's, been planning to film this movie for a long time and wrote it for a long time and thinking about it and consumed him. But then he has a beautiful quality to kind of throw all of that out and let you discover and be spontaneous. So he's really a perfect director in my eyes. The set and the environment that he creates is so safe for you to be vulnerable and open up. And
those sets they're also non-hierarchical. It's not the
Everyone is
director, the
respected.
boss, and everybody, and the kicking down and everything.
Yeah.
But it's anybody can say anything to anybody.
I think I remember, the first day he said, he's like, the best idea wins. It doesn't matter who it comes from.
No.
Why didn't you want to do the role? He wanted you to do it.
I can't work with him. We can't really talk. My father is a very difficult person.
Actually, there's a little complication to that character because he is more traditional kind of man, and he's more trapped in his masculinity, so he has harder to show his expressions. But then I have to show what's happening inside him anyway, so I have to make it very small. And that's the thing that it's fun to do. But because my relationship to my kids, they don't see me as a father, they see me as a pal. It's a very uncomplicated relationship.
Hvordan var det med filmen da? Hvordan er det å jobbe med Rachel Kemp?
Det är på tiden att vi sätter oss ner och pratar, du och jag. Är inte det?
Well, I remember everything very vividly from this time. I loved being at Deauville with you during the film festival while it was going on for real. We were there on the beach at 3 a.m. doing night shoots, which was wild. I'll always remember that. The sunset, the carriages with the horses on the beach.
De två är ju det bästa som har hänt mig.
Bästa som har skjedd deg? Skal vi vært der litt mer, da?
This isn't done until they're dead.
Buena suerte, señorita.
Ian, such a pleasure to talk to you. Hope you're well.
Hello, Raya. How are you?
I'm well.
Good.
Thank you so much. It's nice to see Winston every time. He's got this mysterious aura about him. How much have you always enjoyed the character?
It was a great script, but nobody thought it would grow into this sort of franchise. So each time it's, how much further will you go with Winston? The nice thing is you still don't know that much about him, which is good. As my dear friend Lance Reddick is, the two of them present this formidable team of hotel manager and concierge who run this, insane hotel for assassins.
Those people that you're looking for, they're surrounding this hotel right now.
Norman, it's a pleasure to talk to you again. Hope you're well.
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Thank you so much. How did it feel to enter the John Wick universe? You're no stranger to universes yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of the John Wick movies. I remember the first time I saw Keanu flip a magazine out of his pistol. I was like, oh, rewind that. That was such a cool move. The look of them, the feel of them, the action of them, they're just cool. Yeah, so I've always been a fan of the John Wick movies like everybody else.
Do you like to dance? I know a school where they teach dances. I could take you there if you'd like.
Do you feel that Winston embodies the backstory and kind of the forward story of the whole franchise? You feel like he's the one who knows it all?
I think he's the Wick Whisperer, we call him. He's the keeper. He's the keeper of secrets. Nobody, but again, it's like you don't want to. It's a relief, but the film is called John Wick. It's not the world of Winston. It's like so. It's a little more information each time, but John knows that Winston sort of has his back up to a point, because there's no doubt if John did, I think Winston's a stone cold killer if he could be.
Welcome to the continent.
Eve Macaro, the Roscaroma. What a pleasure to see you again.
Let's talk about Anna and how dedicated she was to that film and working with her on it.
Yeah, she's very passionate. She's very professional. She's very determined. There's a ferocity to her that she naturally brings to all her roles. And then to put her in an action film with that, I had just seen Blonde in France, like a screening of Blonde. I was thinking, like, what a fearless actress. And she's out there, doing all her own stuff and just beating everybody up and let's go again, so you just try to keep up.
How outrageous are the sets in town? It always looks so beautiful on screen. The film set.
Oh, the set, no, that's part of it. I've been talking about it. Those sets are great. And the work that goes into them afterwards, the editing and the sound, the grading, so they look fantastic when they're on the big screen. They're not meant to be seen ad hoc. They will eventually in a home cinema, but on the big screen they look and sound unbelievable, which is what they should.
I'm looking for the tribe with this mark.
Needing to know is what got us banished from the Garden of Eden. Are you prepared to be cast out again, Eve?
My final question is about, the audience getting attached to those kinds of ensemble series or movies because the characters are so memorable. What is the secret? You mentioned Daryl Dixon, John Wick. These are characters people get attached to.
I think hero movies or hero television shows, stuff like that, it's okay to be the hero as long as you don't know you're the hero. Like once you start knowing you're the hero, I think everyone thinks it's corny. You feel corny. I think the audience will feel it as well, you know?
I fully agree.
Rules. And consequences.
My favorite quality about Mr. Fantastic is how dedicated he is to his family, how dedicated he is to his partner, Sue Storm, and how he has an intelligence, I think, that occupies, you know, that is always exploring like the intricacies of the entire universe, but is ultimately grounded by the love that he has for his family.
I've known Pedro all of my adult life, and I know that he's one of the greatest actors, and I needed somebody with incredible range who could be both the smartest man in the universe, but also have a deep heart, and he balances both of those things so beautifully.
Thrilling. I think whenever you can step into a world that is kind of different to your own, it kind of separates your professional life from your home life. And you're able to see the fruits of so many people's efforts. A lot of people worked really hard on this film and to bring this world to life, so it was very inspiring.
My family over here, Mr. Pascal, Miss Kirby, Mr. Quinn, above and away.
The thing I love most about this film, I suppose, is its setting, its kind of period setting. I think the design of it's all very beautiful. I'm sure the music's going to match that. I haven't seen the whole movie yet myself.
I love the future retro world that Matt Shackman created. I think it's amazing. And also just the casting is incredible. So that's my favorite part.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program, is not
unlike some people want to portray it as a national pride. It's been a disaster. It's not a blessing. It's a curse for Iran. They have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in vain for nothing. We understand the legitimate concerns of the international community for Iran's nuclear program. But apart from that, and for us, even before that, we are against it because it's against our people. It has taken the Iranian people hostage and deprived Iran of peace and prosperity.
Iran's opposition leaders, like the Kurdish Iranian Kamala Party head, Abdullah Muqtadi, watch closely from the sidelines as the current regime faces growing pressure from Israel and the USA over its nuclear ambitions. For now, a tenuous peace holds over the skies of Iran as a post-mortem is conducted in the USA over the real impact of its bunker-buster bomb strike on the Iranian nuclear facilities on Sunday, the 22nd of June. Well, President Donald Trump has said he would bomb Iran again if necessary, while Tehran says it's not willing to resume nuclear negotiations, although there are reports of the USA trying to find some path to talks. Meanwhile, intelligence briefings in the US Congress tackle the contradicting information about the effectiveness of the US strike. To find out how the opposition groups in exile fit into the bigger picture, I sat down with the Kurdish Iranian leader Abdullah Muqtadi a couple of weeks ago for an in-depth chat. And then Israel hit Tehran just 2 days later. So I caught up with Abdullah Muqtadi in the aftermath of what's being called the 12-day war in order to update our conversation by adding his perspective on the conflict. So, Mr. Secretary General, we spoke literally just a couple of days before the conflict escalated to the point where Israel was striking Iran. And then, of course, the US joined in with its bunker buster bombs, and things have just gone through a roller coaster. Let me get your assessment of what was really done during that conflict. Did the US strike, for example, have any real impact on Iran's nuclear capabilities?
I'm not an expert on damage assessment, but it seems to me, from the news that I can hear and follow, that the damage has been extensive, both on nuclear and military sites in Iran.
To the degree that Iran, its capabilities have been diminished, many people say they could just shift to another location. The talent is still there, the knowledge is still there, and that if Iran really wants to, it could pick up within months even. That's one of the assessments.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure about, I don't have any intelligence or information about the nuclear material, but as long as the war itself and its damage is concerned, the Islamic regime was defeated on the front, on the foreign front, on the war against Israel, and the Iran sky was dominated by Israeli planes. They bombed anywhere they wanted, and they inflicted heavy casualties, heavy losses on the Iranian upper level of command, Revolutionary Guards command structure. So, and the people saw with their eyes the vulnerability and weakness of the regime.
How did you regard what turned out to be a strange kind of back and forth on the US assessment of what happened? Intelligence that came out from the US itself said there wasn't really much of an impact, while President Trump and his immediate circle said that this had been a major impact against Iran. The contradiction, how do you view that?
I really don't know. I assume that with the technology and the military power of the United States, it must have been a very effective blow, but I'm not an expert on that, and it's not appropriate for me to comment on that.
What I've been reading in recent news, Mr. Secretary General, is that the Iranian regime has been arresting many people, many being arrested and imprisoned, even executed, according to some reports, because they're believed to be spies for Israel, that there was a high level of Israeli agent infiltration within the Iranian regime. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the regime tries to intimidate people by arresting and executing some people, accusing them of being Israeli spies, to reassert its power. But people, they cannot undo what has been done. The people have witnessed with their own eyes the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the Iranian regime and its powerlessness towards the Israeli planes and the American strikes.
I know you've been lobbying heavily in the US for support, and Donald Trump came out soon after the strike saying he was not looking for regime change because he didn't want to see what he called chaos in the region. How does his stance, if that is to stand, because he may change his mind, but if he does decide regime change is not on the agenda for the US in its role in what happens in the region, how does it affect your stance in terms of getting your party and the rights that you're looking for?
Dealing with the political system in Iran and the Islamic regime is something for the Iranian people to decide. We, as the Kurdish people, as well as other freedom-loving people in Iran, we want a new system, a new democratic, prosperous, peaceful Iran, a new secular Iran, a new federal Iran, whatever you may describe it. And this is something for us to decide and for us to do something about it.
Do you see any role for the US then in terms of the direction it might take the country?
It depends on the future developments of the country. If there is a reasonably cohesive and democratic alternative to the regime, if people rise up again for their peaceful demands, if we witness more protest movements, of course the United States, the Europeans and the international community don't like Iran to fall into chaos. So they may help the Iranian democratic opposition, but it's too early for that.
Now, of course, the Crown Prince, the Pahlavi, has been quite vocal in his willingness to step forward and take a role, as there was a sign that things may actually progress in Iran as far as the regime being affected. What role do you think the Crown Prince has in all of this? Does he have something that's aligned with your desires when it comes to how Iran might change in the future?
Well, as a personality and then as the son of the Shah of Iran, he can promote what he thinks is good for himself or for the country. But it's the Iranian people who eventually decide about the future of the country in a democratic referendum about the best political system for Iran. But being him, considering him to be a leader of the transition period, I don't think so.
Well, I was going to say that I know that you, as the Kurdish Iranian opposition, have in the past also been at odds with the Shah when he was power in trying to get your rights secured. It's correct, yeah?
It is correct, yes.
Mr. Secretary General, what do you see as the next steps happening? What do you think will happen in the coming days and weeks? The US says it may strike again, Israel may strike again. The ceasefire that's taking place, or at least the relative ease of hostilities, is uncertain. What do you expect to happen?
I think the 12-day war is over between Iran and Israel, but the hostilities and the conflict between these two countries, and in fact between Iran and the United States, will continue because the supreme leader, albeit in a very weak position, but still loudly threatens the world, and loudly they are defying the international community and the calls for a peaceful solution to the nuclear program in Iran.
An update there from Abdullah Mokhtadi. Now, to get a deeper insight into what Iran's opposition groups are seeking, here's the full conversation I had with the Kamala Party Secretary General prior to the recent clashes. Start by telling me, why are you in Washington, D.C.? What's the goal of your trip here?
Thank you very much for having me. I've come to Washington to meet with people in government, in the Congress, and media to discuss the problems of my country, Iran, and my people, Kurdish people of Iran, with them, and raise awareness about the plights of Kurds, raise awareness about the situation in Iran with the American audience.
Any particular reason for coming at this time, or is this something you do regularly?
I've come to the United States, to Washington, since 15 years ago. And this time, I think my presence in Washington is very timely, because you know the situation, you know the negotiations, the nuclear negotiations, the tensions in the Middle East. So I think it's timely.
How do you generally get received here? I mean, you know, we'll talk a little more about this, but the Kurdish issue, for example, in itself is not one that's really on the radar of the American people much.
I've been received very well. Maybe it's not on the agenda now, but Kurds have demonstrated that they are good friends and allies of the United States, and people in the government and politicians or ex-politicians, think tanks, the media, they respect Kurds.
The Trump administration, though, has its own kind of unique focus as far as a lot of people are concerned. What's your view on how the current administration, quite new back into government, so to speak, for Mr. Trump, how is he kind of responding, if you've had any feedback?
Well, we also, like President Trump and his administration, we believe in that Iran should be a non-nuclear state, a peaceful state, peaceful, democratic, secular state, without malign activities in the region. So there are so many things that we feel we have in common with this administration.
How did you feel about what President Obama did then, when he was president, when he tried to engage with Iran, try to get some progress in the relationship? Wouldn't that have been a useful way to approach it?
President Obama didn't listen to Iranian people at the time. There was Green Movement. It was a huge protest movement, a very democratic one. And people shouted in the streets, Obama, Obama, Ba'una Obama, which means, Obama, are you with us or with them? With people or with the government? Unfortunately, Obama didn't listen to the plights of the Iranian people and their aspiration for democracy.
So in terms of the intervention you would seek from America, what would be the best route that America could take to help your cause?
We do not seek America's military intervention, no American boots on the ground. That's not what we want. But we think that the Trump administration, President Trump and his administration, should adopt an open-door policy with Kurds and other Iranian democratic oppositions. People should listen to the Iranian people and their aspirations.
From some of the accounts of the opposition to the regime, I guess yourself included, there's not much opportunity for the people to have a voice, though. So how would they engage in a way that would be meaningful? How can, for example, the US administration get a better idea of what the Iranian people want through the opposition?
Well, the Iranian Kurds are organized. They have political parties. There are political parties of the opposition who are in exile in Europe, in the United States, and also the activists who are inside the country, political prisoners, union activists, teachers, students, women. If the United States wants to engage them, they could. They could find them easily.
So, Dr. Muhtadi, in an article you wrote in March of this year, just a couple of months ago, the headline of it literally stated, "A golden opportunity for a peaceful and democratic Iran." Now, why do you think of it as a golden opportunity at this moment?
because the Iranian regime is at its weakest point since the revolution in 1979. In 2020, September 2022, a movement, a protest movement erupted. It started in Kurdistan and spread across the country and gained the attention of the international public opinion, the Woman Life Freedom Movement.
That was because of the death of Mahsa Amini, Gina Mahsa Amini, as you call her.
Yes, exactly. And the legitimacy of the government has been eroding very fast. And in fact, Iran is showing many of the symptoms of a failed state. There is no electricity, no water, no inflation is rampant. National currency is falling down rapidly. The government is incapable of providing the very basic services to the people. So it is showing signs of becoming a failed state. And people are dissatisfied, they are unhappy with the system, especially women and the young generation. Ethnic minorities are under very bad suppression. So it's time, and especially Iran's proxies are beaten, and the regional influence of Iran is much weaker than before in the eyes of the region and the eyes of Iranian people. So it's a golden time for the United States and the West, and indeed the international community, to engage the Iranian, Kurdish and otherwise democratic opposition to think about the future Iran.
I'll break down some of these points you've raised through this interview, but let me get to, again, in this article, what you've said is the country is, quote, a powder keg, vulnerable to a single spark. What would you see as that single spark being?
Nobody can predict, but like Gina Amini or Mahsa Amini, unlawful killing of a young woman because of his bad hijab.
A headscarf, yeah.
Could be another incident like that, or whatever. You never know. Bouazizi, what happened? It became a spark. You never can foresee what the spark would be, but Iran is a powder keg. People are very angry with the system, and they are protesting almost daily. Truck drivers, teachers, workers, mine workers, students, everybody.
Would it be fair to say, because of the traveling you do and you see how Iran is portrayed outside the country, would it be fair to say that this side of Iran isn't really seen or understood by people outside the country, because that would not necessarily be the impression most people get about what's going on in Iran?
It's the fault of the international media. They don't pay attention to the nuclear issue, but they should pay more attention to the domestic policies of the Iranian government and the aspirations of Iranian people, their fights, their struggles, their hopes for the future. It's not fair. The international media has not been fair to the Iranian people, especially the Kurdish people in Iran.
Do you get the impression sanctions are actually working against Iran?
Look, the nuclear program, Iran's nuclear program, is not unlike many people. Some people want to portray it as a national pride. It's been a disaster. It's not a blessing. It's a curse for Iran. They have spent hundreds of billions of dollars in vain for nothing. And it has deprived Iran of golden opportunities for development and prosperity. It has impoverished Iran. It has kept Iran in a crisis, in a constant crisis for decades now. So we want to get rid of it, for not only for what the West, we understand the legitimate concerns of the international community for the Iran's nuclear program. But apart from that, and for us, even before that, We are against it because it's against our people. It has taken the Iranian people hostage and deprived Iran of peace and prosperity.
Well, you're attributing the blame to the nuclear program, but what about the impact of sanctions? I mean, how realistically are sanctions working?
They are effective, but of course they impoverished people, and they are not, of course, may have made people suffer economically.
So then, if they're not effective against the country's regime,
it is effective against the country's regime as well. I mean, it has impacted everybody, even the people, even the normal people. But I blame sanctions and blame the Iranian regime for that.
No, I understand the blame, but I'm saying it sounds like if all this time the sanctions have been imposed on the country, it's not really had much impact on the regime itself.
It does, because the sanctions have made the regime financially broke for some time, for some years.
So how has the regime managed to last so long in the face of these sanctions?
Well, because of repression. It is a repressive, totalitarian government that doesn't look after its people. They don't care about people's lives and livelihoods. They don't care about providing services to people. They don't care about education. They don't care about hospitals. They don't care about anything. So the only thing that they care and they put money is the nuclear program and the military programs interfering in the region.
If there have been protests, as you've described, truck drivers and so on, and people protesting daily against the conditions there, why have they not been strong enough to perhaps create some change in the regime? How has the regime dealt with them?
With brute force. And I think it has eroded the legitimacy of the government very sharply. We have had movements. In 2009, we had Green Movement. It was a protest against rigging the elections. And then we had, in different years, we had protests against price rises, fuel price rises. And eventually lastly we had the Jina movement, or Women Life Freedom movement. They are very important movements. And I'm hopeful than before that something will happen in Iran. In fact, everybody in Iran is waiting for something, is waiting for a social upheaval. They don't know how it will start, but everybody is convinced that something has to happen in Iran.
Now, with the US administration under Donald Trump as president, there's much more of an introspective approach to America's affairs. The MAGA movement, it seems to be very focused on what US public is concerned with, as opposed to what's going on outside. So, people might ask, why should the US care about what's happening with Iran?
Iran is a very important country, and Iran is an ally of Russia, an ally of China, and hostile to the United States, the biggest sponsor of terrorism in the region and in the world. So it's in the best interest of the United States that we have a peaceful, democratic country in Iran, a responsible member of the international community, at peace with its neighbors, and at the service of its own people. This is in the best interest of the United States.
Dr. Mohtadi, I know, when you travel, you probably connect with the Iranian diaspora. How engaged is the diaspora of Iran in what's going on in the country itself?
No, the majority of the Iranian people outside the country do care about their country, do care about the Iranian people and its future. They're ashamed of this regime. They want a modern, advanced, democratic country. Everybody is for a free Iran.
What makes the Kurdish population, which you represent, the Iranian Kurdish population, what makes that different, perhaps say so special, in terms of its role in Iran?
In 1979, April 1979, there was a kind of referendum in Iran, Islamic Republic, yes or no. Kurds were the only people in Iran. Of course, there were individuals or special groups, but the only ethnic group, the only region of the country where people boycotted that election. We as Kurds never supported Khomeini. We never supported the Islamic Revolution. We protested against the Shah, both for democracy and for our own rights, but we never supported and endorsed Khomeini and his regime. That is why Khomeini took revenge against Kurds and ordered an unprovoked big onslaught against Kurds in August 1979. And since then, they had treated Kurds like a dangerous security matter rather than citizens of Iran. And Kurds have been behind, they have behind many movements in Iran. They have been very resilient people. They're peaceful, but they are against the regime, and they don't lose any opportunity to express the dissatisfaction with the system. And they can be pillars of democracy in the future of Iran. You cannot solve the Iranian problem without engaging Kurds and without participation of the Kurds in any future Iran. So Kurds are not only demographically but also politically are a necessary ingredient of and a component of the future of Iran.
Now, of course, the Kurdish population is across a number of countries because you have them in Turkey, Syria, Iraq, and of course in Iran. What is the issue in getting more unity among the Kurdish population in general? Is that something that could happen?
It could happen in the future, but it's not on the agenda now. The population of Iranian Kurds amounts to at least 10 million people, which means that they number more than Kurds in Syria and Iraq put together. But we want our rights within a democratic Iran, and a peaceful, democratic, and federative Iran, a federal Iran where the rights of Kurds are protected by the law, by the constitution. We want power sharing. We want that ethnic and religious diversity is acknowledged in Iran.
So you're not really seeking independence for Kurdish people in terms of an independent Kurdistan. You're looking more at the idea of rights for Kurds within Iran as Iranian Kurds. What would be the relationship you would have then with the Kurdish population outside? What makes you different?
Historically speaking, I acknowledge the rights of Kurds for aspirations for statehood, but it's not in our program. Let's leave it for the future generations. What we now find realistic is fighting for democracy and human rights in Iran and for the rights of Kurds within a democratic Iran.
So yes, you've called for what you describe as a democratic, secular, pluralist, federal Iran.
Yes.
What would that look like to you? How would it work in terms of the different people within Iran, the different groups, minorities, and so on?
People can have their own parliaments, their own say in running their affairs, education in mother tongue, a decentralized Iran, and the rights of Kurds and others should be protected and safeguarded in the Iranian constitution.
Would it work to have a decentralized Iran? Would you be able to create almost like, it sounds like a federation of states?
Yeah, it is. Not a federation of states. I don't know. I cannot predict the future, but what I'm insisting, what we are emphasizing is that the Kurds should have their rights. It's not just Kurds, the Baluchis, the Arabs of Ahwaz, and others should have their rights. They should have a say in the running of their affairs. And they should have, alongside Persian, they should have education in their own mother tongue. It's natural. It's natural in a democratic country, and the world has so many examples of that.
I guess people would ask.
India is one of them, Canada is one of them, and there are even Spain, Catalonia.
I guess people would ask, how would you stop the identity of Iran as a unified country dissolving if it goes into these different groups?
No, it will not dissolve by respecting the diversity, ethnic diversity of the country. Quite the contrary. It will strengthen the unity of the people, because people will be satisfied. If you have a system of power sharing, this does not mean the people will dissolve, the integrity of the country will dissolve. On the contrary, it will strengthen the unity of the country by respecting the differences that there are. And these differences they are made by history, by thousands of years of history. Kurds have a culture of their own, a language of their own, a history of their own, and this should be respected. In fact, for the recent, it's more than 2-3 decades now that there is a big national awakening of Kurds of Kurdish identity. So Kurds are very sensitive to that.
Presumably, the country would still need a strong leader to provide the inspiration, I guess, for everyone to kind of live in harmony. What sort of leader would you see in Iran that would work?
I am for a parliamentary democracy, where the prime minister is elected by the majority of the parliament, and everything is discussed in the parliament. Of course, we should have a president, but I'm not for a presidential system. I'm for a democratic system, a parliamentary democracy.
Where do you see the theologists fitting into all of this?
Well, we are for freedom of religions, no discrimination against any religion. For example, we have the Arsani people in Iranian Kurdistan, an ancient Kurdish religion. They're even more under pressure. They're like Baha'is. They're more under pressure than Sunnis in Iran. Every single religion must be respected by the law.
On that note, how much of it's a Shia majority state, but how much of an issue is the Shia, Sunni, and perhaps other sects? Diversity, how much of an issue is it?
It is an issue. The guess is, my educated guess is that about 25% of the country belong to the Sunni section of Islam. And there are also other people. As I told you, we have Yarsani people, we have Christians, Armenians, Jews, Baha'is. Everybody should. Iran is a diverse country. Iran is a remnant of an ancient and medieval empire. So there is no one nation, one ethnic group, one state. It has to be pluralist. It has to be pluralistic. It has to respect the different identities, different religious and ethnic identities, cultural identities that people have.
Well, many of its neighbors are Sunni majority countries, and they feel to some degree the threat is the Shia Iran. Could that be addressed to allow neighboring countries in the Gulf and other parts of the Arab world to accept a majority Shia country that is pluralistic, as you describe? Would there be a system that could work?
It could work. In fact, it's the only system that could work, because the current system isn't working. The Iranian regime has been involved in destabilizing Arab countries, creating factions, Shia factions, who are hostile to their own system, to their own society, and has fueled the hostility between Shia and Sunni in the region. With the removal of this regime, the calm will come back to not only to the Shia and Sunni conflict, but also to the whole of Middle East.
You know, talking of leadership, Iran's had an interesting mix. I know, of course, there's the overarching theological side to it, the leadership from the Ayatollahs. But you had, for example, not that long ago, a very unique president in terms of President Ahmadinejad. Now, of course, you have Masoud Pezeshkian. What do you make of him? A lot have hopes that he'd be a more moderate leader, maybe someone that the West could deal with.
It's not important whether he's moderate or not, a genuine moderate or not, because all the power is concentrated in the hands of the supreme leader, and it's him who decides.
Then what options are there for the people? If it's going to be held, ruled by religion, there's not going to be much scope for debate, I would guess.
No, there is no debate. There is no real, genuine democratic debate inside the ruling circles of this government. Iran is run by a variety of mafia-like people. They have monopolized the political and the economic financial power in Iran, and there is rivalry among them also. They are only united against their own people and the United States.
Well, I know you've said you don't ask for American boots on the ground there, but if the opposition groups, as you described them, are generally oppressed or threatened, could you see unity among the opposition groups in order to put forward a united front against the current regime?
We are working on that. It's a necessity. We have to do it.
And at what stage are you?
There are many efforts going on this. I'm not going into the details now, but I'm aware of and I'm participating in some of them.
Would you ever advocate for an armed struggle against the regime from within Iran?
When the woman life freedom movement started, the Iranian Pastaran Revolutionary Guards launched rockets and missiles against Kurdish bases, Iranian Kurds in Iraq, because they wanted us to resort to violence against it. But we resisted. We showed restraint, and so this is not our choice. If this is not our choice, our favorite choice is toppling the regime through people's rise, through people's uprisings, through social movements, through protest movements, and through reforms. But it's up to the government. It's a regime choice, not the people's choice.
But you wouldn't rule out the idea of an armed struggle if it came to it?
I wouldn't rule out the idea of an uprising against the system. That's the best way.
Now, of course, you remain in exile and have your bases, for your party at least, in Iraq. How has that relationship evolved with the Iraqi Kurdish side? And the Iraqi government, actually?
We respect the sovereignty of the Iraqi governments and have done nothing to violate it. And we have good relations, friendly relations with the KRG and political parties in Iraqi Kurdistan.
Are you totally free to express yourselves, though, with your goals for Iran itself?
Yes, we are doing that.
Without creating any kind of conflict between Iran and Iraq in general?
No, we are free to speak our minds and to talk about our programs, our political programs. What we are not engaging is armed struggle against the Iranian regime, which we don't.
What sort of reaction has there been to you, the Kamala party in Iraq, in exile, taking on board Peshmerga fighters, who are military basically, in terms of that position?
Therefore self-defense. We have not been engaged in any armed struggle, armed activity for more than about 30 years now, for 25, 30 years now. But we have to have them to protect ourselves. because if you don't have Peshmergas, they come to you. The Iranian regime has been engaged in many instances of terrorist actions inside and outside its borders. So we have to protect ourselves in Iraqi Kurdistan.
And you don't get any criticism from the Iraqi government for your presence there that brings in the Iranian regime, as you say?
Yes, there have been tensions and things like that, but it's manageable.
Were you surprised what happened in Syria, the speed with which the change occurred?
Everybody was surprised, but I welcome the developments. I welcome the toppling of Assad. It was a brutal regime against everybody, and it was a proxy of Iran against its own people. And so, yes, I welcome the opportunity for the Syrian people to decide about their future. I hope they have a just society, a fair and democratic society in the future.
And what implication is it for the Syrian Kurds?
The Kurds have every right to have a fair share of the future of the country. They have been fighting ISIS and Daesh very successfully. They have sacrificed a lot, and you cannot deny the rights of Kurds in Syria.
I understand what you say about them having the rights. Do you feel they will actually get them? Do you think they're in a stronger position now?
I hope so, and I hope the United States and the West supports them.
What impact do you expect losing Bashar al-Assad will have on Iran's current regime?
Very much, because it was a very severe blow to the Iranian authority, to the Iranian power in the Middle East. First Hamas, then Hezbollah, then losing Bashar al-Assad and toppling its regime was very important for the people, for the region. It will have lasting implications for the whole region, not only for the Kurds. And it was a severe blow to the Iranian regime as a proxy and ally. So it has weakened the Iranian regime and its hegemony in the region.
Where does Israel fit in all of this? Because often the situation, the dynamic in the Middle East is portrayed as essentially Israel versus Iran, and many believe that Israel sets America's agenda against Iran too. But where does Israel fit in all of this for you?
The Iranian regime is against everybody in the region. Of course, it sometimes recently pays lip service to the Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, but they are not genuine. These signs of friendship are not genuine. They want to destabilize the Arab states to pursue their own agenda of creating a Shiite empire in the region. They're against Israel and want to annihilate it. They want the United States to be out of the region. So they are against Turkey, but they have hidden agendas in Turkey. So what we want is an Iran, a free, peaceful Iran that is in cooperation with its neighbors, everybody. And that's something that only can happen after this regime.
But I wondered, with Israel being the enemy of Iran, the way it's seen, for you as Kamala Party, as the Iranian opposition, is there an element of the enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Well, it's enough to say that Israel in itself is not and should not be a threat to Iran. It's the Iranian regime that has always threatened the Israelis, and this should stop. In the future, Iran, you can criticize Israel or any country, but you cannot try to annihilate any country.
There is that perspective that if you, as the opposition to the current regime in Iran, are looking to topple it, that anyone who's against the current regime would want to support you in terms of Israel, the US, and so on. Do you see that support?
I haven't seen yet.
And in terms of the attacks that Israel and Iran had recently between each other, sometimes subdued in order not to let things escalate too far. What went through your mind when you saw that occurring?
I thought it was unnecessary to have fight your neighbors. Israel is thousands of kilometers far from Iran, and it shouldn't have happened in the first place.
I guess the critics would argue that Israel took action in Iran, taking out leaders, and taking out leading figures that they opposed in places like Iran, so action took place there.
But Iran declares openly their intent to put an end to the state of Israel. They are pursuing a very ambitious and dangerous nuclear program. What would you do?
If your party was to achieve its goals, let's say, for example, you're in some sort of position, whether it be in some kind of leadership position in Iran, how would you build a relationship with Israel? What would you be looking for?
Like other countries, like other neighbors.
Is there any chance, in your eyes, that the case against Iran and perhaps support for Israel might be weakened by what's been going on in Gaza? A lot of people that believe that Israel's actions have been excessive. Is that hurting your cause?
Could be, but they're separate issues. Iran has supported not the legitimate rights of Palestinians for statehood. It, in fact, has ruined their chances of that, because they don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They want to put violence into the region.
The Turkish Kurds have taken also quite a sudden decision through their leader, the PKK leader, Abdullah Öcalan, to disarm and step back. What were your thoughts there?
I agree with the ceasefire, or their putting down their arms. I think it's in the best interests of Turkey generally, and Kurds especially, to put behind the violent history that they had and give peace and democracy a chance. I think it would be in the best interest of everybody in the region. Even for us, it's a good development. I support it.
Dr. Mohtadi, as we're running short of time, I should point out your family was a very prominent and successful family, but it has a long history in activism. And it was almost natural that you would get involved in that too. Do you believe that there is a chance in your lifetime you will see the regime change in Iran, considering it's held out for so long?
I hope so, and I think so.
Dr. Mohtadi, I hope we have a chance to speak again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kurdish-Iranian opposition leader Abdullah Mohtadi on his hopes for Iran's future. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave comments, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Munich. The city of Munich holds a lot of great mystery, with a dozen of fun and unique things to do and discover. Regardless of your interests, you will surely find something to marvel at, enjoy, and take part in Munich. Most famous perhaps is the Oktoberfest. It lasts for 16 days, from late September to early October. It is a beer festival, celebrating the city's best world-class beers in its huge halls and tents. Many tourists flock to the city for an Oktoberfest experience. Munich is also known for its open green spaces. An example would be the English Garden, a large, beautiful park that you will find right in the middle of Munich. It's a lovely place to visit, whether you just want to see the greenery or you're looking for a place to stroll. Refreshments such as food and beer are also being sold nearby for your convenience. The gardens definitely make a beautiful addition to the city. The Christmas markets in Munich are also popular reasons for tourists to visit. Among the few, most well known is the Christkindlmarkt. Hailed for its very welcoming atmosphere that both tourists and the locals delight in. The market produces a great shopping experience, as local products that make thoughtful gifts are sold throughout. There's also music and dancing to complete the nightlife. And of course, amazing food and drinks, including the world-famous Glühwein. For a dose of history and culture, there are the Munich museums. The city is in fact known for its variety of museums, catering to a vast range of interests. For instance, there's the Old Pinakothek, an art museum. While there's the Deutsches Museum that's filled with all things science. Imagine, there's also a BMW museum specially dedicated to the vehicles. Last but not least are the Bavarian lakes and mountains. Here, you can use your car to zip through Munich's most beautiful lakes. To name a few, the Tegernsee, Schliersee, and Garmisch-Partenkirchen are only about an hour away. You can just sit back, relax, and appreciate the view. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.